Chapter 472. A strange light flashed in Gu Changa's eyes. He nodded slightly and said, "If there's a chance, of course." Then, he raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. The heavenly dear mystic fairy sat sideways. Her hair was soft, and her face was flawless. Even her long dress could not hide her slender and fair legs. She saw this and gently filled his cup with wine, looking virtuous and docile. From time to time, she would pick up pieces of meat with her jade chopsticks and send them to Gu Changa's mouth. Seeing this, even the third mountain master was a little envious. This was the heavenly dear mystic fairy, a Taoist who was no weaker than him. She was peerless and peerless. In the eyes of billions of living beings and cultivators in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, she was a goddess who was not even qualified to be seen from afar. Mr. Changa and the heavenly dear mystic fairy are a good match. He could not help but praise sincerely. In this world, except for a man like Gu Changa, no one was worthy of her. The heavenly dear mystic fairy pursed her lips and smiled. "I think so too." Then, she looked at Gu Changa. Divine light flashed in her eyes. "Husband, do you think I'm right?" Gu Changa knew what she was planning. Before he got the 9-mountain celestial seal, he could not be bothered with her. However, he still showed a gentle expression and said, "You're right. Of course, the prerequisite is that you're always obedient and don't have any bad thoughts." "Husband, what are you saying? Do you still not believe me?" The heavenly dear mystic fairy looked at him with some resentment. "Why wouldn't I believe you?" Gu Changa laughed, but his expression did not change much. The third mountain master felt like he had heard a secret between the two, but he did not dare to ask. He looked a little embarrassed. At the same time, unlike the lively atmosphere of the third mountain, the second mountain was cold and lonely. It seemed a little sad. After the second mountain master brought Xiaoyang back, he returned to the palace where he usually cultivated. However, all of the disciples from the second mountain knew exactly what had happened, and didn't dare to ask any questions. The enormous mountain range was rather quiet. Even the usual cries of beasts and birds had disappeared. The starlight was dim, and in the distant sea of stars, there was a sea of clouds rolling, and a magnificent Milky Way was falling. Xiaoyang was dressed in plain clothes. He had a silent expression on his face, but there was some unconcealable grief on his face. He stood quietly in a grave at the back of the mountain. Chen Suyan was killed by a single spear strike from Gu Changa. Her body and soul were completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Even the quasi-emperor weapon that she usually carried had been shattered in that battle, turning into fragments. Therefore, the tomb in front of them was actually just a cenotaph. "Eldest senior sister, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. If I, Xiaoyang, don't take revenge for what happened today, I swear that I am not human." At this moment, he had already calmed down, but he still could not hide the grief and hatred in his heart. Xiaoyang swore in his heart. He clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard because he used too much strength. His mind was still filled with the tragic scene of his eldest senior sister being killed, and Gu Changa's casual look of disdain as if he was stepping on an ant. This made it difficult for him to calm down. Buzz! At this moment, a wave of energy came from behind Xiaoyang, and the second mountain master appeared. He looked at the cenotaph in front of him with a complicated expression. "Master." Xiaoyang turned to look at the second mountain master. Although he knew that the second mountain master had his reasons for retreating today, he still could not hide the disappointment in his heart. He originally thought that the second mountain master, as the master, would take revenge for his eldest senior sister. However, the master chose to retreat and not fight with Gu Changa. In the eyes of many disciples, this was because the second mountain master was afraid of him. Now, there were such rumors in every mountain. I know what you are thinking, but you must know that before you become a Tao enlightened one, you must not seek revenge. That young man's strength was so strong that even I felt a trace of danger. The second mountain master knew what Xiao Yang was thinking. Then, he took out a shining dazzling silver battle suit from his sleeve and handed it to him. This silver armor was extremely simple and unadorned. There were many complicated symbols on it, and it was shining brilliantly like a silver moon in the night sky. I understand, Master. But this is... Xiao Yang took the silver battle suit in front of him and nodded. However, he was still a little confused. He did not understand why the master would give him such a protective item at this time. The master had given him many treasures and weapons on a daily basis. This is the Silver Moon battle suit. I made it after killing a Silver Moon wolf god of the Tao Enlightened One. With your current strength, although you can't fully activate it, it should not be a problem for you to defend against ordinary attacks. The second mountain master explained. Thank you, Master. Xiao Yang quickly put on the Silver Moon battle suit. It was covered by a robe, so no one could tell that he was wearing an emperor-level battle suit. I just made another deduction. I feel that there will be a sudden change in the battle between you and Gu Wudi the day after tomorrow. The heavenly secrets are in chaos. I am a little worried. If you have one more protective item, you will have a better chance of winning. The second mountain master nodded with satisfaction. Then, he said earnestly, I suspect that young man today will intervene in this matter. His purpose in coming to the 9 mountains should not be simple. Master, don't worry. I will not lose. If Gu Wudi is suppressed to the same level as me, I will have the confidence to defeat him. Why should I be afraid of his 3 moves? At this moment, Xiao Yang's confidence was spontaneously born. His words were sonorous and powerful. Seeing this, the second mountain master nodded with satisfaction. However, he still took out a few powerful weapons and handed them to Xiao Yang. Your bloodline is very strong, but you need to find your former clansmen as soon as possible. With their help, you can use the advantage of your bloodline. I only know about this, but I can't help you. If you can find the mountain master, that would be even better. However, even I don't know where he has been living in seclusion all these years. At the same time, he began to tell Xiao Yang about another matter. It was quite serious. Xiao Yang nodded. He understood the importance of this matter. While the second mountain master was telling Xiao Yang about this matter. In the third mountain, in a magnificent hall, Gu Chang'e was also telling Gu Wudi something. Young master, don't worry. Xiao Yang is only a saint. Even if I suppress my cultivation to the same level as him, he will not be a match for me. Gu Wudi was dressed in a golden battle robe. His entire body seemed to be glowing like a golden sun. It was incomparably dazzling. However, in front of Gu Chang'e, he was still very respectful. Although he was far from being a match for Gu Chang'e, dealing with Xiao Yang was a piece of cake. He did not know why Gu Chang'e had called him here alone to tell him about this matter. You are not a match for him. However, Gu Chang'e only shook his head. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes. He was thinking about something. The 9 mountain celestial seal was related to his destruction of the 9 mountains. If it was in the second mountain master's hands, it would inevitably cause a lot of trouble for him. Therefore, he needed Gu Wudi to get the 9 mountain celestial seal. Otherwise, he would not be interested in the competition between Gu Wudi and Xiao Yang. Young master, I am a supreme. Even if I suppress my cultivation to the saint realm, my comprehension of the laws of divine powers is not something Xiao Yang can compare to. How can I not be a match for him? Gu Wudi clearly did not expect Gu Chang'e to say this to him. He was stunned for a moment and could not help but refute. He was proud and arrogant. Although his life was controlled by Gu Chang'e, he did not want to admit that he was inferior to Xiao Yang. Gu Chang'e looked at him indifferently and said, if you don't believe me, you can try the day after tomorrow. If you can't get the 9 mountain celestial seal, you don't need to live anymore. Gu Wudi's expression changed dramatically. He was a little frightened, and a chill ran down his back. He felt the importance of this matter to Gu Changa. I dare not. I will definitely risk my life to get the 9-mountain celestial seal for you, young master, he hurriedly said. Gu Changa nodded slightly, then stretched out his hand and began to draw in the void. Brilliant runes of the great path appeared, and there was an inexplicable aura. Faintly, there seemed to be a ferocious golden figure walking through the layers of space. It was very blurry, and there was a strong fluctuation that made the nearby void blur, as if it was about to collapse. Open your mind, Gu Changa said. Gu Wudi trembled and looked at the scene in front of him in horror. He could not help but want to worship the little figure in front of him and kneel down. This was a terrifying power that made his spiritual soul tremble and his physical body on the verge of collapse. It was simply unparalleled. Hearing this, he did not dare to refuse. Although he did not know what this thing was, now that his life and death were in Gu Changa's hands, what was there to fear? Soon, he opened his mind, and the golden figure stepped in. It appeared in the Soul Palace with a terrifying ferocity. The terrifying aura that filled the void also dissipated. When you fight with Xiao Yang the day after tomorrow, I will take control of your body. Gu Changa saw the unconcealable fear in his heart and said lightly. I understand. Gu Wudi nodded, and his expression returned to normal. He sensed for a while, but there was nothing strange. However, he was even more afraid of Gu Changa's mysterious means and methods. He had never seen such means before. He could even control the body of others with a thought. It was simply unheard of. 2 days passed quickly. Many people gathered on an incomparably tall mountain peak in the 9 mountains. It was different from the battle 3 days ago between Lu Zuan and eldest senior sister Chen Suyun. This time, the competition came from within the 9 mountains, and it was a matter of who would own the 9-mountain celestial seal. On one side was Xiao Yang, the last disciple of the 2nd mountain master, and on the other side was the proud disciple of the 3rd mountain master, who was also a Taoist, Gu Wudi. The two of them had agreed to fight for the right to control the 9-mountain celestial seal. Gu Wudi suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Xiao Yang. If Xiao Yang could withstand 3 moves from him, he would give up the 9-mountain celestial seal. Almost all the mountain masters showed their true forms, which showed how much importance they attached to this matter. 550 disciples gathered around the mountain peak. Beams of divine light descended from all directions. Some disciples who did not watch the battle 3 days ago also showed up. Today's matter could be said to be the most important thing in the 9 mountains in this era. Because the 9-mountain celestial seal was the symbol of the 9 mountains' luck and fate. Within the territory of the 9 mountains, one could obtain luck and fate, and have invincible battle strength. Soon, the disciples of the 2nd mountain arrived at the end of the sky. Among them was Xiao Yang, who wore a long green robe. He was tall and straight, and his bearing was steady. Clearly, the events of 3 days ago had affected him greatly. However, when he looked in the direction of the 3rd mountain, his eyes flickered with coldness. After Gu Changa killed his eldest sister, the mountain master of the 3rd mountain didn't care. He even threw a banquet to congratulate dear Empyrean maiden on her revenge. During the past 2 days, word of the matter had spread throughout the 9 mountains, and many disciples of the 2nd mountain were enraged. Therefore, Xiao Yang decided to teach Gu Wudi a profound lesson, and make the 3rd mountain regret their actions. Remember what Master has entrusted you with, said the 2nd mountain master. Behind Xiao Yang was the 2nd mountain master. He wore a white robe with wide sleeves, and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. However, his expression was not relaxed. Please don't worry, Master, said Xiao Yang, nodding. Apprentice has his own plans. His figure flickered as he appeared in the arena. Off in the distance, Gu Wudi and the other cultivators from the 3rd mountain arrived, accompanied by beams of divine light. A golden path stretched out, and Gu Changa, Empyrean Deer, Empyrean Maiden, Third Mountain Master, and the others appeared on the high platform. All of the disciples and mountain masters looked at them with different expressions. Some were angry, some were gloomy, some were fearful, and most had complicated expressions. They never would have thought that the third mountain master would be so close to Wuxia and the others. That was not a good sign at all. On the high platform, Wuxia looked at the mountain masters with a strange expression. When he saw that everyone was present, he smiled inwardly and waited for the final moment. Junior brother Xiaoyang, don't regret your decision. After landing on the arena, a cold smile appeared on Gu Wudi's face. His body shone with a dazzling golden light, making him look like a god. He gave off a feeling of unparalleled power. He was very confident that no matter how confident Xiaoyang was, he would lose today. Cut the crap. Let's begin, said Xiaoyang coldly. He glanced at Wuxia, who was looking down at him from the high platform. His eyes were cold, and he had the same idea as Gu Wudi. Chapter 473. In the arena, Xiaoyang and Gu Wudi stood facing each other, separated by 100 feet. Powerful auras rose from both of them. Almost all the disciples and mountain chieftains were looking at them. They were carefully observing this battle to ensure that it was fair. However, before the battle began, a palm-sized, mountain-like cyan seal descended from the sky. Vast and mighty auras intertwined with each other. Strands of primal chaos chi fell from its surface. At the same time, the fate of the entire 9 mountains gathered. Wisps of silver were extremely dazzling, like a galaxy. One could even see 9 towering and ancient mountain phantoms, flowing with celestial light, floating together in the sky. This was an extremely vast and majestic power, like 9 real celestial mountains that could suppress the world and be invincible. The gazes of all the disciples and mountain chieftains were involuntarily attracted to the large seal floating in the air, revealing looks of reverence. Even Wuxia looked over. Runes of the Great Path flashed in his eyes as he tried to deduce this item. In the end, he narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. This item is the 9 Mountains Celestial Seal. It has congenital patterns, and is not inferior to the Immortal Slaying Gourd and the Taishang Scroll. Perhaps it is even more mysterious. Is it related to the world before the Forbidden Era? Wuxia had some speculations in her heart that this thing should not have been refined after birth. It was congenital and had a lot to do with the origin of the 9 mountains. It was because of the 9 Mountains Celestial Seal that the 9 mountains were built in later generations. That kind of brilliant natural energy that could not be looked at directly could easily suppress post-celestial objects, and the chaotic energy that surrounded it was even more dense and boundless. This item is related to the evolution of the 9 mountains, maintaining the mystery and transcendence of the 9 mountains for countless years. There is even a saying that if one controls the 9 Mountain Celestial Seal, they will be invincible in the 9 mountains. Seeing that Wuxia had been paying attention to this item, the heavenly deer mystic maiden smiled faintly and said. Wuxia nodded. He knew that the 9 mountains had been collecting the power of faith from the 8 desolation 10 regions all these years. The existence of the 9 Mountains Celestial Seal allowed the disciples and cultivators of the 9 mountains to better cultivate with the power of faith. In this regard, it was somewhat similar to the human ancestor hall in the upper realm. However, at the human ancestors' temple, Wuxia had placed the golden cauldron of providence, which allowed him to collect the faith of the upper realm for his own use. On the 9 mountains immortal seal, he saw the power of faith gathered by the 9 mountains over countless years. According to our agreement, this old man will suppress your cultivation to the same level as Xiaoyang. Do you have any objections? At that moment, the second mountain master appeared in the arena. His face was expressionless as he asked Gu Wudi. With so many mountain chieftains present, Gu Wudi was naturally not worried that the second mountain chieftain would play any tricks. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Second mountain chieftain, feel free to do as you wish." In the same realm, I am confident that I can suppress Xiao Yang in 3 moves. Seeing how confident he was, the second mountain master's eyes narrowed. He looked at him carefully, but didn't find anything unusual. Whether it was in terms of aura or strength, there was not much difference from the previous Gu Wudi. However, he was still very cautious. When he suppressed Gu Wudi's cultivation, he also probed his body. He didn't find anything wrong. This old man is still secretly probing. Humph. The third mountain chieftain obviously noticed the second mountain master's little trick. He couldn't help but sneer with some disdain. He was still very confident in his disciple. There would be no problem in defeating Xiao Yang in 3 moves. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gu Wudi's cultivation was suppressed to the same level as Xiao Yang by the second mountain master. Unless an enlightened master intervened, no one could undo this restriction. If that's the case, then let's cut the crap and begin. Xiao Yang didn't have a good impression of Gu Chang'e. This guy had made things difficult for him many times, and now he was acting like Gu Chang'e's lackey. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged out from his body. Divine talismans intertwined and appeared under his skin. They were ancient symbols as mysterious and vast as galaxies. This was a supreme magical power that belonged to the 9 mountains. It was extremely powerful. The moment it appeared, it was as if mountains and rivers were rolling and the sun and moon were collapsing, drowning Gu Wudi. He stood proudly in the void like a god. At the same time, he took out his own Dharma artifact. It was a green pearl. With a crackling sound of thunder, Dharma laws fell down and protected him. What? Little junior brother actually took the initiative to attack. Didn't they say that he would win the bet if he could withstand 3 moves from the enlightened master? It seems that we all underestimated little junior brother. He actually dared to take the initiative at this time. As expected of little junior brother. He has received the second mountain chieftain's true teachings. When we were at the same level, we definitely didn't have such power. Little junior brother's strength can't be underestimated. It seems that if he is given more time, it won't be a problem for him to catch up to the enlightened master. Many disciples were shocked and couldn't help but discuss. It was obvious that they hadn't seen Xiao Yang fight before. Many people thought that he didn't have a high chance of winning this battle, but now they were a little shaken. Even the mountain chieftains narrowed their eyes. As enlightened masters, they could naturally see that Xiao Yang's aura was different. You actually took the initiative to attack me? However, it was different from Xiao Yang's high-spirited attitude. A golden light flashed in Gu Wudi's eyes, and his expression suddenly became cold and detached. Especially his temperament, which was completely different from before. All the mountain chieftains narrowed their eyes as they watched this scene. They felt that Gu Wudi seemed to have used a secret technique. However, they didn't know what kind of secret technique it was. They could only assume that Gu Wudi had other opportunities. What's with this feeling? The second mountain chieftain's expression was a little strange. He glanced at Gu Chang'e, who was not far away. Seeing that his expression was still full of interest, he didn't know why, but he felt uneasy. He had clearly asked Xiao Yang to be fully prepared, and even gave him many powerful Dharma artifacts and a silver moon battle armor to protect himself. However, he still felt uneasy and uneasy. At his level, many premonitions were not groundless. He had caught a glimpse of the changes in the unseen world. Gu Wudi, this move is to let you understand your disrespect to eldest senior sister. Xiao Yang didn't notice that something was wrong with Gu Wudi. At this moment, he was shrouded in dazzling runes. Light flowed on the silver moon battle armor, and even his hair was covered in a layer of blue light. His eyes shone brightly. With a roar, he displayed his powerful techniques and charged toward Gu Wudi. He didn't choose to resist, but to take the initiative to attack. It was to avenge eldest senior sister. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. But at this moment, Gu Wudi appeared exceptionally cold. The moment Xiao Yang made his move, Gu Wudi's eyes lit up. When Xiao Yang attacked, he raised his fist, and a vast and terrifying wave spread out. One could even see the faint shadow of a true dragon appear behind him. It came proudly and stretched out its claws. Its scales were dense and seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens. Its power was astonishing. That's the dragon fist of the true dragon technique. As expected of a Taoist. It's completely different from ours. It has an invincible power. Too strong. All the disciples were shocked and watched this scene with rapt attention. They could recognize that this technique was the ultimate technique of the 9 mountains. Almost everyone knew it. However, they felt that it was completely different from when they used it themselves. The Taoist's attainment in this technique is quite shocking. The mountain lord's eyes narrowed in surprise. Boom! In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, Gu Wudi's fist suddenly smashed down. There was no extra wave, but it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A dazzling light burst out. A true dragon seemed to have traveled through ancient times and reappeared in the sky. Its vast dragon might could destroy the heavens. With a rumble, the void trembled as if it was about to collapse, directly destroying all of Xiao Yang's attacks. The runes dimmed one after another, and in the end, they were obliterated. Even the precious pearl that guarded the top of his head trembled incessantly, and almost fell off. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. His eyes widened in shock as he flew backward and crashed to the ground. If it wasn't for the Silver Moon battle armor, he wouldn't have just coughed up blood. All the disciples and mountain lords were shocked and couldn't believe it. Even some mountain lords knew that they couldn't use this technique to such an extent when they were in the same realm. It seems that the Taoist has hidden his strength well. The mountain lords instantly thought of something and looked at the third mountain lord. In their opinion, the third mountain lord was scheming and deliberately didn't let Gu Wudi reveal his true strength in order to wait for this day. However, the third mountain lord was also a little surprised, but he quickly recovered. He knew his disciple very well, so he was indeed shocked just now. Normally, Gu Wudi had never displayed such a powerful strength. Of course, he thought that Gu Wudi had hidden his strength so well that even his master didn't know about it. It seems that Brother Wudi's strength is not to be underestimated. Gu Changa couldn't help but chuckle at this moment, as if he was praising Gu Wudi. Hearing this, the Empyrean deer mystic maiden couldn't help but look at him. She didn't know what Gu Changa did to Gu Wudi. However, Gu Wudi's current strength was probably related to him. Impossible, how can you be so strong? Xiao Yang got up from the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. He felt humiliated and even more disbelief. His move was obviously much stronger than the disciples of the 9 mountains at the same level. He could even use this divine power to fight above his level. However, when facing Gu Wudi, he was a little scared and couldn't defeat him. This was completely different from what he had expected. You can't even block my first move, how are you going to block my second move? You're such a piece of trash, and you want to take revenge? Gu Wudi's expression was cold and mocking as he walked towards him unhurriedly. His entire body was shrouded in golden light. Strands of golden light hung down, making him look extremely hazy. This was the universal Taoist body of the ancient invincible realm. Suddenly, everyone saw a terrifying scene. Meteorites appeared behind him and gathered continuously. Finally, they turned into the universal heaven and earth. They were like countless swords and knives, slashing toward Xiao Yang in front of them. He didn't make a move, but only used the strength of his body to display his powerful talent. This was a terrifying method. The meteorites turned into weapons and suddenly fell towards Xiao Yang, wanting to kill him. What's going on with Gu Wudi? The second mountain lord felt that at this moment, Gu Wudi was very different from the person he knew. However, he couldn't tell where the difference was. Xiao Yang's expression changed. He couldn't believe that this was something that Gu Wudi, who was at the same level as him, could use. In particular, his current expression made him think of Gu Chang'e for some reason. No, this person is definitely not Gu Wudi. It's him. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang was extremely certain. He looked at Gu Chang'e angrily. However, Gu Chang'e still looked interested, giving him the feeling that he was watching a little ant jumping around. In the next moment, amidst the rumbling, meteorites appeared, densely packed, and smashed towards Xiao Yang. There were so many of them that it was like a misty rain, making all the disciples' hearts palpitate. For the first time, they experienced how terrifying Gu Wudi was. Xiao Yang's expression was cold. He took out one ritual implement after another, and thousands of divine lights shot out. At the same time, the power of his bloodline was triggered. Suddenly, a fiery red phantom rushed out of his body. It was an immortal phoenix, extremely ancient. Although it was blurry, it couldn't hide its noble and proud aura. It spread its wings, and a red light scattered like a sea of fire to resist this attack. Rumble. Everyone watched this in horror. They could only see Gu Wudi walking toward Xiao Yang, his face full of indifference. Meteorites appeared behind him one after another, seemingly endless. They turned into sword chi in saber light, incomparably huge, and fell in front of him. For a moment, the place was incomparably dazzling. The terrifying fluctuations shocked everyone. It was enough to tear any saint apart. Even though Xiao Yang had many ritual implements, it was difficult for him to resist now. His expression kept changing, and his body shook violently. Before his injury had healed, he coughed up blood again. In the end, even the pearl on his head was sent flying. In the next moment, Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly widened. With a muffled groan, he was sent flying. He didn't know when, but Gu Wudi had already appeared in front of him. With a punch, it was so powerful that it collapsed the void. The terrifying power made Xiao Yang's internal organs tremble. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, cracks appeared. His injuries were shocking. He kept coughing up blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Although he had the Silvermoon battle armor to protect him, he couldn't really use its power. It could only save his life. Otherwise, this punch would have caused him to explode into a cloud of bloody mist. 3 moves have passed. What else do you have to say now? Gu Wudi's expression was cold. Suddenly, he stepped on Xiao Yang's head, making it impossible for him to raise his head. His voice was filled with a shuddering chill. Xiao Yang only felt incomparably humiliated. He gritted his teeth because he knew that the one stepping on him was not Gu Wudi, but Gu Chang'e. Gu Wudi was definitely not that strong. All the disciples felt that the Taoist at this moment was very strange, but there was no doubt about his strength. 3 moves had passed, and Xiao Yang was completely defeated. If it weren't for the Silvermoon battle armor, he would have died long ago. Looks like there's no more suspense in this battle. The Mountain Lord's gazes were complicated as they stared at Gu Wudi, as if they wanted to see through him. However, with their ability, they could only see that Gu Wudi's condition was very different from usual. But he had used the 9 mountain secret arts and his own talent to crush Xiao Yang in 3 moves in the same realm. The outcome has been decided. Second Mountain Lord, don't you admit it now? Looking at the second Mountain Lord's extremely ugly expression, the third Mountain Lord couldn't help but sneer. A terrifying aura emerged from his body. It was as if he was ready to fight at any moment. Today's battle has indeed opened my eyes. Second Mountain Lord's disciple is indeed extraordinary, but compared to Brother Wudi, he's still lacking. Gu Chang'e walked over with a smile, but his tone was somewhat mocking. The second Mountain Lord stared at him, his expression extremely ugly. He had always suspected that Gu Chang'e was behind this, but he had no evidence. Chapter 474. On the square shrouded in chaotic fog, Xiao Yang was being stepped on by Gu Wudi. His face was full of grievance and anger, and his body was covered in blood. However, he could not raise his head. His injuries were very serious, and wisps of green light flowed on the surface of his body, as if they were going to spread under his skin. At this moment, his bloodline power was suppressed and awakened on its own. There was a surge of power that seemed to be about to rush out. Second Mountain Lord, are you not going to admit it now? At this moment, Gu Wudi's expression was a little dazed. However, he quickly recovered and let go of Xiao Yang. He strode over with a cold smile on his face. He clearly remembered everything that had just happened. At that time, although his body was not under his control. However, he could clearly feel every single one of his movements, including the use of every single one of his divine abilities and spells. That was a level that he could never reach in the past. Even the control of his body and the exploration of his potential had reached an unprecedented level. Before this, he had never thought that his physique could actually possess such a terrifying divine ability. This was simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, Gu Wudi was even more in awe of Gu Chang'e. You're quite skilled. Second Mountain Lord snorted and stared at Gu Wudi with an unfriendly gaze. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, although he was unwilling, he did not dare to go back on his word. The other mountain lords would not stand by and ignore this matter. After all, this was a major event that involved the handover of the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. It seems that Second Mountain Lord's disciple is only a so-so. He's skilled, but he's far from being invincible in the same realm. Heavenly Dear Mystic Maiden smiled and glanced at Gu Chang'e, as if she was hinting at something. After all, it depends on who his opponent is, Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Disciple, you've hidden your strength so well. You've really given me a big surprise. Third Mountain Lord glanced at Second Mountain Lord proudly, then looked at Gu Wudi with great satisfaction. He really did not expect Gu Wudi to give him such a big surprise. When Xiao Yang displayed his powerful strength, his heart skipped a beat, and he knew that things were not going well. But what Gu Wudi displayed afterwards shocked and delighted him. He had never thought that this disciple of his would have such a deep understanding of her strength. Today, in front of all the disciples and mountain chieftains, he had forcefully suppressed Xiao Yang and seized control of the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. Then, for the next tens of millions of years, the immortal seal of the 9 mountains would be controlled by the 3rd mountain. Congratulations to the 3rd Mountain Lord for winning the right to wield the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal. The Heavenly Dear Mystic Maiden walked over with a smile on her face and congratulated the 3rd Mountain Master. When the other Mountain Masters heard this, they also appeared and congratulated the 3rd Mountain Master. In the 9 mountains, whoever controlled the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal would have the greatest say in the 9 mountains. The reason why the 2nd Mountain Lord dared to bully the 3rd Mountain and propose such a challenge was because the Immortal Seal of the 9 mountains was in his hands. Now that he had lost, the 9 Mountains Immortal Seal naturally fell into the hands of the 3rd Mountain Master. Therefore, in the next 10 million years, the entire 9 mountains would be under the control of the 3 Mountain Masters. The 2nd Mountain Master did not dare to break the rules of the 9 mountains. This disciple will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations. After being in the limelight, Gu Wudi's face was filled with pride. However, when his gaze fell on Gu Chang'e, he shivered and became even more respectful toward Gu Chang'e. Since Xiao Yang has lost, then this old man will naturally accept the loss of this bet. The 2nd Mountain Master's expression was ugly. Just as everyone had said, in front of all the disciples and mountain chieftains, he did not dare to go back on his word, let alone break the rules of the 9 mountains. Master, wait. Just as the 2nd Mountain Master finished speaking, Xiao Yang, who had stumbled over, suddenly interrupted him. He could not hide the coldness, anger, and humiliation on his face. Originally, today was supposed to be the day he defeated Gu Wudi, washing away his humiliation, and protecting his eldest senior sister's last dignity. However, the result was the opposite of what he had expected. In front of all the disciples and mountain chieftains, he was forcefully suppressed by Gu Wudi and even stepped on. Xiao Yang had never experienced such humiliation before, and this made him even angrier. Moreover, Xiao Yang was completely sure that the person who had attacked just now was definitely not Gu Wudi, but Gu Chang'e on the other side. Gu Wudi definitely did not have such powerful strength. What's wrong? Xiao Yang. The second mountain master looked over and asked in confusion. Although he was disappointed, he also knew that he could not blame Xiao Yang for what happened today. Gu Wudi's strength was a little beyond everyone's expectations. Master, the competition just now did not count. The person who fought with me was not Gu Wudi, but someone else who interfered. Xiao Yang's angry and cold gaze fell on Gu Chang'e as he spoke through gritted teeth. If Gu Chang'e had not interfered, how could he have lost so miserably? As soon as he said that, the place immediately fell silent. The expressions of all the disciples and mountain chieftains changed slightly. They were all a little shocked and looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Some people even frowned, feeling displeased, thinking that they had misjudged Xiao Yang. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. He actually said that the competition just now did not count. How disappointing. I thought that junior brother Xiao Yang would be a magnanimous person. I didn't expect him to be such a sore loser. Yeah, why would he say such a thing? Many female disciples usually had a good relationship with Xiao Yang, but now, they were frowning. Their faces were filled with displeasure, as if they were extremely unfamiliar with him. Many people nodded in agreement, not understanding why Xiao Yang would say such a thing. Could it be that he felt that he had not lost enough face just now? After all, everyone had seen with their own eyes that Tao disciple Gu Wudi had used his powerful divine ability to defeat Xiao Yang. They even recognized the divine ability, and some of them had even cultivated it before. But now, Xiao Yang was saying that the person who fought with him was actually someone else. How could they believe that? Huh, second mountain master, this is the good disciple you taught. Hearing that, the third mountain master was stunned, and anger appeared on his face. Then, he could not help but sneer. He did not expect Xiao Yang to say such a thing. This was no longer a matter of winning or losing, but a matter of a person's character. How did Xiao Yang agree to this competition and how confident he was? But now, after losing, he turned around and refused to admit it. This would only make people feel ashamed. Xiao Yang, there's no need to say anymore. The second mountain master also understood what Xiao Yang meant. He sighed and waved his hand. So what if they knew? How could they show evidence? Another round of competition? Not to mention the consequences, who knew if Gu Wudi still had some tricks up his sleeve? What if he lost again? They had already lost enough face today. Master, Xiao Yang was extremely unwilling. If this matter was over, how could he wash away the humiliation today? Loser, is that all you can do? Gu Wudi sneered, his words full of disdain and mockery. You. If it weren't for this person, how could you have defeated me so easily? Xiao Yang's eyes were angry and cold as he looked at him coldly. If looks could kill, he would have already torn Gu Wudi to shreds and cut him into 1,000 pieces. So this is the disciple of the second mountain master. Today, it has been an eye-opener for me. At this time, Gu Chang'e did not forget to smile faintly and said with a playful tone. From today's matter, Xiao Yang had gradually lost the hearts of the disciples of the 9 mountains. Although Gu Chang'e would begin to make a move on the 9 mountains after obtaining the 9 mountains immortal seal, at this time, it was only a matter of convenience for him to take advantage of Xiao Yang. You, the person who fought with me just now was actually you, not Gu Wudi at all. You despicable person, you actually helped him in this way. He won with an unfair advantage. Xiao Yang did not expect Gu Chang'e to stand up and speak at this time. He was even more furious, and his eyes were cold. This great enemy in front of him not only killed eldest senior sister, but also secretly helped Gu Wudi and the third mountain master to obtain the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal. He looked like a villain intoxicated by success. If he did not take revenge in this life, then he was not human. He was not a match for the Taoist even with an emperor-level battle suit, and now he keeps saying that he won with an unfair advantage. We did not see the Taoist take out a single Dharma artifact, but Xiao Yang used many methods and weapons. Fortunately, a treasure like the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal did not fall into his hands. Otherwise, it would be like a pearl covered in dust. Hearing Xiao Yang's angry words, many disciples spoke one after another, their faces filled with anger and dissatisfaction. After all, everyone had seen that the second mountain master had even bestowed a martial emperor-level battle suit to Xiao Yang for this competition. After the two's strength was suppressed to the same level, Xiao Yang had a slight advantage. Now that he said that the Taoist had won with an unfair advantage, it instantly triggered the anger of the crowd. Junior brother Xiao Yang, why do you have to be like this? If you can't afford to lose, why did you agree? All these years, I've been bitterly cultivating day and night, working tirelessly, all for the sake of taking back the Nine Mountain Celestial Seal on this day. At this moment, Gu Wudi saw the situation and sneered, then he returned to normal and shook his head with a sigh. Many disciples were affected by his words, and their emotions surged. From the battle between Gu Wudi and Xiao Yang today, they witnessed the huge change in Gu Wudi's strength, and many people were encouraged. Even the Taoist was working so hard, how could they, as ordinary disciples, slack off? On the other hand, Xiao Yang had lost, but he still refused to admit it. Little junior brother turned out to be such a person. We really misjudged him. The Taoist had worked hard day and night to show his strength today, but he deliberately slandered him. It's bad enough that he can't afford to lose, but he's also jealous. Such a person will never become a great person in his life. For a moment, many disciples spoke and mocked him, causing Xiao Yang to be stunned. His eyes widened, and he could not believe that everyone had such an attitude. His face suddenly turned green and white as he clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. The disciples who were on good terms with him now had cold and mocking expressions. The entire Nine Mountains seemed to be rejecting him. Xiao Yang, you don't have to say anything about what happened today. We lost, and that's that. The Nine Mountains Immortal Seal belongs to the Taoist. Seeing this, the second mountain lord sighed and waved his sleeve. A misty green light fell, and a gentle force entered Xiao Yang's body, waking him up from his state. At the same time, it helped Xiao Yang recover from his injuries. He knew that after today, the entire Nine Mountains would change their opinion of Xiao Yang because of what happened today. The Nine Mountains Immortal Seal had fallen into the hands of the third mountain. After sending Xiao Yang away, he decided to enter seclusion and no longer care about the matters of the Nine Mountains. Then, the second mountain lord waved his sleeve and left with Xiao Yang and the other disciples of the second mountain. A path extended and disappeared into the horizon. All the mountain lords had different emotions when they saw this. Some sighed, while others sneered at Xiao Yang's misfortune. Gu Wudi's sudden display of power surprised them, but they did not think about it like the second mountain lord. Because the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal would only fall into the hands of the second and third mountains, there was no need for them to get involved. It would only be a waste of time and offend people. Soon, with a buzzing sound, the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal in the sky trembled violently. Then, it retracted all of its light and descended. Finally, it turned into a palm-sized green seal. It flowed with light, and strands of chaotic chi fell into Gu Wudi's hand. This is the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal. Gu Wudi was excited and trembling. He felt the vast and majestic power contained in it, as if it could be used at any time to suppress and destroy everything. At that moment, he felt as if he could control the entire Nine Mountains. Good disciple. The third mountain lord could not hide his excitement as he stared at the Nine Mountains Immortal Seal in front of him. After all, it was the supreme treasure of the 9 mountains. He had coveted it for nearly 10 million years, and today, it was finally in his hands. How could he not be excited? However, what made the third mountain lord's smile stiffen was that after Gu Wudi obtained the 9 mountains immortal seal, he did not immediately hand it to his master. Instead, he respectfully handed it to Gu Changa. This scene not only stunned the third mountain lord and the others, but also the many disciples who had yet to leave. They could not react in time. This is the supreme treasure of the 9 mountains. With young Master Changa's status, I'm sure you've seen many similar things. However, the third mountain lord quickly reacted. He felt that Gu Wudi was trying to curry favor with Gu Changa. Although he was a little angry, he still smiled and prepared to explain to Gu Changa. The other 6 mountain lords suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. After obtaining the 9 mountains immortal seal, Gu Wudi did not give it to his master. Instead, he gave it to Gu Changa. What did this mean? Their expressions became a little playful. It seemed that in Gu Wudi's heart, his master's position was not as high as this mysterious young man in front of them. I've indeed seen many similar things. So the 9 mountains immortal seal was condensed from a strange stone, Gu Changa nodded. The black and white divine light in his eyes was very dazzling. He carefully examined the 9 mountains immortal seal in his hand. Although it looked very heavy and majestic, it was unexpectedly light. However, it was surprisingly light and graceful, strands of chaotic energy falling from his palm. The terrifying power that could have crushed mountains seemed to have disappeared. He understood that this was caused by the innate runes contained within it. In addition, the 9 mountains immortal seal was a connate treasure with many innate Tao patterns. It contained a terrifying power that could easily suppress those who had attained the Tao. Young Master Changa is really knowledgeable. It is said that the 9 mountains immortal seal was formed from a connate immortal stone that came from the end of the world. It was born in the Chaos Sea and has an incomparably long history. From countless eras ago, the third mountain lord could not help but praise. However, his eyes were still fixed on the 9 mountains immortal seal. Is that so? Gu Changa laughed softly and shook his sleeves. Brilliant and dazzling runes of the great Tao suddenly turned into the shape of chains and imprinted themselves on the 9 mountains immortal seal in his hand. The originally surging and vast aura gradually calmed down and turned into an ordinary stone seal. In the next moment, the 9 mountains immortal seal suddenly disappeared from his hand. It seemed to have silently fallen into another world. What does young Master Changa mean by this? The smile on the third mountain lord's face disappeared and his expression froze. He could not understand Gu Changa's actions. The other mountain lords also frowned and looked at this scene in shock and confusion. Could it be that even now, the third mountain lord still does not know the purpose of my visit? Seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Gu Changa continued to speak unhurriedly and asked with a somewhat interested expression. Wudi, what does that mean? The third mountain lord had a bad feeling and could not help but ask Gu Wudi. However, Gu Wudi, who was usually extremely respectful to him, did not seem to hear him at this moment. Instead, he stood respectfully behind Gu Changa. His golden armor shone brightly, and a powerful aura appeared, breaking through the restriction just now. Something's not right. The expressions of the other mountain lords changed drastically as they sensed that something was wrong. They had lived for countless years and were at the level of Tao attainment. Almost instantly, they felt a terrifying murderous aura from afar, suddenly sweeping across and enveloping the entire continent. Boom! At this moment, a monstrous murderous aura suddenly rushed out from the horizon in the distance. The terrifying aura swept in all directions like the sound of a heavenly drum, causing one's eardrums to be torn and one's heart to tremble. Black clouds billowed, covering the sky and the sun. Terrifying knights holding heavenly sabers, halberds, and long spears rode ferocious beasts and charged over. Thousands of soldiers and horses galloped over, covering the sky and covering the earth. The murderous aura seemed to be able to shatter the heavens. Enemy attack. Someone from the 9 mountains reacted and could not help but shout. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they shouted at everyone. At this moment, almost all the disciples on the continent were horrified. Looking from afar, they were almost shattered by that terrifying aura. Their bodies could not withstand it at all. Who are you? At this moment, no matter how slow they were to react, they understood that this was definitely related to Wuxia. A terrifying pressure surged from the bodies of the mountain lords. Their expressions were ugly and cold as they stared at Wuxia. Killing intent soared into the sky, and the emperor's might raged. The moment it erupted, it almost tore apart the world, causing mountains and rivers to overturn and the universe to collapse. They were all Tao attainments and had cultivated in the 9 mountains for countless years. At this moment, they were furious in their hearts and did not hide it at all. As monstrous waves spread out, the world changed colors, and the sun and moon dimmed. A wisp of emperor's might could destroy thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. All the living beings and cultivators on the continent trembled. In the distant outer realm, the stars in the heavens trembled and were about to fall together. Since ancient times, a true emperor's battle would always affect hundreds of millions of miles, not to mention that there were 7 Tao attainments in front of them. Each of their Tao was incomparably profound and vast, and they usually did not show it. Once they showed it, their might would be unparalleled, surging like a river of stars. Their chi and blood were like the universe, capable of swallowing the sun and moon and destroying the stars in the heavens with a single hand. So this is your goal. The 3rd mountain lord also reacted. His voice was trembling and his face was ashen, unable to hide his anger. He did not know about Wuxia's wild ambition. These days, he even treated him as a distinguished guest, eating and drinking well. He was incomparably cautious and did not dare to be negligent. But in the end, he actually led people to attack the 9 mountains. This made the 3rd mountain lord's anger surge. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. All the disciples were dumbstruck and astounded as they watched all this. They had never imagined that the 9 mountains that had been peaceful for countless years would actually have such a grand army charging over today. The momentum was so great that it simply caused one to be terrified. And the source of all this was the young man who came a few days ago. The dagger was revealed. And now, he still had that casual and indifferent expression, as if he did not care at all. I will give you all a chance. Those who surrender can live, but those who resist, will die. After today, the 9 mountains will no longer exist in this world. Wuxia did not seem to care about everyone's angry and cold expressions. His gaze swept across the 6 mountain lords in front of him, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared as he spoke coldly. Chapter 475. Don't even think about it. Don't think that you can intimidate us just because you took the 9 mountains deity seal. How dare you talk about destroying the 9 mountains with just the 2 of you? You're delusional. In the face of absolute power, it doesn't matter how many people you have. As soon as Wuxia said that, all the mountain lords were enraged, and a terrifying light beam appeared in their eyes. That was the power of the emperor realm, and it even penetrated the sky. Under this terrifying light beam, even the stars exploded in an instant. A terrifying and world-shaking war broke out. Except for the 2nd mountain lord, almost all the Tao enlightened cultivators of the 9 mountains appeared here. Especially the 3rd mountain lord, who felt that he was played by Wuxia. For so many days, he had been polite to him. This made him extremely angry and sullen at the same time. Heavenly dear mystic lady, are you with him too? A mountain lord shouted and stared at the heavenly dear mystic lady on the other side. He was also angry and cold. Divine light surged in his eyes, and a hazy 5-colored divine light shrouded him. It was shocking and fierce. A pitch-black divine furnace appeared above his head, and torrential true fire fell from it. It could drown a part of the universe. Of course I'm with my husband. The heavenly dear mystic lady shook her head slightly. She was holy and otherworldly. She didn't expect Gu Changa to choose to attack when the Nine Mountains deity seal was in his hands. However, her tone didn't change much. She waved her hand gently. Golden divine lotuses bloomed under her feet, and they were incomparably gorgeous. The lotuses were like ancient worlds. They revolved there, accompanied by a terrifying rumbling sound, and the power to suppress the world was overwhelming. Her strength was very strong, and ordinary Tao enlightened cultivators were far from being her match. Therefore, almost instantly, 3 people rushed in front of her and displayed their fierce skills. They were all Tao enlightened cultivators, although there was a difference in how far they walked on the Tao. However, their understanding of Tao, spells, and rules had reached a level that ordinary cultivators didn't dare to imagine. Lines of emperor runes appeared, golden and dazzling. They were bigger than the stars and contained the strongest divine power. They were dazzling and shocking, and a trace of fluctuation could cut down countless suns, moons, and stars. Rumble. The battle broke out, and it instantly swept out of this continent, destroying the heavens and the earth. The nearby mountain range collapsed, the ancient peaks collapsed, and many mountain rocks turned into ashes. Normally, with the 9 mountains immortal seal supporting this continent, it could stabilize the spatial field. But now, the immortal seal of the 9 mountains had been seized by Gu Changa. Even if they did not want to affect this place, it was impossible. The 3 mountain lords immediately charged toward the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, intending to suppress her first. 3 terrifyingly large hands descended from the sky, grabbing at her. It was as if a sun had swept over, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was boundlessly terrifying. However, a golden lotus bloomed beside the Empyrean maiden. It wasn't a simple illusion, but a real lotus with immeasurable divine might. At the same time that it blocked the attacks of those huge hands, it released a deafening and terrifying sound that reverberated throughout the universe. The rest of the people also unleashed their own powerful techniques. Some of them held 5-colored divine cauldrons, stepped on divine swords, and some waved the 3 golden spears. Streaks of divine light danced in the air, transforming into all kinds of terrifying divine weapons. They were incomparably powerful and could easily cut through the universe. Boom! In the next moment, someone took the initiative to attack Gu Changa. A peerless aura surged. It was the mountain lord of the 9th mountain. The power of a Tao attainment expert was like a Wang Yang drowning down, terrifying and invincible, swift and shocking. The stars in the outer realm kept trembling under this power, as fragile as dust. Looks like you insist on going against me. I gave you a way out, but you didn't take it. Gu Changa shook his head gently, as if he was sighing for them. However, his eyes were cold and deep, without any change in emotion. He didn't care about the joint attack of several Tao attainments experts. During this period of time, he had absorbed and refined the drop of true blood, and his cultivation had broken through again. Not to mention, his own methods had long surpassed the level that could be reached in this realm. What Gu Changa was slightly worried about was that with the support of the 9 mountains immortal seal, it would make it difficult to attack the 9 mountains, which would cause other unknown changes, such as excessive losses. He had already calculated all of this, and he was full of confidence. He was just waiting for this opportunity. After finding the cloud tomb where the 9 mountains were, he ordered the many experts on the ancient worship to be prepared. He was waiting for this moment. In the next moment, he attacked. In the face of the 9th mountain lord's peerless attack, a monstrous chaotic aura and 5-colored divine light rose from his body. His palm was like that of an undying god, golden and vast, covering everything. It surged violently and immediately blasted the figure in front of him. Boom! A dazzling and brilliant brilliance erupted, as if many stars had exploded, sweeping through heaven and earth, directly causing the figure to tremble violently. His physical body was in intense pain, and terrifying cracks appeared on his body. How can he be so strong? He's clearly not a Dao attainment expert. He looked at Gu Chang'e in front of him in shock. This vast and surging chaotic aura was like a Wang Yang. At this moment, he suddenly saw an object appear in Gu Chang'e's hand. It was a yellow gourd, the size of a palm. Its surface was entwined with green patterns and crimson light. There were at least 10 million streaks, and it was a terrifying murderous and bloody intent. The immortal slaying gourd, how did this thing end up in your hands? The ninth mountain lord recognized this object, and his heart trembled. He was frightened, and he naturally knew how terrifying this object was. He didn't dare to be careless. Imperial runes rose from his body, and the laws of the Emperor realm surged, turning into an indestructible shield in an attempt to resist. The other mountain lords' expressions also changed dramatically. They knew more about the power and mystery of this object than ordinary people. They also didn't know how the immortal slaying gourd, which was lost, ended up in Gu Chang'e's hands. I haven't seen the strength of this object yet. Today, I'll test it on you. Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change. With a slight thought, a crimson light appeared on the surface of the immortal slaying gourd, as if it was formed by 10 million streaks of sword chi. From the mouth of the gourd, a crimson light could be seen. It seemed to pierce through the universe, tearing through time and space, carrying with it endless murderous and bloody intent. It was as fast as lightning, and it was unimaginable. Then, with a swoosh, it pierced through, bringing with it a spray of blood. The ninth mountain lord's head was suddenly cut in the middle. Blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain, and his eyes were still filled with horror and disbelief. Even his soul was cut in half. It was forcibly cut in half. The other mountain lords couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. It was as if they felt a chill on their necks. This wasn't as simple as cutting off the head, but cutting off the life force at the same time. Killing the weakest Dao attainment expert is no problem. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e was somewhat satisfied. The strength of the immortal slaying gourd depended on its owner's cultivation level. After all, he was still far from becoming a Dao attainment expert. The ninth mountain lord in front of him could only be considered a weakling among the Dao attainment experts. This was an unparalleled and peerless sharpness. Using it would be like spilling blood. However, it was impossible to use it again in a short time. Let's attack together. He's alone. He's definitely not a match for us. The third mountain lord's expression was somewhat fearful. He also knew how terrifying the immortal slaying gourd was. Moreover, until now, they didn't know what other tricks Gu Chang'e had. Therefore, the only way now was for everyone to attack together. He didn't believe that with so many of them, they couldn't kill Gu Chang'e. Master, you're not a match for the young master. Your disciple advises you to stop. Seeing the third mountain lord charging towards Gu Chang'e, Gu Wudi's expression was conflicted. He couldn't help but advise. You traitor, the third mountain lord didn't know when Gu Wudi betrayed him and the entire 9 mountains. His face was incomparably pale. At this moment, he had already guessed Gu Chang'e's origin. The upper world and the 8 desolates' 10 regions could be said to be enemies. The 9 mountains also belonged to the 8 desolates' 10 regions. They had sent disciples out many times to stop the upper world's invasion. If the upper world's army came, they would definitely not let them go. Don't forget what I asked you to do. Seeing so many mountain lords charging towards him, Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change. Instead, he looked deeply at Gu Wudi. Young master, don't worry. Gu Wudi's expression changed. Now that his life was still in Gu Chang'e's hands, he didn't dare to stay for long. He hurriedly turned into a divine rainbow and flew towards the second mountain. Just as Gu Chang'e and the Empyrean deer mystic maiden were fighting with the 9 mountains mountain lords, at the edge of the continent, the mighty Gu clan army was also charging over. Along the way, many Nine Mountains disciples took out all kinds of artifacts and activated all kinds of formations. Light soared into the sky as they resisted. An unimaginable battle had also erupted here. It could be said to be unstoppable. Under the young master's orders, we're attacking the Nine Mountains. A tall and burly middle-aged man rushed at the front. His expression was cold, and his aura was terrifying. He wore armor, and under his feet was a golden lion that was completely golden as if it was made of divine iron. He held a long spear in his hand. He was a terrifying existence of the supreme realm. Behind them, there was a tide of knights charging over. Their auras were powerful, and holy light flowed. Murderous intent surged. Among them, the weakest had the strength of a supreme saint. Most of them were supreme saints and quasi-supreme saints. There were also a few supreme saints and quasi-emperors. They held heavenly swords and killed in all directions. Their auras were as powerful as demonic mountains. The strange beasts under everyone's feet were incomparably powerful. They spat out clouds, murderous intent, and dazzling black light. It was as if they had come from the ancient battlefield, quietly following behind him. This terrifying force came from the other side of the continent, continuously descending. Along the way, the divine mountains and ancient peaks collapsed. Many runes exploded, unable to resist for even a moment. That supreme being's golden spear was like a true dragon swinging its tail. Runes surged and directly destroyed all the shocking formation patterns in front of him. All the Nine Mountains disciples coughed up blood, and their bodies were about to explode. However, at the crucial moment, a quasi-emperor realm existence tried to make a move. However, Ada charged over from another place. Divine light flowed on the nether iron battle armor, and the black spear swept out. Black light overflowed, submerging the heavens as he fought with this quasi-emperor realm existence. This great battle was indescribable, terrifying to the point of making one's heart tremble. A strand of the quasi-emperor realm existence's aura, apart from the quasi-emperor, no one could withstand it. That quasi-supreme being disciple who had just appeared was swept by this spear tip with a boom. His body trembled violently, and he was blasted apart. Then, he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, smashed down, and broke into pieces. Dust filled the sky. Woo-woo. Meanwhile, at this time, outside the heavens, a vast and terrifying aura sounded. That was an ancient warship, swirling with immortal energy. It smashed through the sky, arriving from the horizon. At the same time, it was accompanied by chaotic energy, incomparably majestic. This ship was too enormous, as if it could compare to the stars, sun, and moon. Countless divine runes surrounded it. It was as if the heavens smashed down. Heaven and earth were vast and mighty, rumbling everywhere. All the disciples of the Nine Mountains trembled when they saw this scene. Then, they fell into despair. Facing the vast and mighty army in front of them, they already did not have much power to resist. If more people came, how could they resist? The Nine Mountains did not have many disciples to begin with. They had been isolated from the world for too long. All these years, the only disciple they had accepted was Xiaoyang. The smell of blood filled the air. The continent that was originally like a paradise became fragmented. This was a slaughter without any suspense. Finally, some people chose to surrender out of fear. However, the terrifying army in the sky showed no mercy. The armored cavalry crushed through like a torrent. Within the second mountain, the mountains were majestic, and the ancient trees were verdant. A dense fog flickered with many brilliant lights. All the disciples were waiting in formation. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. They naturally felt the fluctuations of the great battle coming from afar. That kind of aura made people tremble in fear. Even their souls seemed to want to bow down and submit under it. They had just been brought back to the second mountain by the second mountain master. Before they could react to what had happened, they saw a bloody light rushing into the sky from the edge of the continent. It was as if an endless slaughter had swept over from there. At this time, a streak of light suddenly descended. It was the pale-faced and terrified Gu Wudi. Where is the second mountain master? There's an enemy attack, take me to him. My master and the others can't hold on for much longer. His face was pale, and he was still in shock. His voice was trembling. The disciples of the second mountain, who had been on high alert, were shocked when they saw him. They did not understand why Gu Wudi had come at this time. However, when they heard this, they did not dare to be negligent. No matter what had happened during the competition, Gu Wudi was still a Tao disciple of the Nine Mountains. Soon, they brought Gu Wudi to a palace in the second mountain. The second mountain master's expression was grave as he explained something to Xiao Yang. When the two saw Gu Wudi, their expressions turned ugly. This was especially so for Xiao Yang, who could not hide his coldness and hatred. What are you doing here in the second mountain? Xiao Yang's words were incomparably cold. When he thought about how Gu Wudi had used despicable means to win against him in the competition, he felt a wave of anger and resentment in his heart. Naturally, he did not have a good expression. However, Gu Wudi did not seem to hear him. Instead, he looked at the second mountain master in front of him with a look of despair. At the same time, he knelt down with a thud. His face was full of regret, and his voice trembled. Second mountain master, I know I was wrong. Please go there and save master. He was deceived by that young master Chang'e, and now even the Nine Mountains' immortal seal is in his hands. I shouldn't have listened to young master Chang'e and defeated junior brother Xiao Yang using the method he taught me. I know I was wrong. I hope you and junior brother Xiao Yang can forgive me. If you don't do anything now, master and the others will be in danger. The terrifying army and ancient warships from the outside world have already arrived at the Nine Mountains. We can't stop them at all. His expression was filled with pain and regret. However, Xiao Chen's words stunned Xiao Yang. He did not dare to believe it. With his strength, he could only sense that something was wrong, but he had no idea what had happened. He never expected that even the Nine Mountains' immortal seal would fall into Gu Chang'e's hands. Didn't that mean that the Nine Mountains were now in a defenseless state? Only the second mountain master seemed to know what Gu Wudi was going to say. He sighed softly and looked outside. With his strength, he could easily sense the terrifying battle that was taking place there. Many of the mountain masters had not fought for countless years. Now that they were all fighting together, it could only mean one thing. That was, the Nine Mountains had encountered an unprecedented crisis. I already know what you said, but I still have things to do now. The second mountain master did not have the time to blame Gu Wudi. He looked at Xiao Yang with a complicated expression and said, I'll send you off first. Master, Xiao Yang could not hide his reluctance, especially when the Nine Mountains were facing a great crisis. He did not know when he would be able to return. Remember your identity, the second mountain master said, shaking his head. I've already taught you what I need to teach you. You have to rely on yourself for the rest of the journey. If possible, go find the mountain masters. Also, you should still have relatives who are still alive. I understand, master. At this moment, Xiao Yang's face was filled with sadness. Second mountain master, if you're going to send junior brother Xiao Yang away, why don't you send me away too? With my strength, I'm afraid I won't be of much help in the Nine Mountains. Now that the Nine Mountains are facing a great crisis, if anything happens to you, junior brother Xiao Yang and I can guarantee that the legacy of the Nine Mountains will continue. If there is any danger, with my strength, I can protect junior brother Xiao Yang. At this moment, Gu Wudi seemed to have thought of something when he heard this. His face was filled with excitement and joy as he spoke. Greedy and cowardly, Xiao Yang was very disdainful of his words. He could not hide the shame in his eyes. At this moment, the first thing that came to Gu Wudi's mind was not to fight the enemy with his fellow disciples, but to escape. As a fellow disciple of the Nine Mountains, and a Tao disciple at that, his actions were truly shameful. What you said makes sense. The more people that leave, the more hope there is. Hearing this, the second mountain master sighed softly. However, his gaze was still fixed on Gu Wudi as he said, however, you must swear on your Tao heart that you will not hurt Xiao Yang in the future. In his heart, he still had some doubts about Gu Wudi, so he kept his guard up. After all, Gu Wudi was a supreme. It was too easy for him to deal with Xiao Yang. Hearing this, Gu Wudi had no reason to refuse and quickly agreed. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had done what Gu Chang'e had told him. His life could be considered to have been saved. Fan. Chapter 476. The void in front of them blurred as the second mountain master led Xiao Yang and Gu Wudi away. Outside the universe where the nine mountains were, a golden light appeared in a vast space. Then, the three of them walked out. In an instant, they left the cloud tomb and tore through the universe to arrive here. The Empyrean Abyss and Sky Deer City are in the distance. Judging from the current situation, even the Sky Deer Mystic Lady has surrendered to the upper realm. When you reach Sky Deer City, be careful. I wonder if the Sky Deer Mystic Lady has any informants. The second mountain master sighed and told them what they needed to pay attention to. After that, his expression turned resolute. He tore through space and turned into a golden light, returning to the nine mountains to resist the upper realm invasion. Master, you must be careful. Xiao Yang couldn't hide the grief on his face. He could only watch as the second mountain master disappeared into the distance. Soon, he was out of sight. He clenched his fists, hating himself for being weak and powerless. He could not protect his eldest senior sister and the nine mountains. Let's go. Otherwise, when the upper realm army comes, neither of us will survive. Compared to Xiao Yang's grief, Gu Wudi was much calmer and did not seem to be grieving. After leaving the nine mountains, we'll go our separate ways. Don't worry about me. Xiao Yang frowned and looked at him. He was still disgusted by the cowardly Gu Wudi. Little junior brother, now is not the time to be impulsive. The nine mountains are doomed. If anything happens to us, then who will continue the legacy of the nine mountains? Can you bear to see the second mountain master's efforts go down the drain? Gu Wudi shook his head, his words earnest and heartfelt. He still remembered Gu Chang'e's instructions and was very cautious. If he completed it, even if he went to the upper realm in the future, he would have a foothold. The 8 desolates and 10 regions would be conquered by the upper realm sooner or later. If the 9 mountains resisted stubbornly, it would not be long before they were destroyed. At this time, any smart person would know what to do. Moreover, his life was still in the hands of Gu Chang'e. The mountain master, Xiao Yang's relative, he muttered softly in his heart as a vicious look flashed across his face. If it weren't for master's face, do you think I would be with a coward like you? Xiao Yang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He could not hide the ridicule in his words. However, he still remembered his master's instructions, so he did not bother with Gu Wudi. Then, the two of them turned into divine rainbows and headed towards the Empyrean Abyss. They had a token from the 9 mountains, so when they arrived there would naturally be experts from the 8 desolates and 10 regions coming to receive them. However, when he thought about how even the Heavenly Deer City's Heavenly Deer Mystic Lady was in the upper realm, Xiao Yang's heart became foggy and heavy. As the protector of Heavenly Deer City, the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy had unknowingly surrendered to the higher realms. The cultivators of the 8 desolates and 10 regions probably didn't know about this yet. He didn't know how to explain it to the cultivators of Sky Deer City, and he couldn't guarantee that they would believe him. On the other side, the terrifying battle in the 9 mountains gradually came to an end. Many mountain lords fought with Gu Chang'e, moving hundreds of millions of miles to the depths of the outer realm. They displayed their most powerful techniques in countless years, but they were still no match for him. They all coughed up blood and exploded. The terrifying gray fog contained a monstrous murderous aura that covered hundreds of millions of miles. It seemed to have blown over from a distant latitude, enveloping heaven and earth and the universe. This part of the universe was completely covered. Gu Changa's expression was cold. In his white robe, he still looked otherworldly in the universe. However, there seemed to be a monstrous demonic aura surging behind him, like an endless Wang-yang. Are you still going to resist now? His expression was casual as he chopped down with his palm. When this palm appeared, it immediately covered the universe. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were all spinning within it, including everything in the universe. Above his head, the intertwining black and white image spun, pouring down boundless black and white chi. It seemed to be evolving the 6 paths of life. 6 immortal doors appeared, emitting dazzling brilliance as they stood in the depths of the universe. This was a shocking scene. All of the attacks landed in front of him, but they were all blocked. They could only erupt with ripple-like ripples. Boom! This palm chopped down like an immortal heavenly sword that could cut down the boundless sun and moon. It was peerlessly powerful. Don't fight head-on. The expressions of all the Tao enlightened ones changed drastically. They were all injured and covered in blood. Their expressions were solemn. The Emperor's weapon floated above their heads, pouring down boundless laws and order like a galaxy. His strength is a little unimaginable. Even if we join forces, we're still not his match. The third Mountain Lord's body shook violently. He was in disbelief, and his body was full of terrifying injuries. A dazzling sword appeared in his hand as he tried to block this attack. There was a terrifying black aura lingering around his arm. It contained an indescribable corrosive power that couldn't be dispelled. Just now, when he was hit by Gu Changa, he felt as if his body was about to collapse. That was the ultimate destructive power. Too weak. You can't even break through my defense. What right do you have to fight me? However, Gu Changa continued to walk toward them. His expression was indifferent, as if he couldn't feel the attack. The Taishang Buddha shrouded him, making him invulnerable. No move or divine ability could land in front of him. I'll fight you to the death. The third Mountain Lord's expression was somewhat ferocious. Dazzling light spread out from his body. That was the light of a Tao enlightened one. A terrifying golden sacred mountain vaguely appeared behind him. It could cover the universe, and its aura swept through billions of creatures. It was his strongest monarch art. As soon as it was executed, a blinding glow burst out from it. This is the moment. When the other Mountain Lords saw this, they also shouted loudly. Their hands moved, performing the strongest Emperor technique, and releasing the most dazzling light. The Emperor's weapon behind them also became dazzling. It was as if an ancient god was awakening. Divine light overflowed and overflowed. At this moment, they caught a flaw in Gu Changa's defense. They had to work together to attack. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a chance. In an instant, a monstrous light rushed out and pierced through the sky. This was the law of the Emperor realm. It was also the divine chain of order that they had nurtured throughout their lives. Along with this explosion, it was as if the entire universe was being destroyed. Primordial energy soared into the sky, destroying this part of the universe and even penetrating the other worlds. Countless creatures and cultivators trembled under this fluctuation. They felt as if their souls were about to collapse. They couldn't withstand it at all. This was the aura of a Tao enlightened being. It was peerlessly powerful. In the upper realm, it was also the foundation of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. Once it appeared, it would be respected by all races and suppress everything. This kind of fluctuation swept through the heavens and the earth. It was enough to make countless stars tremble. Even supreme beings had to kneel down in fear. This is a battle of Tao enlightened beings. What exactly is happening there? It's not just a Tao enlightened being. Could it be that a supreme expert from the upper realm has killed his way here? Didn't they say that the boundary monument sea hasn't dried up yet? Billions of li away, in the various planets of the 8 desolates 10 regions. Some ancient existences sensed this fluctuation. Their faces were filled with shock, but more than that, they were overwhelmed with shock. They woke up from their secluded cultivation. Their bodies were surrounded by majestic and terrifying auras. They appeared in the sky and looked into the distance. Their expressions were extremely solemn. At this moment, apart from the 8 desolates 10 regions, even some ancient existences in the upper realms, ancient worlds near the boundary monument sea, sensed everything. Their gazes pierced through heaven and earth, as if they were going to land there. For them, now that the upper realm had invaded the 8 desolates 10 regions, the surrounding worlds were affected. The places where they were at were naturally no exception. What's happening there? There are actually so many Tao enlightened beings fighting. On the shore of the boundary monument sea, the experts of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies from the upper realm who were stationed here felt a heartfelt fear. The boundary monument sea hadn't dried up yet. The Tao enlightened beings of the factions behind them couldn't cross over yet. Therefore, if the Tao enlightened beings of the 8 desolates 10 regions attacked, they were still very cautious. In the depths of the universe, facing such a terrifying attack, a giant hand that blotted out the sky extended from the front. Gu Changa's expression was still cold. He directly raised his hand and slapped forward. The golden light was resplendent as if it was made of divine gold. Immortal chi and chaotic chi curled up and surged, extending from within. At first, it was the size of a small mountain. Then, it was like a boundless sky. A terrifying aura exploded. This was especially true for the mountain master who was facing Gu Changa. He felt it the most intensely, and his expression changed drastically. He could not believe that Gu Changa was unscathed under their combined attack. Instead, she was slapping him with her palm. Rumble. This palm's aura was too terrifying. It was boundless. It was as if the heavens and earth were closing in to suppress him. Break for me! He suddenly shouted. The golden battle armor on his body released a brilliant light, as if a deity had descended to the world. Then, the golden light erupted. His face turned red, and an unparalleled aura emerged. The long spear swept horizontally, making woo-woo sounds. That expanse of golden light was like a great army galloping, about to descend into this universe. This was the most powerful attack of a Tao enlightened being. It could battle the heavens and shake the earth. However, the giant golden palm was surrounded by endless scarlet multicolored light. Natural laws surged, and it contained boundless divine power. It was as if an unrivaled immortal was attacking. This place seemed to be boiling with chaos. The universe was pierced through, and all the cultivators in the endless distance trembled. They were all forced to retreat, their scalps numb. His body trembled violently, as if he was about to explode. Endless bloody mist erupted, and bloody light flooded the world. Even with several people working together, they are still not his opponent. In the distance, a streak of golden light appeared. The void was torn apart. The white-robed second mountain master rushed over, witnessing the scene before him. His expression was incomparably gloomy. He didn't expect Gu Wudi's words to be true. The 9 mountains were facing such a terrifying crisis. In another direction, the heavenly deer mystic lady was also fighting with several mountain masters. The shock waves were similarly terrifying, engulfing half of the universe. However, unlike this side, she was obviously not a match for the 3 of them. She was at a disadvantage, and her clothes were stained with blood. However, her moves were fierce and powerful. She was like a peerless female immortal. Her skin was as white as jade, intertwined with hazy brilliance. Second Mountain Master, you came at the right time. Let's work together to kill him. This kid's strength is too unbelievable, seeing the second mountain master arrive, the other mountain masters were also shocked. They felt hope and hurriedly spoke. They were all injured. Their originally terrifying auras were now weak, and their bodies were covered in blood. Even the third mountain master, who was usually at odds with the second mountain master, was now in a weakened state. His injuries were terrifying. They had no choice but to ask for help from the second mountain master. In terms of strength, the second mountain master was slightly stronger than the third mountain master. Other than the incomparably mysterious mountain master, he was the most powerful person in the 9 mountains. What is your identity in the upper realm? To reach this level at such a young age? The second elder's expression was extremely solemn. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying young man. He had fought against so many mountain masters of the 9 mountains with his own strength. Moreover, he had the upper hand. He seemed to be very relaxed, and there were no signs of injuries. If it had been a little longer, perhaps everyone would have been bathed in blood today. Moreover, he realized that the 9th mountain master's aura had disappeared. This could only mean that before he arrived, the 9th mountain master had already died. Are you all here? Actually, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Gu Chang'e did not reply. A faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the second elder in front of him. Since he had rushed here, it meant that his plan had succeeded. More than 20 years ago, the 8 Desolates 10 Regions Guardian clan was wiped out. Although most of the clan members had died at that time. However, there were still survivors who escaped. Xiao Yang was only one of them. He still planned to find the last Guardian clan through Xiao Yang. This clan's talent was quite extraordinary. Not only could they summon ancient heroic spirits, apart from that, they could also reverse yin and yang and reshape their Tao fruits. To him, this would be quite useful. Therefore, Gu Chang'e arranged for Gu Wudi to be a chess piece by Xiao Yang's side at all times. You've been waiting for me for a long time. What is the meaning of this? Seeing Gu Chang'e's expression, the second mountain master suddenly felt that something was wrong. The feeling this young man gave him was too terrifying. It was impossible to use common sense to understand him. Naturally, I was waiting for you to arrive so that I could catch all of you in one fell swoop. A faint smile appeared on Gu Chang'e's face. As he finished speaking, a pitch-black bottle appeared above his head. It was like a bottomless black hole, pouring down boundless black light. All of the terrifying fluctuations were devoured by it. At this moment it was as if the entire universe had been swallowed up by this bottle. Only boundless darkness remained between heaven and earth. This is, that rumor, how could it be? Seeing this scene, all the mountain masters were horrified. The second mountain master was stunned at first, then his expression changed drastically. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something and was somewhat frightened. They wanted to escape, but suddenly, a large halberd with billions of strands of demonic chi appeared in front of them. It swept across the sky, and the universe in front of them seemed to be split open. It was so powerful that even the fragments of the long river of time danced in the air. A mountain master's face was filled with shock. His entire body glowed as he unleashed the most powerful technique he had ever used in this life. However, he could not dodge it at all. All the divine powers, Dharma artifacts, and techniques exploded and collapsed under this halberd. Then, his entire body was cut into pieces. A bloody mist spread between heaven and earth. Run, the weapon in this guy's hand is a world-destroying weapon, the second mountain master's voice was trembling. He reacted and hurriedly turned into a divine rainbow, wanting to tear through the universe and escape. The other mountain masters also understood, but it was too late. A terrifying black fog surged from every inch of the void at the edge of the universe as if it had taken root in space. This great battle swept beyond the universe. Countless stars exploded and turned into ashes. The galaxy exploded, and the Milky Way rolled in reverse. Countless rules and orders danced chaotically. Heaven and earth were in chaos. Fragments of the long river of time were faintly discernible. It was chaos. Since ancient times, the effects of emperor battles were incomparably vast. Even the surrounding universes were affected. Some small worlds exploded, and countless creatures suffered an unexpected calamity. Many mountain masters unleashed their most powerful strength. The emperor's might was vast and mighty. The entire universe was almost pierced through. It was a scene of devastation. Terrifying giant hands ran through heaven and earth, and some even slapped into another universe, shocking billions of creatures. Accompanied by the most powerful chains and angry roars, everything finally returned to peace. This universe was incomparably damaged. Terrifying aftershocks from the battle were everywhere. Blood and bones splattered everywhere. Even the imprints of heaven and earth were shattered. Many broken emperor weapons lost their former divinity. In the end, they were scattered everywhere and turned into scrap metal. Apart from the mountain masters, almost all the powerhouses of the 9 mountains have been dealt with. Everything was silent. On a broken star in the depths of the universe, a white-robed beauty landed. Her face was flawless. Her figure was tall, otherworldly, and holy. Her hair flowed with radiance, giving people a feeling of perfection. However, her current state wasn't very good. She had suffered heavy injuries and her clothes were stained with blood. At this moment, when she spoke, her expression was difficult to hide. If Gu Changde hadn't gone to help her after dealing with the mountain masters here, she might have suffered even more terrifying injuries. Although she was strong, she was no match for the 3 Tao attainments. She had been at a disadvantage. Today, she saw Gu Changde use a technique she had never seen before. It made her feel truly terrified. Even the 3rd mountain master was split in half by his 4-9 halberd in the end. He broke into pieces on the spot, shocking everyone. This was originally destined to be the result. Gu Changde sat there cross-legged. He didn't open his eyes when he heard the Empyrean dear mystic maiden's words. A terrifying aura as vast as the sea appeared on his body. The entire universe seemed to be changing as he swallowed. The star regions dimmed and the Milky Way surged. From afar, there was even a large blood-colored cocoon around him. That was a dense and terrifying chi and blood. This was a shocking scene. The stars in the sky and the endless river of stars shot out billions of rays of light and gathered here. At this moment, the essence of all the Tao attainments had entered Gu Changde's body. Every pore was shining, as if it was a vast and boundless ancient world. Inside, countless gods were kowtowing and chanting ancient scriptures. Divine light was resplendent as they all bowed. At this moment, Gu Changde opened his mouth and roared, causing the stars in the universe to tremble. Countless creatures prostrated on the ground out of fear, feeling fear. Rumble. The sky trembled as if a vast sea was roaring. Endless brilliance was swallowed by Gu Changde. He seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour the heavens. All the laws, rules, and order in front of him collapsed and surged in. Gu Changde's cultivation also broke through because of this. His blood, skin, flesh, lungs, bones, and hair were all reflecting chaotic energy. Compared to before, they were much more powerful. Such a terrifying scene lasted for half a month before the universe finally calmed down. No creature or cultivator dared to come and investigate. The momentum of the fall of the Tao attainments was incomparably shocking. There were still terrifying phenomena in this world that hadn't disappeared. A drop of the blood of the Tao attainments was enough to penetrate a small world. The remaining power was enough to kill any creature. The 5th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm. I'm a few steps closer to the nirvana path. Gu Changde got up and opened his eyes. His aura returned to silence like a deep sea. He looked at the nearby 2nd mountain lord, whose cultivation had been sealed. There was a terrifying wound on his body, and he had almost been cleaved in half. He walked over. As Xiao Yang's master, the second mountain master couldn't die at this time. He had other value, so Gu Chang'e spared his life. Chapter 477. The second mountain master was not in a good condition. His aura was weak. There was a terrifying wound that almost tore him apart. The destructive power within it was destroying his life force. As an enlightened cultivator, his life force was so strong that it was indescribable. Even a drop of blood could rebuild his body and create a new life. But now, he had fallen to the point where it was difficult to recover from his injury. He had been witnessing the changes in Gu Chang'e in the past half a month. From the initial shock to the current shock, it could be said that his state of mind had undergone an earth-shaking change. So this is the reason why you have such terrifying power at such a young age. The second mountain master watched as Gu Chang'e walked towards him. He could not hide his fear, but he still spoke. He did not know why Gu Chang'e killed everyone but him. Now, the 9 mountains were in great trouble. Almost all the disciples were dead, and even the mountain master had died. How could the rest of the disciples survive? He could even see the destruction of the 9 mountains. All the buildings and islands would be reduced to ashes. This made him feel regret and anger. At the same time, he felt regret and a deep sense of helplessness. If he had realized Gu Chang'e's ambition earlier, things might have turned around. With the 9 mountains' immortal seal in hand, the 9 mountains could become an indestructible fortress. If Gu Chang'e wanted to break in, it would not be so easy. Thinking of this, the second mountain master did not look kindly on the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, who followed behind Gu Chang'e. He could not understand why the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, who was in charge of guarding Sky Deer City, was so close to Gu Chang'e. She even allied with Gu Chang'e to attack the 9 mountains. If not, how could they have fallen into her trap? As the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, you colluded with the people from the upper world to attack the 9 mountains. Are you worthy of your status? Are you worthy of Sky Deer City and the billions of cultivators in the 8 wilderness 10 regions? The second mountain master's face was cold and angry. However, the Empyrean deer mystic fairy did not care about him. It was as if she did not hear him. She smiled gently at Gu Chang'e, who was beside her. Can young Master Gu believe me now? For the sake of Sky Deer City, 12, you are truly heartless. Gu Chang'e only smiled and did not answer her question. After all, Master gave me Celestial Deer City before he passed away. I will protect it no matter what price I have to pay. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden smiled faintly, but her eyes were fixed on Gu Chang'e, as if she wanted to see the change in his expression. However, Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change much. She couldn't see anything from it. This made her feel a little disappointed. He was still as hard to figure out as before, and it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. Cooperating with Gu Chang'e was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin, but she really had no other choice. Even the 9 mountains, which were guarded by numerous Tao enlightened experts, were wiped out by Gu Chang'e alone. How could Celestial Deer City stop him? You have fallen into a demonic trap. If you want to protect Celestial Deer City, you should ally with us and resist the invasion of the upper world, instead of surrendering to them. Why aren't you waking up? The second mountain master immediately guessed what was going on. He couldn't help but shout angrily. This made him even angrier, and he even hated her for not fighting back. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden's actions were clearly demonic. How could she ally with the upper world to attack the 8 wildernesses and 10 regions to protect Celestial Deer City? The upper world was greedy. How could they let Celestial Deer City go? What do you know? The Empyrean deer mystic maiden frowned, and a cold look flashed across her eyes. How can the 9 mountains stop the upper world's army? All these years, you've been hiding in the cloud tomb, not daring to show yourself. This time, when the upper world invaded, you tried to seal the mountains, ignoring the 8 wildernesses and Celestial Deer City. What right do you have to criticize me? If she had other ideas, she wouldn't have done this. This was the slim chance of survival that could be glimpsed when one was in despair. The second mountain master's expression froze. He did have plans to give up on the 8 wildernesses and celestial deer city to seal the mountains in order to protect the 9 mountains. However, before he could do that, Gu Changa sent an army to kill him. This was not the reason why the Empyrean deer mystic maiden betrayed the 8 wildernesses and celestial deer city. It seems that even now, you still haven't thought it through. The 9 mountains have been reduced to ruins and have been erased from this world, and the Empyrean deer mystic maiden is much smarter than you. Seeing the second mountain master's expression, Gu Changa couldn't help but shake his head, as if he felt sorry for the second mountain master. As long as the disciples of the 9 mountains still exist, the inheritance of the 9 mountains will still exist. It's impossible for you to destroy the 9 mountains. The second mountain master's face turned pale. However, when he thought about how he had sent Xiao Yang and Gu Wudi away at the last moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. They were the last hope of the 9 mountains. As long as they could find the mountain master, the 9 mountains would reappear in this world. Even if he died now, he wouldn't let down the ancestors of the 9 mountains. Oh, is that so? Are you still counting on that useless disciple of yours, Xiao Yang? Until now, could it be that you still don't understand why I killed everyone but spared your life in the end? Hearing this, Gu Changa laughed, not hiding the mockery in his words. He knew what the second mountain master was thinking, but did he really think that nothing would happen if he sent Xiao Yang away? It was a pity that Gu Changa had already foreseen what he would do and was scheming against him. What do you mean by that? When the second mountain master heard this, his expression froze. Something was wrong. That familiar feeling of unease came over him again. As a surviving member of the guardian family, why do you think I would let him go? Gu Changa smiled faintly, but his eyes were still cold and emotionless. What? Could it be, you did this on purpose? At this moment, the second mountain master couldn't believe his ears. His heart trembled, and his expression changed. Gu Changa knew about Xiao Yang's identity. How did he know? Other than him, no one else in the 9 mountains knew about this. Gu Wudi was also arranged by you. In the end, he thought of this possibility. His face was full of regret. Why did he agree to Gu Wudi's request and send him away with Xiao Yang? All of this was part of Gu Changa's plan. The guardian family. Hearing this, the heavenly deer mystic fairy was also shocked. She couldn't help but look at Gu Changa. If Gu Changa hadn't said it, she wouldn't have known that Xiao Yang was a surviving member of the guardian family. As the guardian of the heavenly deer city, she naturally knew about the tragedy that happened 20 years ago. It was said that the entire clan was annihilated. Hundreds of people died tragically, and only a few managed to escape alive. The guardian family had very few people to begin with. After this tragedy, they were almost wiped out. In the past 20 years, the guardian family was almost extinct in the 8 barren 10 regions. Not a single one of them could be found. Xiao Yang was a surviving member of the guardian family. How did Gu Changa know about this? Could it be because of the purple mirror in his hand? The heavenly deer mystic fairy remembered the purple mirror that Gu Changa took out. It seemed that he had used that secret treasure to deduce this matter. This was truly shocking and unsettling. With such an artifact, who knew what it would be able to deduce? Could it be that the tragedy of the guardian family 20 years ago was also related to you? The second mountain master suddenly stared at Gu Changa. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked ferocious. Of course it has nothing to do with me. But it has something to do with the family behind me. Gu Changa shook his head slightly. He didn't mind answering his question. While he was speaking, an enormous ancient warship descended from the sky. It was surrounded by thick celestial fog and stained with blood. It seemed to have just killed its way over from an army of thousands. Many terrifying soldiers stood on the ship. They were like demonic shadows, bringing with them a vast and powerful murderous aura. It was the army that killed their way into the cloud tomb. Young master, according to your orders, the 9 mountains have been completely wiped out. Many of the survivors have also been killed. A tall and sturdy supreme being clad in golden armor turned into a divine rainbow as he spoke respectfully to Guchanga. Hearing this, the second mountain master, who still had a glimmer of hope, was defeated. This is the second mountain master of the 9 mountains. Lock him in the dungeon and send people to watch him closely. Guchanga nodded slightly. He wasn't surprised. The news of the 9 mountains being wiped out by him would spread quickly. To the cultivators of the 8 wilderness's 10 regions, this was definitely a heavy blow. In their hearts, the 9 mountains had a superior status, even higher than Sky Deer City. At this time, once the news of the 9 mountains being wiped out spread, it would cause countless forces in the 8 wilderness's 10 regions to panic and lose morale. As for the upper world, the other forces and orthodoxies would definitely take advantage of the chaos to send their troops and try to break through the Empyrean abyss and arrive at Sky Deer City. Without a doubt, in the next few days, the news of the 9 mountains' destruction shook the entire 8 wilderness's 10 regions, just as Guchanga had predicted. This was because the battle between the mountain masters and Guchanga was too shocking. Even the universe where the 9 mountains were located was pierced through and shattered. It was a scene of devastation. Shattered Tao laws and great Tao imprints were everywhere. Chaotic qi overflowed and flooded all directions. Living beings with weaker cultivations didn't dare to step into that place. This was because in addition to the terrifying battle, there were many broken weapon fragments, broken limbs, and remains that contained extremely terrifying energy waves. The slightest touch could blow a person into smithereens and destroy their body and soul. That place had become a forbidden land, a forbidden zone for living beings. It was also because of this that the cloud tomb that shrouded the 9 mountains was destroyed. Only then did many experts notice the location of the legendary 9 mountains. When they rushed there, they found traces of a terrifying battle. Mountains collapsed, riverbeds were broken, and terrifying rifts stretched across the world. Corpses were everywhere. Palaces collapsed and turned into ruins. It was no longer as transcendent and mysterious as before. The 9 mountains had been wiped out. This news swept through every corner of the 8 wilderness's 10 regions in an instant, like a terrifying earthquake. The cultivators and living beings who knew about this were all stunned. Their bodies were cold and they couldn't believe it. In their eyes, the 9 mountains, Sky Deer City, and the Empyrean abyss were all barriers to the 8 wilderness's 10 regions. Moreover, the 9 mountains were more transcendent and mysterious, and at the same time, more powerful. Now, they had been wiped out unknowingly. How could they accept this? Many people felt a sense of despair. This time, the invasion of the upper world would be even more terrifying and violent. The 8 wilderness's 10 regions would be broken through. This could be said to have shaken the 8 wilderness's 10 regions. All the cultivators and living beings felt uneasy. Then, many forces began to guess and deduce, trying to reconstruct the scene that had happened in the 9 mountains. They wanted to know how the 9 mountains had been wiped out and how many powerhouses the upper world had sent. Judging from the waves that came from afar, there were many enlightened cultivators fighting. The waves swept through the heavens and earth. However, the boundary monument sea had not dried up yet. How did the enlightened cultivators of the upper world cross over? In the end, this kind of deduction naturally didn't find anything. Just the waves there were extremely chaotic. Even the rules of heaven and earth were in chaos. They could not see anything at all. Not to mention the broken rules of heaven and earth. In an instant, the bugle horn sounded and war drums beat, sweeping through millions of miles. Many sects and clans in the 8 wilderness's 10 regions began to mobilize their armies and rush to the Empyrean abyss outside Sky Deer City. They sent their elites, planning to fight the upper world there. Compared to the previous battle at the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea, the area affected this time was clearly much wider. For the 8 Wilderness's 10 regions, this was an extremely critical and serious time. They realized the seriousness of the matter. This was because the Empyrean Abyss could not stop the upper world. Sooner or later, they would find the correct route. They might as well take advantage of the fact that the Boundary Monument Sea had not dried up and launch a large-scale counterattack, wiping out the upper world's vanguard army. Unlike the 8 Wilderness's 10 regions, the upper world had many orthodoxies stationed in the Boundary Monument Sea. Although they were shocked by the destruction of the 9 mountains, they were more than happy. The 9 mountains to the 8 Wilderness's 10 regions was no different from the claws of a beast. Now, the beast's claws had been removed. To them, this was naturally a good thing. As for the Longevity Gu clan and Gu Changa, who had destroyed the 9 mountains, their fame had reached an unprecedented peak. Before this, no one would have thought that Gu Changa would take this opportunity to lead the Longevity Gu clan to find the 9 mountains and destroy them first. The strength of the 9 mountains was unquestionable. Even in the upper world, there were few orthodoxies that could compare to them and had so many enlightened cultivators. The strength of an ordinary imperishable orthodoxy was not even a third of the 9 mountains' strength. However, the Longevity Gu clan only needed to send a large army to destroy them easily. The commotion caused by this was even more shocking than when the Purple Mansion was destroyed. The depth of the Longevity Gu clan's foundation was terrifying. Of course, in this battle, many forces were only guessing that the Longevity Gu clan had sent many enlightened cultivators. After all, as far as they knew, it was impossible for Gu Changa to achieve such a feat by herself. Although Gu Changa was powerful and overpowered his peers, making the older generation gasp in admiration, he would never be able to do such an unbelievable thing. After that, many orthodoxies in the upper world heard about this and sent more troops here to gather and cross the Boundary Monument Sea, preparing to launch a large-scale attack. Many young powerhouses, including the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, 6-Crown King, the successor of the human ancestors' hall, rushed here because of this opportunity to attack the 8 Wilderness's 10 regions with the forces behind them. During this period, many things happened in the upper world. Many geniuses who had never appeared, among them were ancient freaks and descendants of the immemorial immortals who had been sealed for a long time. However, compared to Gu Changa, they all seemed dim, making people feel that they were born in the wrong era. Meanwhile, at the peak of the endless sea that bordered the upper world and the billions of lower worlds, the Demoness in red appeared. She gathered all the demons in the heavens and established the Demon Mountain. Her fierce power covered the universe and intimidated the world. Chapter 478. The reappearance of the She-Devil in red in the upper realm shocked everyone. After the battle at the Divine City, the She-Devil disappeared without a trace. All the orthodoxies who participated in the Demon Extermination Conference returned with heavy losses. Very few survived. Many cultivators were guessing where the She-Devil went. Some suspected that she was also severely injured and was recuperating somewhere. Some said that the She-Devil was actually eliminated after that battle, which was why there was no news from her for so long. There were all kinds of rumors, and there were many different opinions. The She-Devil's construction of the Demon Mountain at the peak of the Endless Sea was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, causing a huge uproar. Some cultivators saw with their own eyes that at the peak of the Endless Sea, endless demon chi surged and covered the moon. Everything within a radius of millions of miles turned into darkness. Stars fell from outer space and floated there, turning into star islands shrouded in chaotic fog. It was extremely terrifying. Such a phenomenon shocked everyone. Many orthodoxies even sent powerhouses to investigate, trying to find out the She-Devil's motive. If she only wanted to build the Demon Mountain, that would be fine. However, they were worried that she would be so fierce that she would start a massacre again. Now that the upper realm was at a critical juncture of conquering the 8 Desolation 10 regions, they could not spare much manpower to attack the she-devil. Moreover, after the Demon Extermination Conference, the she-devil's terror was deeply rooted in the hearts of many orthodoxies in the upper realm. No one was willing to provoke her. The Demon Mountain stood at the peak of the endless sea, with majestic and ancient palaces rising from the ground. The heavenly palace descended, and the divine tower sat there. It was hazy, like the burial ground of all living beings in ancient myths. Demons gathered there, and that place had turned into a demon realm comparable to the demon burial abyss. Demon chi filled the sky, covering millions of miles. Many peerless demons obeyed the she-devil's summons and went into hibernation. Her ferocious aura shook the heavens, frightening all the cultivators and living beings who passed by. However, the she-devil seemed to have regained much of her consciousness. Many orthodoxies were worried that she would start a massacre again, but seeing that she did not do anything, they gradually relaxed and focused on conquering the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Today, the upper realm was not peaceful. Especially after the destruction of the 9 mountains, Gu Changa's name spread throughout the heavens and caused a huge commotion. Many supreme Taoism orthodoxies and imperishable sects were shocked by this. At this point, Gu Changa had already become a young invincible legend in the eyes of countless cultivators in the upper realm. He was only in his early 20s, yet his cultivation was already unrivaled. Attacking a supreme being, leading an army to destroy the 9 great mountains. Many rumors swept through the air, making the younger generation tremble in despair. They couldn't even see his shadow in the slightest. For the older generation, Gu Changa's name made them feel even more fearful and inconceivable. Some people even felt that after witnessing the birth of a legend, Gu Changa would definitely make a strong mark in the history books of the later era. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe such limelight as unparalleled in the world. In the many lower realms, there were also countless creatures chanting his name. It was rumored that chanting his true name could protect his true spirit from destruction. In the eyes of many ancient existences, his age could already be ignored. The younger generation that had fought with Gu Changa before, such as 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and others. Although their talents were strong, compared to Gu Changa, they were far from enough. The gap was like a natural chasm, and it was difficult to see his back. In the eyes of many cultivators, the only younger generation that could be comparable to Gu Changa was perhaps the inheritor of the demonic arts who had escaped from his hands many times. However, the inheritor of the demonic arts had already disappeared for a long time, not as rampant as before. In the eyes of many cultivators, the inheritor of the demonic arts probably knew that he was not Gu Changa's opponent now, so he chose to keep a low profile and avoid encountering him. Boom! At this moment, vast ancient warships swept through the heavens, densely packed, covering the sky dome, casting down endless black shadows, crossing towards the place where the boundary monument C was located. The ancient bugle horn sounded, leading a large army of the upper realm to attack wantonly. These ancient warships carried a mighty aura, and could travel through the world passage. It was incomparably terrifying, opening up everything in the chaos. Many powerful beings of the lower realm felt this aura, and some could not help but tremble. An obviously larger and more ancient warship was surrounded by immortal chi, and palaces were everywhere. There were divine mountains, immortal islands floating in the air, and silver waterfalls like silk. It was like an ancient continent. Unlike the other ancient warships, this ancient warship had many young faces. In addition to the current generation's geniuses, there were also some ancient freaks who had just been born. For example, the descendants of the primordial immortals had terrifying auras, and their blood chi surged into the sky. They had their own mansions. There were powerful followers and servants at the door, and they were stronger than ordinary powerhouses, their strength reaching the Saint Realm. True Immortal Academy, Tao Heaven Immortal Palace, Sky Demon Tower, Sage King Hall, War Immortal Manor. Many forces that nurtured the younger generation were now gathered here. These living beings and cultivators could be said to be the most outstanding young generation in the upper realm, and could be said to be a gathering of stars. In this crusade against the 8 desolates 10 regions, these young people would participate. According to past practice, before the passage of the Empyrean abyss was stabilized, the younger generation of both sides or the older generation would fight first. The ultimate powerhouses who decided the final outcome would not easily make a move. Because before the 8 desolates 10 regions, the precepts of heaven and earth were not complete, and it was at the point where the space barrier between the two realms collided, the great Tao was chaotic, and many ultimate powerhouses could not unleash their peak strength. In the past, because of this, many ultimate powerhouses died in front of the Empyrean abyss. However, this time, all the orthodoxies of the upper realm moved together, and their momentum was shocking. In front of the boundary monument C, there were already ultimate powerhouses who manifested their Dharma bodies and left. Sister Xian, we meet again. At this moment, on a mountain peak shrouded in crimson light and immortal mist, a tall, slender, and beautiful young girl was cultivating cross-legged. She wore a wide-sleeved flowing immortal dress, and she was so beautiful that one could not find any flaw in her. Her body was glowing, and every pore seemed to be glowing. It was as if there were female immortals chanting ancient scriptures. Her skin was snow-white and flawless, and it had a sparkling luster that could be broken by the slightest touch. Her entire person had a celestial aura, and she was very cold. However, the space between her eyebrows was as cold as ice, and she gave people a feeling that she was not to be approached. Not far from the young girl, there was a big red bird. It squinted its eyes and sized up a silver-haired young girl who was walking towards it. "How many times have you deliberately come up to me?" When Gu Xian heard this, he opened his eyes. He seemed to be very familiar with the silver-haired young girl in front of him, but more than that, he was slightly impatient. "Didn't you say that we were fated to meet? How can you say that I deliberately came up to you?" The silver-haired young girl giggled when she heard this, and she gave people a very innocent feeling. She had a proud figure, and her curves were exquisite and curvaceous. She had a delicate and flawless face. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and as delicate as jade. She was not inferior to Gu Xian, at all. Moreover, her eyes were like light red-colored glass, and they were very magnificent and beautiful. Her fluttering movements were very moving, and it was really hard to find a reason to dislike her. On top of her head, there was also a pair of inconspicuous red horns, which showed that she was not a human. The two of them looked to be about the same age. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Gu Xian glanced at the silver-haired young girl and said lightly. The silver-haired young girl in front of him was called An Yen, and behind her was the reclusive celestial tribe of the An clan. Their foundation was terrifyingly strong, and they were one of the best in the upper realm, enough to be ranked at the forefront. However, because their bloodline was very strong, there were fewer people, and it was somewhat similar to the Great Void God tribe. However, compared to the Great Void God tribe, the reclusive celestial tribe was more mysterious and low-key. In recent years, only 1 or 2 of their people had traveled outside. This time, when the upper realm launched an attack on the upper realm, the An clan naturally wanted to intervene and get a share of the pie. That was why they sent their people out to participate. However, Gu Xian and An Yen didn't get to know each other here. Instead, she met An Yen when she left Peach Village and went to Transcendent Island to cultivate according to the instructions of her masters. She was trying to break through the boundary of the same realm. At that time, when An Yen found out about her identity, she was very interested in Gu Xian and shamelessly clung to her. After that, the two of them explored a few mystic realms and ruins together, and also fought for the rare items in the auction house. After a while, they became familiar with each other. "Can't I look for you just to see you?" "You're saying that I can't look for you if I don't have anything to do." An Yen rolled her eyes and went to sit beside Gu Xian, very close to her. Gu Xian glanced at her and moved to the side, saying, "Stay away from me." Humph, what a heartless guy. Forget who was the one who was almost smashed to pieces by that quasi-supreme beast. If I didn't activate the array at the crucial moment, I'm afraid grass would have grown on your grave. And Yen saw her look of disdain and was a little annoyed. She snorted and nagged. Gu Xian was not angry at all. She only said lightly, "Don't worry. Even without you, I could have survived that day. The life-saving items on me are no less than yours." "That's right, I almost forgot who you are. You're the little princess of the Gu family. How could you lack life-saving items?" And Yan's expression changed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, she was smiling. "Besides, Gu Chang'e, who is currently in the limelight in the upper realm, is your cousin. I heard that he treats you very well. How could you lack treasures?" Hearing this, Gu Xian's delicate brows slightly furrowed. "My life-saving items were not given to me by Gu Chang'e. I'm lucky that he didn't steal them from me." When Gu Chang'e was mentioned, there was some resentment in her words that could not be hidden. However, in front of An Yan, she maintained her usual fairy-like appearance and did not show the slightest bit of anger. Hearing this, An Yan had a surprised look on her face. Her sparkling and translucent eyes were wide open. "Didn't the rumors say that Gu Chang'e treats you very well? Why would he steal your things?" She seemed to be in disbelief and was very curious. It seemed that this was the first time she had heard this. Besides, the rumors said that Gu Chang'e is so and so. The rumors were so amazing that I thought they were all true. Gu Xian snorted and said, "Rumors are just rumors. Everything has to be seen with one's own eyes. Speaking of which, why do you like to talk about that guy so much recently?" And Yen smiled and said, "I'm just curious. I'm so close to you. I hear all kinds of rumors about Gu Chang'e every day. It's said that even the 9 mountains were destroyed by him. Besides, aren't you his cousin?" I couldn't help but ask. "Is that so?" Gu Xian turned and looked deeply at her, as if to see through her purpose. "Okay, actually I just heard that this time when we go to attack the 8 Desolates 10 regions, we will be fighting with the heavens' favorites there. I'm a little worried that something will happen. Isn't Gu Chang'e over there? If something happens, I want him to help me. You also know that I was born not long ago. My battle experience is pitiful. How can I be a match for the savage 8 Desolates 10 regions heaven's favorites?" And Yen seemed to be unable to stand her gaze. She shook her head and confessed. "Don't worry. Seeing that you and I are familiar with each other, I won't leave you in the lurch when the time comes." Seeing that she was so honest, Gu Xian did not ask any more questions. "I'm relieved to hear that. I'll take this opportunity to meet that cousin of yours. Okay, I won't disturb your cultivation. I look forward to the day when you suppress Gu Chang'e." And Yen saw her promise and a smile appeared on her face. Then she got up and said goodbye. She seemed very happy and skipped away. After she left, Gu Xian frowned. She waved her hand and called the big red bird over. "Big Red, why do I feel like she approached me with an ulterior motive?" she asked uncertainly. But no matter how much she thought about it, she could not figure out why An Yan approached her. When the big red bird heard this, it cast a sidelong glance at her and nodded its head, as if telling her to be more careful. "Then why did she approach me?" Gu Xian frowned, still unable to understand. In terms of status, An Yan was the princess of the hidden immortal clan. She was not any weaker than her. Could it be that what An Yan said was true? That she only wanted her to help her during the battle? Or to get close to Gu Chang'e? But Gu Xian felt that things were not that simple. But since she couldn't figure it out, she didn't continue to think about it. She continued to cultivate. Her body emitted rays of light as she prepared for the upcoming battle. On the other side, after leaving the mountain range, An Yan returned to her abode. The innocent look she had in front of Gu Xian had disappeared. Her face was expressionless. "Miss, is it really okay for you to do this?" In front of her was an old servant. His body was stooped, his eyes were sunken, his cheekbones were high, and there were horns on his head. It was difficult to hide his aura. "There is no problem. From what I have found out, Gu Xian is one of the people closest to Gu Chang'e. In some ways, Gu Xian is more like his exclusive property. Gu Xian's understanding of Gu Chang'e is much more realistic than the rumors. This is the best proof. If Gu Xian wasn't so important to him, how could someone like him show his true face so easily? As long as I have a good relationship with Gu Xian I will naturally be able to enter Gu Chang'e's line of sight and get in touch with him." And Yen shook her head. Her face showed a contemplative expression that didn't match her appearance. Now, she was calm and reserved. Compared to her appearance in front of Gu Xian it could be said that they were two different faces. Since Miss says so, then this old servant can rest assured. Gu Chang'e is very dangerous. If Miss wants to get close to him, you have to be very careful. You can't be careless. When the old servant heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. And Yen nodded. Then she said with a slightly cold expression, "Of course I know. Gu Xian looks like she doesn't eat the food of mortals. But she is actually very smart. She should have seen through some things. Speaking of this," she sighed, "but she didn't make things difficult for me. If there weren't so many dangers and troubles, it would be good to have a friend like her. It's been hard on Miss all these years. First, Miss is getting more and more power. Her right to speak in the clan is close to that of the master. I think in a few years, the entire clan will fall under the control of First Mississippi. When that time comes, Miss, it will truly be difficult for you to make any progress in the clan." Hearing this, the old servant's expression was somewhat sorrowful, but more than that, it was heartache. All these years, Miss could be said to be living in the cracks of the clan. It could be said that she was walking on thin ice and was very careful. Not only did she have to solve First Miss's problems, but she also had to be vigilant against the other clans who were eyeing the inheritance covetously. As the master of the clan, her father turned a deaf ear to her and didn't care. If Mistress was still here, how could First Miss be so arrogant? The old servant's voice trembled. His words couldn't hide his sadness and anger. And Yen shook her head and said, "You don't have to say these words. I know all about it. And you don't have to be so disheartened. After all, this time, it wasn't she who sought her own death. She saved someone who shouldn't have saved, and let me hear those words. So what if she has the blood of a hidden immortal? In today's upper realm, even if a true immortal appeared, it would be useless." As she said this, she couldn't help but sneer. She seemed to be very confident. Chapter 479. Soon, ancient warships crossed the sky one after another, crashing through the horizon. Surrounded by endless multicolored light, they passed through the vast and boundless boundary monument sea. Huge waves overflowed into the sky, continuously slapping over, as if they were going to shatter these worlds. The incomparably vast higher realm army stretched without end, covering everything. Their numbers exceeded trillions as they rushed towards the 8 desolates' 10 regions. Outside the realm abyss, a great fog overflowed into the sky, enveloping the sky. Countless sounds of battle rang out. Many ancient warships stopped here, casting down shadows that covered everything. Their numbers were uncountable. The higher realm army approached, arriving before the realm abyss. Woo-woo, the bugle horn of the 8 desolates' 10 regions sounded, the sound shaking the heavens and earth, containing incomparable power, causing the world barrier to tremble. Kill! Kill! Great armies rushed out from the great fog. Among them, war fortresses stood tall, like majestic divine mountains, chaotic chi falling down. Above the war fortresses, runes flickered, condensing into extremely powerful fluctuations. Dazzling radiance was incomparably brilliant, slashing out beams of light. The stars in the outer realms rustled, about to fall and shatter here. The higher realm army and the 8 Desolates 10 regions army erupted here. This was a chaotic galaxy, and countless shattered universes. However, because of the great battle, lightning and heavenly fire were born amidst the destruction. Many universes in the surroundings were rumbling and trembling because of this terrifying momentum. Many higher realm orthodoxies sent their armies forward, trying to take advantage of the 9 mountains' destruction and the 8 Desolates 10 regions' morale to launch an expedition. However, to the disappointment of many higher realm orthodoxies, the 8 Desolates 10 regions didn't lose their battle chi because of this. On the contrary, many powerhouses were affected, disregarding life and death, continuously fighting, causing many higher realm orthodoxies a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, outside the realm abyss, inside the Longevity Gu family's ancient worship, many knights were waiting solemnly, not joining the other forces to attack, waiting for the higher realms' reinforcements to arrive. Within the palace, Gu Changa's silhouette was blurry as he sat cross-legged. Chaos chi permeated the air, and there seemed to be 3,000 ancient worlds revolving around him. Countless gods were faintly discernible, shining with silvery light, eternally indestructible. A drop of true blood appeared in his heart. It seemed to illuminate the myriad worlds of the heavens, crossing the river of time and collapsing the order of the world. It turned into an aura like a vast sea that was absorbed by him strand by strand. An unimaginable drop of forbidden blood. Seeing all this, the Empyrean maiden was very shocked. She could not help but feel a sense of fear from her soul. She did not dare to get close. She could feel how terrifying Gu Changa was at this moment. That aura was deep and cold, as if it could devour and destroy everything, bringing endless darkness to the 557 heavens. And this drop of unimaginable forbidden blood seemed to be of the same origin as Gu Changa? Yes, that was the feeling of the same origin. Otherwise, with Gu Changa's current strength, it was impossible for him to get close to this drop of forbidden blood. Not to mention the current Gu Changa, even the legendary immortals were far from enough in front of him. Who exactly is he? This made the Empyrean maiden's expression even more complicated. She did not dare to guess further. She did not expect to see all this with her own eyes while guarding Gu Changa. Originally, Gu Changa letting her guard meant that she had gained some trust from Gu Changa, which should make her happy. But seeing this scene made the Empyrean maiden regret. Some things were better not known. The more one knew, the better one would be. While the Empyrean dear mystic maiden was in a complicated mood, Gu Changa opened her eyes in the palace, and the terrifying phenomena around her disappeared. How long have I been cultivating? He did not care about the Empyrean maiden's complicated expression. He got up and asked casually. 7 days. The Empyrean maiden replied. She walked over naturally, picked up the robe on the bed, and helped Gu Changa put it on. He actually spent 7 days to stabilize it. Gu Changa frowned, but when he thought about how he had broken through to the 5th heaven of the quasi-emperor realm in one go, he was relieved. How are the battles between the upper realm and the 8 wilderness 10 regions? He was quite interested in the battle at the Empyrean abyss. Although the Longevity Gu clan had not joined in, many orthodoxies could not hold back and had sent their troops to attack. There are victories and losses, but most of the 8 wilderness 10 regions have lost miserably. The Empyrean maiden said with a complicated expression. As the guardian of the Empyrean maiden city, she was now in the upper realm and was even reporting to Gu Changa about the current situation. If the 8 wilderness 10 regions knew about this, it would definitely cause a terrible commotion. But until now, Gu Changa had not sent anyone to spread the news. Instead, he held her as a trump card. The Empyrean maiden knew his intentions, but there was nothing she could do. Now, the 8 wilderness 10 regions were showing signs of retreat before the upper realm army arrived. She could even foresee the tragedy that would follow. I gave Lin Wu half a year. Do you think he can do it in half a year? Gu Chengde suddenly smiled. He was not surprised to hear about the situation of the battle. The Empyrean Abyss and the 8 Wilderness 10 regions would not be able to defend themselves. Even without the Empyrean Maiden, many orthodoxies would be able to calculate and establish a stable passage. This was also the reason why many of the 8 Wilderness 10 regions armies had descended here to counterattack the upper realm. They were planning to cut off all means of retreat. Lin Wu's will is firm and his Tao heart is unshakable. His beloved is in young Master Gu's hands. No matter what choice he makes, he will definitely take her into consideration. The Empyrean Maiden shook her head. Is that so? Gu Chengde smiled and did not comment. At this moment, a Gu clan expert suddenly appeared outside the palace and reported respectfully, "Young master, the Dharmakayas of the various orthodoxies have arrived. They invite you to come with them to discuss the war against the 8 Wilderness 10 regions." These Dharmakayas were the patriarchs, old antiques, and living fossils of the various imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. They had lived for a long time and were all enlightened beings. However, only one Dharmakayas had arrived. They invited Gu Chengde to discuss with them. They no longer treated him as a junior but as someone on the same level as them. Are they planning to cross over? Gu Chengde nodded. He looked interested and said, "You may leave. I understand." Then, he looked at the Empyrean Maiden and smiled. "Maiden, do you want to come with me?" "Young Master Gu, you can go alone. I'm an outsider in the upper realm after all. I can't participate." The Empyrean Maiden shook her head. She did want to hear about the upper realm's plan to attack. However, she also understood that it was not appropriate for her status as a prisoner. "Aren't you my concubine? When did you become an outsider?" Gu Chengde stared at her with interest. The Empyrean Maiden was stunned. Then, her eyes sparkled. She suddenly smiled and said, "Young Master Gu, are you trying to trick me? There are no outsiders here. I'm not your concubine. Unless you want my body." However, before she could finish, Gu Chengde had already torn open the space in front of him and disappeared. The Empyrean Maiden was not worthy of his life and death. At this moment, in a void space that looked like a shattered universe, terrifying demon godlike figures stood there, shrouded in primal chaos, covering the heaven and earth. A terrifying aura surged in this mysterious space. It was oppressive and made one's soul feel like it was about to shatter. Many Dharmakayas of the upper realm's strongest cultivators were gathered here. They were discussing many things. Their emotions surged like a vast ocean, causing the stars to tremble like dust. Before the upper realm's army arrives, we shouldn't act rashly. The 8 barren 10 regions are probably gathering people to prepare for a large-scale counterattack. A veteran enlightened being said slowly. He was famous thousands of years ago and had a lot of prestige in the upper realm. Could it be that we are just going to wait for the 8 barren 10 regions group of ants to jump around? As long as there is injustice in the 8 barren 10 regions, I will feel uncomfortable. Why do we waste so much time in this cultivation realm? Isn't it all because of the 8 barren 10 regions? Another enlightened being interrupted. His face was extremely cold, his entire body wrapped within a layer of dim light. He came from the 10,000 archaic clans, an old ancestor of a clan. He had light green scales on his body. On his head were 2 resplendent dragon horns that flowed with a terrifying world-destroying aura. Right now, his words carried killing intent. This type of emotion hadn't been displayed in millions of years. We definitely won't let the 8 barren 10 regions be complacent for much longer. Even though we cannot take action right now, having the younger generation kill their younger generation is not a bad choice. I believe the 8 barren 10 regions will definitely accept the challenge. They won't dare lose face like this. Now that Gu Chengde has wiped out the 9 mountains, it is precisely a good chance to attack the 8 barren 10 regions' morale. A enlightened being said indifferently. The stellar streams above his head trembled, undergoing great changes following his will. It was obvious that he had a plan in mind and would not stop attacking the 8 barren 10 regions just because of this. His words caused the eyes of the other Tao achievers to narrow. They seemed to have thought of something, and smiled. Just then, outside of this space, there was a sudden ripple. Gu Chang'e walked over and appeared just in time to hear what they were saying. That's a good idea. According to our usual practice, since we still need some training, we'll let the heavens favorites from the 8 barren 10 regions use it to train our troops. He nodded slightly with a smile on his face as he agreed. Seeing Gu Chang'e's arrival, many enlightened beings couldn't help but feel shocked. If Gu Chang'e didn't tear apart space and purposely create a disturbance, they wouldn't have been able to sense when he arrived. Even though they were only enlightened beings right now, such methods shocked them greatly. Their speculations about Gu Chang'e's strength also made them wary. That's what I was thinking. Since the old guys from the 8 barren 10 regions are afraid of death, the young ones won't be able to resist. This is also a good way to weaken their morale. The 8 barren 10 regions are used to peace. How can their heavens favorites compare to our heavens favorites who have been fighting and killing along the way? Since even Gu Chang'e had said so, the enlightened beings discussed and felt that this was the best method for now. The 8 barren 10 regions would definitely agree. If they chose to retreat at this time, it would definitely shake their morale. Now that we can't come here with our true bodies, we can only leave the overall situation here to young Master Chang'e. With you here, we'll be more assured. Then, the enlightened beings nodded and said solemnly. Then it's decided. I'll send a letter of challenge to the 8 barren 10 regions. Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed when he heard this. Then, he smiled. Boom! He reached his hand into the space and immediately grabbed billions of stars. The aura of the great path flowed and gathered into an endlessly brilliant brush. It was the word battle. As his brush landed, the word instantly broke through the space and flew toward the 8 barren 10 regions Sky Deer City with a terrifying whistle that shook the heavens and the earth. This was the word of the great path. It was written with the laws of the heavens and the earth. Every word and sentence contained great majesty. Buzz. Soon, the dazzling word tore through the sky and was reflected in the emptiness abyss. It blew away the monstrous fog and brought with it endless divine chains of laws. All the cultivators were shocked and their hearts trembled. This is the Lord's aura. In the depths of the battlefield, a terrifying figure was shrouded in thick fog. He was like an immortal god of war. The waves he emitted made the sky tremble. It was so powerful that it was boundless. Just the aura alone was enough to make all the cultivators' expressions change. They almost couldn't breathe and trembled from the bottom of their souls. This was the power of a sub-emperor. He looked down on the heavens and the earth. Just his emotions alone could cause changes in the heavens and the earth. He rarely spoke and was filled with endless majesty. However, when they felt this aura at this moment, they couldn't help but show respect. In a Da's hands, the immortal killing gourd's surface swirled with bloody radiance. Strand after strand of smoke pierced through the sky dome and was devoured by the gourd's opening. All of the corpses, the life matter within, including the source energy, baleful energy, killing intent, blood, and other things, could all be used to nurture the immortal killing gourd. Wave after wave of cultivators from the 8 desolates 10 regions came. Without a doubt, they all died here, buried here. The great army of the higher realms stopped in the sky dome outside emptiness abyss. As far as the eye could see, their numbers exceeded several trillion. Their power was tremendous, making the world change color. As for the cultivators below the Saint Realm, their numbers were even greater. Their corpses dyed the great desert red. The scene was incomparably cruel. The plains, mountains, abyss, all of the terrain was trembling. Sounds of fighting sounded. They weren't that loud, but they were world-shaking, as if the entire world was going to collapse. Of course, for the immortal killing gourd, this was the best place to nurture it. We clearly know that this battle is dangerous, but our 8 Desolates cultivators are fearless. So what if you have a declaration of war? In the distance, the voices of the 8 Desolates 10 regions experts were extremely cold. Terrifying fluctuations were similarly terrifying as they confronted each other in the distant outer space. Those who achieved the Tao wouldn't easily engage in great battles. However, right now, many cultivators who were fighting against the higher realm's great army all shivered. Many of them even felt a chill run down from head to toe. At this time, the higher realms released the word war. Could it be that they were planning to carry out a great final battle? Moreover, from this war word, they felt a type of terrifying killing intent that was unmatched. Just a single strand of fluctuation was enough to make many experts explode. Many cultivators and creatures felt uneasy. After all, once the great final battle began, it meant that they would face the full force of the higher realms. At that time, Heavenly Deer City might very well be broken through, the 8 Desolates 10 regions falling. Everyone would die. However, soon after, behind Emptiness Abyss, a group of old monsters appeared. After observing that war word, they came to a conclusion. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The higher realms are planning to send out their younger generation to fight against us. This is a declaration of war. An ancient family's old monster said, his expression extremely heavy. Does the higher realms want to let us know that even the younger generation can suppress us? In that instant, many people reacted, becoming extremely furious. This was especially the case with the 8 Desolates 10 regions younger generation. They were even more furious, truly wishing they could rush up and fight against the higher realms. However, the older generation still calmed down quickly, their faces becoming a bit pale. They understood that this was the higher realm's overt scheme. Regardless of whether they accepted or not, for the 8 Desolates 10 regions, it would still be a heavy blow. The higher realm's younger generation was clearly much stronger than the 8 Desolates 10 regions. This battle might be extremely difficult, to the extent where they might even have to send out heavenly talents from other generations. Then, the majestic 8 Desolates 10 regions' great army began to withdraw, returning to the war fortress, hiding within the heaven-overflowing great mist in Emptiness Abyss. After a round of discussion, the 8 Desolates 10 regions' most powerful experts appeared, accepting the declaration of war outside Emptiness Abyss, agreeing that half a month later, the 2 realms would come here to train and fight. Chapter 480. Ancient warships swept across the sky, heading towards the Empyrean abyss that was shrouded in endless fog. Behind them was the mighty army of the upper world. Many beings from the upper world's orthodoxies had already gathered here, and they were communicating with the orthodoxies that were previously stationed here. The vast fog was vast and mighty, as if it came from another world, accompanied by loud and rumbling sounds. This place was made up of many broken universes, and there were also various chaotic storms of the Great Path. It was extremely dangerous, and there was the danger of dying. If one did not have the correct route, even those who had achieved the Great Path would not dare to set foot in this place. At this moment, ancient warships and heavenly ships stood in the sky, and endless rules divine chains fell, covering the universe, like ancient and immortal divine mountains and continents. On these ancient warships were all sky prides and powerhouses from the upper world. Their chi and blood surged like furnaces, and no one dared to underestimate them. From time to time, there would be spatial fluctuations, and figures would turn into divine rainbows and fly away, rushing to the encampments of their respective clans or orthodoxies. Greetings, young lord. Many knights were wearing battle suits, holding weapons such as heavenly spears, battle spears, and long sabers. At this moment, they were all in front of Gu Changa, and their expressions were extremely respectful. However, there was more awe and fanaticism. Behind them were the young sky prides from the Longevity Gu clan. There were also the disciples of the Taichu divine sect. They were all the best of their generation, and it could be said that they could not find an opponent in the same realm. Conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions was a rare opportunity for them to gain experience and improve. Now that Gu Changa was here, they were more at ease and did not have to worry about their lives. How many people from the Gu clan have come this time? What about my mother's side? Gu Changa nodded, and his gaze swept across the dense, endless, and torrent-like army behind him as he asked. Young lord, there are 30 million soldiers from the clan, 10 million from the mistress, and 50 million from the affiliated orthodoxies. Among them, there are 9 quasi-emperors, 30 supreme, 100 quasi-emperors, and countless saints and immortals. The powerhouse who just reported said respectfully. Due to the boundary monument C, it was very difficult for those who had attained the Tao to cross over. Hence, only their avatars were sent over. Gu Changa nodded. His gaze swept across the younger generation once again. Everyone was looking at him with a fanatical and reverent expression. His brows suddenly furrowed as he realized that there seemed to be someone missing. Where's that guy, Gu Xian? He asked. Young lady Xian is not with the clan, but with True Immortal Academy. The subordinate reported. True Immortal Academy, is she planning to represent the True Immortal Academy to fight against the 8 desolates 10 regions? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. He wasn't worried that something would happen to Gu Xian, but when he saw that she wasn't in the crowd, he thought that she had left the tribe and gone to fight alone. That guy actually didn't come to see him first when he rushed here. It seemed that his fat guts were itching for a beating. The border of the realm void abyss was very large, and it was shrouded in a boundless fog. From time to time, one could hear the deafening roars of terrifying vicious beasts coming from within. All the clans and orthodoxies had set up camp here, covering a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Waves of terrifying auras could be seen spreading out, shaking one's heart and soul, shocking everyone. Inside the True Immortal Academy's encampment, many elders were explaining the matter this time to the disciples, as well as what they needed to pay attention to. After all, the environment of the 2 realms was different. The prodigies of the 8 desolates 10 regions and the prodigies here could be said to be completely different. There was a huge difference in the way they cultivated and the methods they honed. However, many elders were still very relieved, because the disciples who could enter the True Immortal Academy were all well-known figures among their peers. In the upper realm, they were already revered among their peers, and in the 8 desolates 10 regions, they were even more undefeatable. The 8 desolates 10 regions place more emphasis on unearthing the power of one's bloodline. They call our supernatural powers the blood arts. Gu Xian stood outside the crowd, cold and proud, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She listened very seriously. She attached great importance to many matters regarding cultivation, and would not slack or underestimate them in the slightest. Not far from the True Immortal Academy's encampment, many of the older generation were also explaining things. From her direction, she could see that side clearly. Sky Demon Tower, War Immortal's Manor, Sage King Hall. These forces were the same as the True Immortal Academy, nurturing the most outstanding prodigies of this generation. Many young existences could be seen here, forming their own circles. On the True Immortal Academy's side, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, 6 Crown King, and Human Ancestor Hall's Saintess Wang Zijin were the leaders, and many disciples followed behind. For example, Jiang Chu-Chu, Yu Mingkong, and the others had their own matters to attend to, so they could not leave and could not come here. Therefore, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others were practically the leaders of this generation's True Immortal Academy. For example, Gu Changa had not appeared in the True Immortal Academy for a long time. Of course, his identity and strength had reached a level that the younger generation could not compare to, so it was the same whether he appeared or not. As for Sky Demon Tower's side, this generation's young existence called Sky Demon Sovereign was their leader. It was rumored that he was an ancient freak, possessing the fiend immortal bloodline, his descendant. His power was astonishing, many followers following him. As for War Immortal Manor, it was actually a bit similar to Human Ancestor Hall. However, it was different from Human Ancestor Hall, only having a single human ancestor. War Immortal Manor existed specifically for nurturing War Immortals, requiring the sex disciples to be revered among their peers, possessing heaven-overflowing combat strength, unmatched. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to be called War Immortals. Meanwhile, the last War Immortal, it was rumored that he had reappeared in this world a while ago, but was killed by Gu Chang'e in Heaven Water Realm. This matter triggered a great commotion. No one knew if it was true or not, but it also made War Immortal Manor develop quite a bit of resentment towards Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e's identity, status, and strength were there in the end. War Immortal Manor could only endure, grit their teeth and swallow their anger. This generation's War Immortal Manor inheritor, known as Little War Immortal, also appeared in various places during this period of time. Very few people had seen his true appearance. It was rumored that he had fought with Six Crown King, but no one knew who won or lost. Because of Gu Xian and Gu Chang'e's relationship, War Immortal Manor's inheritor also developed quite a bit of enmity towards her. Apart from this, Sage King Hall's inheritor was also very powerful. Although he wasn't well known, it was rumored that he had once accidentally stepped into the tidal flats of time, and fought with an ancient young true dragon, obtaining a great opportunity. These were all people that couldn't be underestimated. These are all people that I want to defeat one by one. When Gu Xian thought of this, quite a bit of fighting spirit appeared in her heart. She couldn't defeat Gu Chang'e, but if she couldn't even defeat these young supreme beings, then that would be too unreasonable. She might even incur Gu Chang'e's disdain and ridicule. Meanwhile, just as all kinds of thoughts flashed through Gu Xian's mind, a great commotion suddenly sounded from not too far away. Many cultivators and creatures looked over in shock. It's young Master Chang'e. It's really him. What is he doing here? Could it be that he's here to encourage us? Someone exclaimed, and his face was filled with surprise and shock. He even found it hard to believe that Gu Chang'e would actually come here personally. However, some people thought of Gu Chang'e's identity. He was also a disciple of Immortal Academy. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with him coming here. Of course, some people instantly thought that Gu Chang'e's arrival here had something to do with Gu Xian, who was outside the crowd, and couldn't help but look at her. With that person's temperament, it was almost impossible for him to come here to see Gu Xian. After all, Immortal Academy was the same to him whether it existed or not. Why are you all looking at me? Why is this guy always so high profile? Gu Xian wasn't used to the feeling of suddenly being the center of attention. Although her expression was still cold and aloof, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart. At this moment, in the places where the Sky Demon Tower, War Immortal's Manor, Sage King Hall, and other forces were stationed, there were young people with solemn expressions. They focused their gazes, and divine light shone in their eyes. All kinds of techniques were used to see the young figure clearly. He just walked over from the sky, and it was incomparably hazy. It was as if there was endless divine light shrouding his body. 3,000 ancient worlds surrounded him, and countless gods were kowtowing, and the vast sounds of the world and worship were heard. This scene made everyone solemn. Many of the older generation were shocked, and they actually had the urge to kneel and kowtow to this young man. This was obviously because his Tao had reached an unfathomable and unimaginable level. What terrifying strength! Perhaps it has already surpassed the supreme level. However, as I expected, Gu Xian is very special to him. In the distance, a tall girl with silver hair had a strange look in her eyes. She stood on the mountain peak and looked at the scene. The Upper Realm and the 8 Desolates 10 regions would train and fight in the Upper Realm's Void Abyss in half a month. Once this news spread, it quickly stirred up great waves in the hearts of many cultivators and creatures of the 2 realms. For the 8 Desolates 10 regions, this news was like a bolt from the blue, directly smashing into many people's heads. They were stunned, and couldn't react for a long time. It was because this meant that when the time came, many of the younger generation and older generation would fight on the battlefield. That was to disregard life and death, and there was no return. Because of this, the ancestors fought to the death with the upper realm, and it could be said that they suffered great losses. For 1 out of 100 people to return was already not bad, something worth rejoicing over. Many of the cultivators who participated died miserably on the battlefield, unable to return at all. Even their corpses couldn't be found. Some of the upper realm clans would even eat the creatures of the 8 Desolates 10 regions as food. Their methods could be said to be cruel. However, this matter had already been decided by the powerful cultivators of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, and even the letter of challenge in front of the void abyss was accepted. Even if the others wanted to refuse, they couldn't. Of course, there were those who were greedy for life and afraid of death. However, at this time, there was no lack of hot-blooded young people who couldn't wait to charge into the battlefield and kill all of the invading upper realm cultivators. The older generation had long seen through all of this. The upper realm was only using this opportunity to stall for time, waiting for the rest of the army to arrive and then launch the final battle. Therefore, regardless of whether the upper realm won or lost, the upper realm would benefit in the end. The 8 Desolates 10 regions had no other choice from the beginning. If they refused the challenge, it would be a huge blow to their morale. We can use this opportunity to fight with those despicable fellows from the upper realm. Let them know how powerful we are. Let's see who dares to invade in the future. Yes, after accepting the letter of challenge, we have a legitimate reason to fight with the upper realm. I've cultivated for so many years, waiting for this moment. Inside the majestic Tianlu city, which was like an ancient divine city. Many stars floated up and down, and the Milky Way fell. It was incomparably vast and magnificent. At this moment, white fog filled the air, and colorful clouds enshrouded the pavilion. A group of young men and women were gathered together, discussing matters. Their cultivation levels were very high, and they were outstanding. Their bodies were surrounded by astonishing rays of light, and their eyes were brilliant, far surpassing their peers. Among them were this generation's geniuses, and there were also ancient freaks who had been in hibernation in the previous era and had only awakened in this era. After hearing the news from the front line of the upper realm's void abyss, everyone was excited and did not feel discouraged. On the contrary, they were excited and could not wait to kill their way over. They had wanted to go to the battlefield for a long time. However, the families behind them felt that they were too weak, so they had been allowed to stay in Tianlu City and not go to the front line. Now that the upper realm had issued the letter of challenge, it was time for them to strike. Everyone was rubbing their hands together, extremely excited. They had been waiting for this opportunity. Do you guys think we'll meet the rumored leader of the upper realm? I really want to fight with him in the same realm. A young man with an extremely tall and sturdy body like the black tortoise suddenly spoke, his expression filled with confidence. His name was Xian Tian, and he had the bloodline of the black tortoise. He was the descendant of the black tortoise battle god clan. His strength was considered top-notch among his peers, and he had never tasted defeat. In the 8 Wastelands 10 regions, there were 4 major clans with mysterious bloodlines. These included the Black Tortoise Battle God Clan, the Dragon Blood Battle God Clan, the Vermilion Bird Battle God Clan, and the White Tiger Battle God Clan. Legend had it that their ancestors were transformed from real divine beasts and had the strength of immortals. Although their bloodlines had gradually thinned out due to the passage of time, they were no longer as strong as they were in ancient times. However, in the 8 Wastelands 10 regions, they were still a well-known clan with a respected status. Xian Tian, you should ask Lin Wu about this. He has seen the leader of the upper realm with his own eyes. Lin Wu should know very well how strong that person is. However, if that person were to strike, I reckon it would be the older generation of the Supremes from our world. The opponent's strength is not something that we can contend against. She begged for fresh flowers. Hearing this, many people looked at Lin Wu with a strange expression on their faces. Lin Wu sat alone in the corner and was very quiet. He did not say a word. Ever since the last time he escaped from the Boundary Monument Sea, he seemed to have suffered a huge blow. Many people felt that he had lost the vigor and confidence he had in the past. He was a little dejected. Some of the strongest people had checked his body, worried that he had been hit by some kind of spell at the Boundary Monument Sea. Later on, they found that he had only suffered a huge blow and his Taoist heart was slightly damaged. Or it was because he had personally witnessed the clan members that he had brought their being annihilated, and he fell into self-blame and guilt. It was a pity that such a good young seed was destroyed just like that. In many people's opinion, because of Lin Wu, the 8 Wastelands 10 Regions Supreme Treasure, the immortal slaying gourd, was lost and obtained by the upper realm. His sweetheart was also taken away, and no one knew whether she was dead or alive. This made him feel guilty, and he could not walk out of the shadow. During this period of time, Lin Wu had also fallen from a dazzling and unparalleled young genius to such a dispirited state. It was truly depressing. Brother Lin is the successor of the Dragon Blood Battle God clan. How can you fall so low? This time, the upper realm has issued a challenge, and it's our chance to avenge our humiliation. Seeing Lin Wu like this, Xian Tian could not help but shake his head, seemingly a little disappointed. Once upon a time, he had thought of Lin Wu as a strong opponent. However, he did not expect Lin Wu to be like this now. The other geniuses had different expressions. Some felt pity, some were gloating, and some were indifferent. There were many young geniuses in the pavilion, and many of them were not weaker than Lin Wu. They came from all over the 8 Wastelands 10 regions, and they were all elites. They were invincible and had the ambition to dominate the younger generation. Today, they were gathered here to discuss the war of the 2 realms in half a month's time. However, unlike the confident and high spirits of the younger generation, some of the older generation who had come into contact with the upper realm had heavy expressions. The entire Sky Deer City was shrouded in an atmosphere that foreshadowed the coming storm. The older generation had the most contact with the upper realm, and they knew how powerful and terrifying it was. Especially when they were in the same realm, they had an innate advantage. Since even the young are like this, why should we be afraid of a bunch of old bones? We'll accept this battle. It's time for us old bones to be put to good use. It's better to leave the future to the younger generation. Boom! However, at this moment, in the depths of Sky Deer City, auspicious clouds rushed into the sky, and immortal chi gushed out. A large group of old antiques and old demons who had been in seclusion appeared. Their essence chi surged like a tsunami, forming a terrifying domain. This was definitely a group of super experts who had been cultivating in seclusion. Now that they heard the words of the younger generation, they all showed up in high spirits, ready to fight against the upper realm. Many young experts suspected that their chi and blood were not as strong as this group of old antiques. They were too vigorous, like giant furnaces that could melt everything in the world. This also made many people see hope in this. Then, ancient warships and war fortresses rose into the sky, breaking through the space barrier and leaving Sky Deer City, carrying many young and old people who were going to participate in the war. There are still a few months left. Lin Wu was in the crowd, and his mood was heavy. He even felt a little hopeless. Gu Chang'e had given him half a year to find the core of Sky Deer City's formation. However, until now, he had not found the slightest way or method. On one hand, he did not want to become a sinner. On the other hand, he did not want Lulua, Sky Deer Mystic Fairy, and the others to be harmed. He was caught in a dilemma. Could it be that in the end, he had to give up on one side? No, there must be a way. Lin Wu's expression was a little ferocious. He had no time to fight against the upper realm. However, at this moment, his eyes suddenly focused as he noticed a person not far away. It was a beautiful and slender woman. She was dazzling as she stood in the crowd like a moon surrounded by stars. Many of the prodigies around her were very respectful to her. That woman beside Sky Deer Mystic Fairy that day, why is she here too? No, she should be Sky Deer Mystic Fairy's disciple. When Lin Wu saw her, he thought of something and suddenly felt a little excited. He suddenly thought of a solution. He did not have to be the sinner of the upper realm. Are these the young generation of the 8 Desolates 10 regions? They don't look like much. On the other side, there was a man in a suit of golden armor, which made him look like a god. He was accompanied by a few old antiques and was sizing up the young prodigies. It was Gu Wudi, who had escaped from the 9 mountains. Now, he was in high spirits, and many of the old antiques were in awe of him. Path chosen, the young generation today has cultivated for too short a time. If they were given a few hundred more years, they might not be like this. An old antique next to Gu Wudi could not help but smile bitterly when he heard this, but it was more of a pity. In terms of cultivation time, the young generation of the 8 Desolates 10 regions was too short. The chances of winning this battle are not high. Gu Wudi seemed to sigh when he heard this, and there was some pity on his face. The old antiques fell silent as well. Although the 9 mountains behind Gu Wudi had been destroyed by the upper realm, his identity as the successor of the 9 mountains was undeniable, and they had to respect him. Moreover, Gu Wudi only looked young, but his actual age was about the same as theirs. There's no choice. The upper realm is coming aggressively. We have no choice in this battle. When the time comes, I hope Path Chosen can lend a hand. The old antiques sighed. Gu Wudi's expression was a little strange. He looked at Xiao Yang in the distance and sneered in his heart. The 8 Desolates 10 regions would be breached sooner or later. After escaping from the 9 mountains, he was still worried that the 8 Desolates 10 regions would have some powerful methods to turn the situation around. However, after these days, it seemed that with these people, even the 9 mountains were not as good as them. If they did not have the geographical advantage, they would have been conquered by the upper realm long ago. This made him feel even more relieved. Submitting to Gu Chang'e was probably the best decision in his life. Fan. Chapter 481. Gu Chang'e's arrival had caused a huge commotion. Many sky prides and the older generation had noticed him. Some ancient freaks who had just been born also stared at him, sizing him up. In the current upper realm, Gu Chang'e's every move could be said to have stirred up thousands of storms. Even the 9 mountains had been destroyed by his hands, causing a terrifying earthquake in the upper realm. Some time ago, many ultimate powerhouses from various orthodoxies had gone to the divine city in an attempt to hunt the red-robed female demon. In the end, everyone had died, and only Gu Chang'e had survived. The strength he displayed was also terrifying, and no one knew how strong he was. Many of the younger generation wanted to know how big the gap was between them and Gu Chang'e. Now, everyone's gazes were focused on him. In the area where the Sky Demon Tower, War Immortal's Manor, and Sage King Hall were, several young creatures with different auras from the other young Sky Prides looked at Gu Chang'e with great caution. The Sky Demon Lord of the Sky Demon Tower was a man with very fair skin. He wore a dark blue robe and had a golden horn on his forehead. His entire body was surrounded by brilliant divine light, and he was like a monarch with an innate majesty. How could there be such a terrifying existence in this era? He was whispering, but his words could not hide his shock. Many of his followers behind him were also silent. They could feel a deep sense of fear from their master. The Sky Demon Lord was a very proud and confident person, and he knew that no one could compare to him. It was already very unbelievable that he would say such a thing. The previous War Immortal was killed by him. The successor of War Immortal's manor was shrouded in fog, and his face could not be seen clearly. He muttered softly. However, one could see that his hair was very long, and he had a pair of golden cross-shaped eyes. Rays of golden light spread out from them, and it was breathtaking. Some of the old antiques were a little wary of him, and they could not figure out his strength. Could the terrifying demonic shadow in the time beach be him? The most mysterious successor of the Sage King Hall had also appeared at this moment. There was a faint light on his body, as if he was wrapped in time fragments. He stood there, but it was as if he was separated from everyone by time and space. Hum! A beam of golden divine light flashed across his eyes. He seemed to be using some kind of secret technique to spy on Wuxia. However, in the next moment, he suddenly let out a muffled groan. His body shook violently, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had no choice but to withdraw his divine ability. This person is interesting. The aura of time, Wuxia smiled and retracted his gaze. The successor of the Sage King Hall was extremely shocked. He was even more fearful as he trembled slightly. He had never imagined that Wuxia would be able to injure him so severely with just a single glance, almost shattering his soul. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. Everyone's emotions were different. Many ancient existences from True Immortal Academy also spoke up one after another, greeting respectfully. And now, Wuxia's strength had far surpassed theirs. Even if they were the elders of True Immortal Academy, they did not dare to show the slightest bit of seniority in front of Wuxia. Wuxia nodded slightly, looked at Wuxian, and said, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I came to see you?" Wuxian, looked as cold as ice, as if no one could get close to her. There was no expression on her delicate and flawless face. In the eyes of many people, she seemed to dislike Wuxia very much. This made many people envious, especially some of the favored daughters of the heavens and the goddesses of the great sections. However, in this world, only this little princess of the Longevity Gu family dared to treat Wuxia like this. Many people knew about the grudge between her and Wuxia. Therefore, many people could understand why Wuxia treated her like this now. Although it seemed like he was doting on her, it was more like he was trying to make up for it. "What are you doing here? I don't need you to come and see me." Wuxian snorted. Her little face was very tense as she said lightly. Her personality was like this. Although she was very happy in her heart, it was impossible for her to lower her head in front of Wuxia. It was impossible for her to even show the slightest bit of happiness, especially in front of so many people. She couldn't wait for people to know that she and Wuxia were like fire and water. "What are you saying? Isn't it natural for me to look at you? Knowing that you are going to fight with the younger generation of the 8 Baron 10 regions, I am even more worried." Wuxia didn't seem to be angry at all when he heard this. He smiled and said. His expression was as gentle as jade, giving people a feeling like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Many of the favored daughters of the heavens were secretly looking at him. Their eyes were full of undisguised admiration, and they shone with a strange light. Why didn't they have such an elder brother? Wuxian snorted. In her heart, she only wanted to roll her eyes. Would Wuxia be worried about her? It would be good enough if he didn't scold and bully her. She didn't believe that Wuxia would be so kind-hearted. "You definitely don't have anything good to say to me," Wuxian said. Wuxia said with a slightly regretful expression, "I was worried about you, so I came here to give you something to protect yourself." "You actually said that. You really hurt my heart." Hearing that Wuxia wanted to give her something to protect herself, Wuxian was first stunned. Then, her first reaction was disbelief. It was good enough that Wuxia didn't steal her treasures. The treasures she got from Wuxia were all exchanged with him based on her own abilities. "I don't need you to give me something to protect me. I don't lack." Wuxian really wanted to roll her eyes at Wuxia. However, in front of others, she maintained her usual fairy-like appearance. She was cold, moving, and otherworldly. This is the rainbow celestial robe obtained after the destruction of the 9 mountains. Although it has lost its spirituality, it is still a rare protective item. In addition, this is the primordial true feather of a demon monarch. When it is used, its power is extraordinary. Only those who have attained the Tao can withstand it. However, Gu Chang'e didn't care about her. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as he talked to himself. At the same time, his palms shone brightly. Dazzling celestial light started to spread out. Faintly, there was even a celestial sound that sounded like the sound of nature. A light green long dress appeared. It was very similar to the wide-sleeved fairy dress that Gu Xian was wearing now. However, there were more strands of Tao laws that fell down. It gave people the feeling that this dress should only belong to the 9 heavens. For a moment, there seemed to be a celestial rhythm. Golden lotuses fell from the sky, and celestial flowers appeared on the ground. At the instant they saw this item, all of the women of the heavens opened their eyes wide. Even some of the ancient existences started to breathe rapidly. If this item wasn't in Gu Chang'e's hands, they would have planned to snatch it. It was obvious that this was not a simple battle armor. It contained a celestial rhythm. It might even be made of real celestial materials. It was one of a kind in the world. Such a celestial robe, even if it had lost its spirituality, was far superior to many protective artifacts in this world. At this moment, many people were envious and jealous. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there would be someone in this world who would give away such a precious item. Even if it was a relative, they would have to be careful. In this world, there were many examples of falling out because of money. Moreover, what was the other item in Gu Chang'e's hand? The red light was incomparably dense. There were hundreds of millions of law fragments lingering around it. It was filled with a terrifying aura. It was more like a short blade that was overflowing with light. The primordial true feather of a demon monarch. To some extent, this item was even more precious than an emperor weapon. Because if an emperor weapon was broken, it could be refined again. However, the primordial true feather was one of a lifetime. There were only a few of them and they would never grow again. Even if one had extraordinary means, it would never grow again. Such an item only existed in ancient books or in the treasure trove of the family behind them. They didn't even dare to think about it. They didn't expect to see it here today. As for how Gu Chang'e obtained it, it was no longer important. What was important was that these 2 supreme treasures, whose value was difficult to estimate, were now given to Gu Xian for her to use for self-defense. In the hearts of many women, the only thing left was that what kind of peerless brother was this? Some of the girls who had older brothers were even more envious of them. In this way, one can attack and one can defend. What danger can there be? Some ancient existences looked at this scene and were also very envious. They looked at the artifacts they had. They were not even as good as the rainbow immortal robe that Gu Chang'e casually gave away. It was really shabby. I don't lack. At this moment, hearing Gu Chang'e's words and seeing the dazzling brilliance in his hand, Gu Xian couldn't speak. Gu Xian's voice was a little incomplete. Her head was buzzing, and she didn't have the confidence to speak. She tried to calm herself down and not be moved by Gu Chang'e's tricks. She knew that Gu Chang'e was definitely doing this on purpose. But she couldn't control herself and couldn't help but look away. Gu Chang'e was still so despicable. He clearly knew that these supreme treasures were naturally irresistible to her. But he still took them out to tempt her. Even the big red bird at her feet had green eyes. It flapped its wings and stared at these 2 supreme treasures. There was no need for further explanation. Everyone knew how precious these 2 items were. Since you don't lack them, then forget it. Gu Chang'e's tone was somewhat regretful. Hearing this, Gu Xian suddenly stared at him with a murderous look. It made people wonder if she would directly snatch them in the next moment. However, Gu Chang'e did not see this expression on her face. Although I don't lack them, since you gave them to me, then this is your good intentions. I still want them. Gu Xian was a little angry, but then she said with a slightly reluctant expression. If you don't lack them, then I think it's better to give them to someone who does. After all, this is an expedition to the 8 desolates and 10 regions. It's so dangerous. Everyone's life could be in danger. Gu Chang'e smiled. But seeing Gu Xian's cold eyes, he decided not to tease her. However, it's not bad to have more life-saving treasures and more protection. You bastard, Gu Xian ground her teeth. If not for the fact that there were so many people, she would have bitten Gu Chang'e. Whether it was the rainbow immortal robe or the primordial true feather, Gu Chang'e had already decided to give them to her. Originally, Gu Chang'e planned to refine the primordial true feather into the immortal slaying gourd, but later found that it was unnecessary. The immortal slaying gourd's power was far above this primordial true feather. He had no use for this primordial true feather. Brother Gu, long time no see. Then, after giving the 2 items to Gu Xian, Wang Zijin walked over and greeted her. She wore a long blue dress. She was tall and slender, and her exquisite and flawless face looked like it was created by the heavens. She had a comfortable smile. 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and other acquaintances of Immortal Academy also came to greet her. Little sister Xian, to have such an exceptionally good older brother, truly makes one envious. The eyes of the reclusive and clan's princess and Yen flickered, also walking over from the distance. Her silver hair was brilliant, flowing with radiance, her face carrying an innocent and brilliant expression. She clearly looked to be about the same age as Gu Xian, but her figure was extremely wonderful. Compared to Gu Xian, who was like a bamboo board, there was a huge difference. She began to chat with Gu Xian, in a familiar manner. When they talked about the matter just now, she had an envious expression, as if she only had Gu Xian, as a friend in her eyes, not caring about anyone else. And Yen was also not like the others, immediately greeting Gu Chang'e to get familiar with him. It was only for the sake of courtesy that he greeted him. And soon, several days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the war between the 2 realms arrived. Hom Long Long. The laws of heaven and earth clashed, releasing intense rumbling sounds. The army of the higher realms descended once again, appearing in realm void abyss, vast and mighty, covering the sky and sun. Terrifying great fog stretched across heaven and earth, as if there was no end in sight. Boundless black clouds covered the sky, shrouding the entire area in all directions. Outside the black abyss, many terrifying figures stood. They were too large, their auras incomparably terrifying, oppressing everyone to the point where they could not breathe. Without a doubt, these were definitely super experts from the higher realms. Even though it was only a magical body, just by standing there, it gave off an incomparable pressure, making one's mind tremble. They were very cold, shrouded in the thick fog. Their exposed eyes revealed coldness and disdain, as if they were unwilling to say anything. What happened to the agreed battle? Why haven't the cultivators of 8 desolation 10 regions arrived yet? Could it be that they are scared? If they are scared, why did they accept the challenge? One of the terrifying figures slowly opened his mouth, his voice was not very loud, very calm and indifferent, as if he did not care about this battle at all. Many experts of 8 desolation 10 regions guarded this place, strictly guarding against the sneak attacks of the higher realms. Right now, even though their minds were trembling, they still maintained their dignity, not revealing the slightest trace of fear. They shouted loudly, "My lower realms experts are currently hurrying over, what is there to fear from this battle? My 8 desolation 10 regions does not lack hot-blooded individuals." Oh, senseless stupidity, nothing more than an excuse for hot-bloodedness. Between a true dragon and an ant, how can there be an equal status? Could it be that you all still believe that there is a chance in this battle? Back then, too many of your ancestors were buried in this land, all of them personally killed by us, their corpses thrown here. Now, do you all plan to accompany them? The creature from the higher realm said with a cold laugh, his voice not carrying any fluctuations. However, it was precisely because of this that everyone felt the great disparity. Between the higher realms and the 8 Desolation 10 regions, the difference in strength was indeed great. His words carried disdain and humiliation, making the cultivators of the 8 Desolation 10 regions who continuously rushed over feel a wave of anger and unwillingness. Then, they felt a strong sense of sorrow. The black earth before their eyes was completely dyed red by blood, and this naturally included their ancestors who died in battle. Oh, after waiting for so long, there are finally people who came. The creature from the higher realms who spoke just now raised his head, his expression full of contempt as he looked into the distance. Ancient warships were currently crushing through the sky dome one after another, flying in this direction, many divine rainbows following behind them. The many black figures behind him still maintained their indifference, not saying a single word, exuding a great pressure. Chapter 482. Hom Long Long. Heaven and earth trembled, resonating in all directions. Many ancient warships from all over the world descended like a flood. Behind them were streaks of divine rainbows that were endless, their numbers simply impossible to count. However, compared to the great army of the higher realms before their eyes, it was like a drop in the ocean. Is this the power of the higher realms? Many youngsters who saw the higher realms' great army for the first time all paled. Only when they personally faced these terrifying figures from the higher realms could they feel that type of incomparable pressure. It was simply enough to make one's spine bend, make one's legs go weak, make them kneel down. Before the great army of the higher realms, they were like a small boat in the boundless Wangyang, about to be overturned at any time. Endless great mists swept over, within them towering figures that were like archaic demonic mountains. They were extremely cold, not uttering a single word. When they saw the great army of the 8 Desolates 10 regions descend, it was as if they were looking at a group of unremarkable ants. Don't be scared by their power. Right now, they can't cross over. They are doing all of this on purpose. They want to strike at our higher realms' morale. When the most powerful experts from the 8 Desolates 10 regions families saw this scene, their hearts sunk. They felt like before they even fought, their realm's morale was already greatly suppressed. They couldn't help but shout out. Then, someone spoke, his voice penetrating clouds and splitting rocks, shaking up the heavens. It contained a type of Tao sound that could wake one up. The warships were like clouds, covering the heavens. In the end, they stopped here, confronting the higher realm side. How terrifying. Just looking at them makes one feel despair. If we were to really fight, would we be a match for them? I fear that just a single hand would be enough to wipe us all out. When many youngsters heard this voice, their bodies trembled. When they snapped back to their senses from their previous state, they were a bit alarmed, their backs couldn't help but shiver. These were the higher realm's most powerful beings. Even though they didn't descend yet, only a magical body was here. However, that type of unmatched might that made one's soul tremble was transmitted over from the great distance. It was as if they were facing an unmatched being, needing to prostrate themselves in worship. So these are the higher realm's most powerful beings. However, they are merely magical bodies. Someone released a cold snort. Intense anger and hatred surged within their hearts. They had an undying grudge against the higher realms. On the ancient warship, there were many majestic divine mountain palaces that released boundless chaotic energy. Among them, there were young supreme beings who appeared, their faces swirling with brilliance, divine light interweaving. They were all the elites of this world's 8 wastelands and 10 regions. Similarly, they were all young seeds that the various races could not afford to lose. At this moment, everyone was solemnly watching everything. They stood behind the supreme experts, and there were people who helped them neutralize this terrifying pressure. Before coming here, everyone was extremely confident, believing that they were revered among their peers, rarely having an opponent. But when they arrived, the first thing they smelled was endless blood. Not only were many of their ancestors buried here, but countless living beings and cultivators from the upper realm had also died here. In front of the realm void abyss, there were endless ruins. Mountains and rivers shattered, and heaven and earth drifted away. Corpses were everywhere, and the blood had yet to dry up. There were broken pieces of weapons, fallen stars, and war fortresses everywhere. Enormous craters appeared one after another. It was as if stars smashed into this place, creating terrifying great rifts and valleys. This type of cruelty made them not dare look down on it. You finally came. Back then, you stole my world's fate energy, making it so that after countless great eras, no one could achieve immortality. Now that the realm monument sea has dried up, how is the 8 wastelands and 10 regions supposed to protect you all? Within the thick and terrifying great mist, the higher realm supreme expert was the first to speak. He was extremely cold, carrying killing intent. Many people seemed to have heard some type of secret from his words. They were all shaken up inwardly. However, the 8 wastelands and 10 regions supreme experts didn't agree. They sneered and said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. After countless years, the higher realms have been like bandits, invading my 8 wastelands and 10 regions again and again, not returning peace to my world. If you want to fight, then fight. Why is there a need to find excuses? My world's cultivators don't fear death. While speaking, he waved his large hand. The experts behind him immediately ignited flames. Raging flames burned like smoke signals. Divine light overflowed, illuminating heaven and earth. Woo-woo, then, someone used some type of ancient beast horn to play a war song. The sound contained unimaginable penetrative force, splitting the clouds, grand and sorrowful. When the 8 wastelands 10 regions cultivators and creatures heard this sound, it was as if they were injected with chicken blood. They all felt their blood boil, killing intent rushing into the heavens. Kill! 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 All of the 8 wastelands 10 regions experts shouted angrily. Strand after strand of mysterious chi and blood force appeared above their heads. In the end, they turned into ancient symbols one after another. They gathered together, forming unmatched power. This scene made many of the 8 wastelands 10 regions cultivators' hearts tremble greatly. This was the first time they saw the great power contained within their bloodlines. However, this wasn't a secret in the 8 wastelands 10 regions. Each time they resisted the invasion of the higher realms, there would always be experts who would boost their morale, making everyone activate their bloodline power. They would activate the power of the symbols within, forming a piece of unmatched scripture. They stole the unmatched scripture, yet now, they actually dare to use it. Are these the 8 wastelands 10 regions so-called great ancient clans? Truly laughable. When they saw this scene, on the higher realm side, there were experts who sneered, carrying mockery and disdain. It was clear that they knew quite a bit about this secret. Less nonsense. This is the power our ancestors bestowed upon us, how could it be something you all know about? An elder from the 8 wastelands 10 regions shouted, his eyes ice cold. He was a half-emperor level expert. Right now, the power of this unmatched scripture was used on his body. Chaotic energy pervaded the air, divine light brilliant, dazzling, gushing out from every single pore on his body. He prepared to take action. Before they fought, he would first boost their morale, at the same time, give the higher realms experts a show of strength. All of the symbols interweaved, forming the unmatched scripture. Everyone could faintly see a grand and ancient immortal palace within. Immortal music sounded, as if a great sun was rising. At this moment, this unmatched scripture had the most powerful secret force appear. Every single character was as dazzling as stars, ultimately producing an indescribable great force. This wave of power gathered together, crushing downwards, crushing down towards the higher realm's great army ahead, as if it was going to wipe out everyone here. Hom long long. The heavens trembled, the void immediately exploding. All of the great mists were collapsing, primal chaos evolving, heaven and earth aura becoming chaotic, as if time was reversing, trekking through endless reincarnation. This was an unimaginable great force. This elder's entire body shone, using this wave of power on his own body, slaughtering his way forward. Is this the terrifying aspect of our blood force? Even though each individual's strength is meager, when gathered together, it can become a river converging into an ocean, undefeatable. Even the higher realm's great army, before it, is still insignificant. When a few people saw this scene, they were greatly stirred up, a bit moved, but even more so excited, feeling like there was hope in this battle. As long as everyone from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions worked together, they would ultimately win against the higher realms. Heaven and earth rumbled with noise, as if the cosmos was falling one after another, crushing forward. Many stars were collapsing and exploding. You all only have this bit of ability. If it wasn't for the fact that our true bodies couldn't descend, how could you all be so savage? Trifling half-emperor realm cultivators dare to act like this. The expression of the supreme expert who spoke just now changed slightly. If his true body descended, he naturally had the confidence to resist this strike. However, right now, it was merely a magical body, less than a tenth of his strength. He felt a bit of restraining fear, but even more anger and coldness. The figure shrouded in great mists couldn't help but take a few steps back. Meanwhile, this scene just happened to be seen by everyone from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. They immediately felt their morale surge, their blood boiling. The higher realm supreme expert has been forced back by us. He is also scared of us, not daring to face us. This is too great. Someone shouted loudly, feeling incomparably excited. Brilliant light shone from his forehead. Ancient symbols shone through his skin and bones one after another. At this time, almost everyone felt a type of hope. After all, they personally saw the higher realm's supreme expert retreat. The group of young existences also couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotions. This terrifying power also had a share of their contributions. They naturally shared the glory and honor. Many higher realms experts couldn't help but frown. They never expected the 8 Desolates' 10 regions to have this type of method, to the extent where it even exceeded the divine might of the past. However, right when everyone from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions were stirred up, wishing to suppress the higher realm's supreme expert again. Hong! In the skies above, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly transmitted over, as if there was a mountain and sea's might, as if a heavenly river was about to burst, crushing downwards. The heavens trembled, the sun, moon, and stars all swaying, the sea turning to ashes, streak after streak of black lightning hacked down, even larger than the stars. What is that? Everyone from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions suddenly felt a bit horrified, their scalps going numb. Some people even felt a shiver from the bottom of their hearts, couldn't help but bow down towards that figure in front of them. In everyone's eyes, the skies above became incomparably blurry, as if there were millions and millions of strands of chaotic energy descending. An indistinct figure towered there, seemingly endless deities appearing around him, 3,000 great worlds surrounding him, as if he was the master of the heavens. Has the 8 Desolates' 10 regions already fallen to such a state? It truly makes one sigh with regret. That was the voice of a young man, sounding like he wasn't that old, without the slightest trace of great changes. However, when it landed in the ears of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions experts, it sounded extremely cold and emotionless. Hom long long. In the next moment, following heaven overflowing divine light, an enormous hand that covered the skies reached over from the skies above. It was incomparably enormous, millions and millions of strands of chaotic energy swirling around it, as if it covered the heavens above. Endless natural laws and laws surged under this palm. In the end, it seemed like it was going to explode, the void collapsing, the universe seemingly collapsing because of this palm, terrifying great rifts appearing one after another. This was an unimaginably horrifying scene. The world immediately darkened, as if it was blasted back to when the heavens were first opened, everything muddle-headed. All of the light was blocked out. The power produced by the interweaving of all of the runes was instantly shattered by this palm, turning into countless strands of energy that rushed into all directions. Everyone was shocked and terrified, feeling that all of their strength had been lost because of this palm, and they couldn't help but fall to the ground weakly. The brilliant power to destroy the world was nothing more than this. Wah! The face of the old man who unleashed this power paled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly sent flying backwards, almost exploding in midair. After suffering such a terrifying backlash, his aura instantly became extremely dispirited, and he couldn't even stand up. Who is that? This is too terrifying. Didn't they say that the boundary monument sea has dried up, and that no supreme experts can cross over? Seeing this scene, everyone in the 8 Desolates 10 regions' voices trembled, and their bodies trembled. They even felt despair. They didn't expect that the attack that they thought to be incomparably powerful, which could shake the reincarnation cycle and collapse the natural laws, would be crushed by a palm from the other party, instantly collapsing. Under such a huge blow, many people's minds were muddled, and they couldn't react for a long time. That's Wuxia, the leader of the upper realm. He's here too. Gu Wudi, who was standing with the ancient existences, suddenly spoke with a bone-deep hatred in his eyes. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. At the same time, they also felt a little terrified. They did not doubt Gu Wudi's words. After all, as the Taoist of the 9 mountains, who had just been destroyed by Wuxia, it was normal for him to have such hatred. It's really him. The one who killed eldest senior sister and destroyed the 9 mountains. Xiao Yang also recognized Wuxia. His eyes reddened as he clenched his fists. His hatred for Wuxia could be described as monstrous. Eldest senior sister was killed by him, his sect was destroyed, and his master's fate was unknown. So much hatred, how could it be resolved so easily? Is this the strength of the leader of the upper realm? How can he be so terrifying? He's simply undefeatable. At this moment, everyone from the 8 Desolates 10 regions was shocked. Especially the younger generation who wanted to fight with Wuxia in the same realm, they were even more shocked. Their breathing was suffocating, and their scalps were slightly numb. They had only heard about the leader of the younger generation from the upper realm from rumors and knew that his strength was monstrous. However, when they faced him in person, they realized how powerful he was. It was to the point where it made people despair, and they could not even think of fighting him. How could they fight him? Even if they gathered everyone's strength, it would still be difficult to resist his palm. This was something that they did not dare to imagine before. This isn't his own power. It's the power of that supreme treasure that he took out. At this time, an ancient existence spoke. His eyes were fixed on the big seal floating above Wuxia's head. There seemed to be thousands of stars, suns, and moons gathered on it, and mountains and seas rose and fell, constantly intersecting. This kind of majestic and vast power was like the abyss of the sea. Just a strand of it was enough to make people's hair stand on end and their bodies feel like they were about to explode. That is the seal of the 9 mountains of the 9 mountains. He stole it. I can't believe he borrowed the power of the 9 mountains treasure. Gu Wudi clenched his teeth, looking extremely angry and unwilling. First, the fairy-slaying gourd fell into his hands. Now, even the seal of the 9 mountains was stolen by him. Some of the ancient existence's expressions changed greatly. After thinking about it carefully, they could not help but tremble. We really need to rely on young Master Chang'e, or else we won't be able to stop these people. How dare an ant try to overturn the heavens? Young Master Chang'e only needs 1 palm to suppress them all. Many powerhouses cannot come here before the passage is stabilized. Now, we can rely on young Master Chang'e. with young Master Chang'e here, will the powerhouses from the 8 Desolates 10 regions still dare to act presumptuously? Unlike the deathly silence from the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the people from the upper realm were shocked and then reacted. Many people could not help but snicker out loud, with mockery and disdain. Of course, more people were full of admiration and fanaticism towards Gu Chang'e. This guy is still as unbelievably strong as before. Gu Xian stood among the disciples of the Immortal Academy and looked up at the figure in the sky. As if thinking of something, her face was a little hot and her heart was beating very fast. I really don't know how young Master Chang'e cultivates. Why is there such a big gap between us when we're about the same age? And Yan and Gu Xian were walking very close to each other. When she heard this, she could not help but laugh. However, she had an innocent smile on her face as usual, as if she was very confused about this. She did not know much about Gu Chang'e. She only guessed a thing or two based on the rumors and the conversation between her sister and she and the man she saved. This speculation made her shudder. She did not dare to think too much about it. So, where did the mountain lords of the 9 mountains go in the end? Were they killed by him? Wang Zijin looked at all this, but her eyes narrowed slightly. She was not surprised by Gu Chang'e's strength. She was confused about something else. According to her understanding, the 9 mountains had a total of 9 mountain lords. If the 9 mountains were destroyed, where did the mountain lords go in the end? Were they killed by Gu Chang'e, or were they imprisoned by the Longevity Gu family? However, no matter which possibility it was, there should have been some news leaked out. Unlike now, the mountain lords seemed to have disappeared without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Wang Zijin was a very smart person. Although she did not want to dig into some things, she could not ignore the obvious clues in front of her. What was Gu Chang'e hiding? The more she understood, the more she found that she could not see through him. It was like she had fallen into an eternal trap, unable to break free. Before Jiang Chu met Gu Chang'e, she had placed killing the inheritors of the demonic arts and searching for the reincarnation of the human ancestor as her top priority. However, after meeting Gu Chang'e, she stopped searching for the reincarnation of the human ancestor. She did not even look for the inheritors of the demonic arts. In the beginning, Wang Zijin did not notice this. Until recently, she accidentally discovered that Jiang Chuchu's chastity sand had disappeared. Good Lord, she did not even need to guess to know who had taken it. It was no wonder that Jiang Chuchu, who was as calm as still water in the past, had become absent-minded. During the time she cultivated in Immortal True Academy, she could not hide her thoughts. She would occasionally go to Gu Chang'e's abode. With all these clues, Wang Zijin felt that she was already close to the truth of the matter. It was very likely that the reincarnation of the human ancestor had already been killed by Gu Chang'e, and Jiang Chuchu definitely knew about this. What was the relationship between Gu Chang'e and the inheritors of the demonic arts? Just as Wang Zijin's thoughts were in turmoil, a terrifying aura once again pressed down from the sky. It was as if an ancient universe had collapsed and was crushing down. It seems that you do not wish to abide by the agreement of training soldiers. In that case, everyone can stay. Gu Chang'e's voice was very calm. His eyes were deep and indifferent, as if there were 570 stars withering within them. His voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. It was very cold and did not seem to have any emotional fluctuations. Rumble. As he reached forward with his palm, the terrifying golden hand was like a celestial emperor suppressing the world. Heaven and earth collapsed, shattering many collapsed runes. The nearby universe was rustling and trembling. This was a world-ending scene. The endless great mist was evaporated, revealing a dry and withered earth. All of the mountain peaks and ancient peaks collapsed. All of the ancient warships that came from the 8 Desolates 10 regions released trembling noises. Endless symbols flickered, erupting with dazzling radiance. They interweaved above, wishing to resist. Wow, Countless people couldn't endure this wave of fluctuations, continuously coughing out blood. Their skin split apart, bones releasing kacha-kacha sounds. Their legs went weak, about to kneel down. Walala. Right at this time, above the 8 desolates 10 regions, dazzling radiance suddenly appeared, dazzling and resplendent. That was an ancient banner dyed in blood. It was extremely tattered, but it was activated by a supreme expert. It suddenly fluttered about, covering the sky and covering the earth, carrying out resistance. Ancestral banner. This is my clan's ancestral banner. Back then, it was dyed in immortal blood. Black Tortoise War God clan's inheritor Xian Tian's eyes suddenly released radiance, becoming a bit excited as he recognized this object. The supreme expert before him was also their clan's old ancestor, a true Tao-achieving individual. Boom! In that instant, this place erupted with endless radiance. A Tao-achieving individual took action, activating the ancestral banner, blocking Gu Changa's attack. However, there was still endless primal chaos that exploded, rushing towards the tattered cosmos in all directions. Everyone from the 8 desolates 10 regions trembled inwardly, feeling incomparable fear. If not for the Black Tortoise War God clan's old ancestor taking action, most likely, everyone would have been reduced to ashes by this palm. Oh, you dare stop me? Seeing that his attack was blocked, Gu Changa raised his eyebrows with interest and stared at the old man in front of him. According to the agreement of the battle, our 2 realms are fighting here. Your distinguished self is bullying the weak. Why is this? Could it be that this is the so-called natural disposition of the higher realms? The Black Tortoise War God clan's old ancestor was named Xian Gang. His face was dark, and fine scales appeared on the surface of his body, intimidating to the extreme. He stared at Gu Changa fearfully. As a Tao-achieving individual, he only managed to block Gu Changa's attack after activating the ancestral banner. Though the 9 Mountains deity's seal was powerful, Gu Changa's personal strength was not to be underestimated. He had to be cautious. Oh, bullying the weak. If you are talking about age, I am not that old. Gu Changa heard this and faintly smiled. Then, he casually said, after all, you were the ones who accepted the challenge. Now, you are the ones who made the first move. Do you really think that just because it is difficult for my realm's powerhouses to descend, you have nothing to fear? Towards the end, his tone turned cold. Terrifying chi once again enveloped the area. Like a mountain flood bursting through a dam, it blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Stars rustled and fell, making people's hearts tremble. Xian Gang's expression was serious. The ancestral banner unfurled in the sky. Many rays of light intertwined and fell, forming a vast galaxy. He was very wary of Gu Changa. If that is the case, then we will follow the rules of the challenge. Our 2 realms' heaven's favorites will fight first. I want to see if you have the right to be arrogant. He said in a low voice. His voice was very dignified. He did not want to fight with Gu Changa. Is that so? Gu Changa's voice was still very calm. He said, Yi Han, you will fight first. As soon as he finished speaking, in the thick fog behind him, on the ancient warship, a figure turned into a ray of light and descended. His face was cold and there was a shocking amount of murderous intent. I will not disappoint my master. Yi Han grinned. A thick smell of blood surrounded his body. It was very terrifying. It's him. The Yiksha who killed so many of our heaven's favorites. The 8 desolation 10 regions were in an uproar. Many heaven's favorites were furious. They recognized Yi Han. He was the Yiksha who was at the shore of the boundary monument sea. Lin Wu's brother, Lin Qingyang, and an ancient existence of the family behind him were killed by one of Gu Changa's Dharmakaya. Everyone realized Gu Changa's intention. Their faces turned cold and they were even more furious. He obviously wanted to provoke the 8 desolation 10 regions. That was why he sent out this person first. He wanted to humiliate everyone. What a vicious mind. Chapter 483. Yi Han was a heaven's favorite of the Wuxia tribe. Among his peers, he was one of the top 3. The Wuxia clan was an extremely famous clan in the upper realm. They had countless clansmen, and they could be found in almost every world. Because of their bloodthirstiness and brutality, they were feared by many tribes. A long time ago, Yi Han was Gu Changa's follower. He had done many things for him, both openly and secretly. Last time at the Boundary Monument Sea, Yi Han fought with Lin Qingyang of the 8 Baron 10 Regions Dragon Blood Battle Gods and almost died there. Luckily, at the critical moment, Gu Changa had a thought. A Dharma body of faith descended and saved his life. Therefore, Yi Han's respect and admiration for Gu Changa was unquestionable. He was fanatical. My name is Yi Han. I was fortunate enough to follow you for a while. Who from the 8 Baron 10 Regions dares to fight me? Yi Han's figure was very tall. He had a pair of wings on his back. His skin was greenish-gray and was surrounded by strands of light. He walked over from the ancient warship. His body was shrouded in a layer of gray fog. His eyes were ferocious and bloodthirsty. He sneered at the powerhouses of the 8 Baron 10 Regions. Finally, his gaze landed on the young heaven's favorites. He then made a throat-slitting gesture. He was extremely arrogant. Young Master Changa sent Yi Han first. He must have planned this a long time ago. However, although Yi Han is strong, among the younger generation of the upper world, he can't even be ranked in the top 100. And this doesn't include those ancient freaks who have just awakened. We can also let Yi Han test the strength of the other side. Many powerhouses from the upper world noticed this. Their eyes flashed as they tried to guess Gu Changa's intention. In the end, they guessed that it was because Yi Han had already fought with the heaven's favorites from the 8 Baron 10 Regions. This method was undoubtedly a blow to the morale of the 8 Baron 10 Regions. Compared to the upper world's people who were interested, the 8 Baron 10 Regions people's faces were gloomy. This was especially true for those who had once died at the hands of Yi Han. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They had not expected Yi Han to be so arrogant. Who in this world is willing to go up and fight him? The Black Tortoise Battle God clan's old ancestor, Xian Gang, frowned as he glanced at the ancient warships and asked the group of young geniuses. The upper realm was so arrogant. If they showed the slightest sign of weakness and compromise at this time, it would be an even greater blow to their morale. Furthermore, the upper realm obviously wanted to see such a scene. However, after Xuangang's question, the 8 Desolates and 10 Regions fell silent for a moment. Many young heaven's favorites looked at each other and saw the probing look in each other's eyes. Then, they all fell silent. They were not stupid. Their previous hot-bloodedness was because they had not witnessed the cruelty of this battle with their own eyes. After witnessing Gu Changa's terrifying strength, they were extremely fearful of his followers. If he didn't have the ability, would he have been accepted as a follower by Gu Changa? Before they had a clear understanding of Yi Han's true strength, if they rashly went forward, who knew what would happen to them? This was no longer a simple battle. It was a battle to the death between 2 people. In the end, only the winner could survive. Therefore, they all wanted someone to test Yi Han's strength before deciding whether to fight or not. Of course, another big reason was that the clans behind them did not allow them to fight so quickly. They were worried that they would be targeted and die for no reason. For a moment, the 8 Desolates and 10 Regions fell into an eerie silence. The group of elders obviously did not expect this to happen. They were stunned for a moment, then sorrow and anger appeared on their faces. On the upper realm side, everyone who saw this could not help but mock. However, they all maintained their cold expressions and did not say anything. Because of this, the people of the 8 Desolates and 10 Regions felt uneasy, as if they were being pressured and intimidated. No one is willing to fight first. The Black Tortoise Battle God clan's old ancestor asked again. He could not help but feel sad, but more than that, he felt helpless. He could understand their feelings. No one was willing to play around with their own lives. Of course, the strongest heaven's favorites would not choose to fight now. Otherwise, if the upper realm found out, they would think of ways to target them and kill them first. Senior, I am willing to fight. While the younger generation of the 8 desolates and 10 regions were silent, a slightly trembling voice sounded. A young heaven's favorite gritted his teeth and walked out. He was under great pressure, and his face was pale. Clearly, he was nervous and uneasy. It could be seen that he was a follower of some young heaven's favorite. However, because of some reason, the master behind him was not willing to fight, and instead sent him out to fight. Many people could tell, and they felt some sympathy for this young heaven's favorite. What is your name? Xiangang sighed in his heart. Clearly, he could tell as well. This caused the sorrow in his heart to become even stronger. He did not expect that the young heaven's favorite of his generation would only be willing to fight after being forced to do so. Junior's name is Zhang Batian. The young man gritted his teeth. His voice was trembling, and his expression was somewhat fearful. Although he was extremely unwilling, he did not dare to refuse. If he were to fight, he would be the only one to die. If he refused, he would implicate the clan behind him. Who was more important? It was obvious with a single glance. Everyone from the 8 desolates and 10 regions were silent. Although they all knew that this person would undoubtedly die if he went out, no one stopped him, tacitly agreeing to all of this. Or else, at a time like this, would they have to replace him? Very quickly, Zhang Batian walked towards the battlefield, trembling. His legs and stomach were spinning, and his face was full of fear. The 8 desolates and 10 regions have fallen to the point where they have to send someone like this to fight. This is truly an eye-opener for me. Gu Changa lightly shook his head. It was unclear whether his tone was a sigh or mockery. Hearing this, everyone from the 8 desolates and 10 regions' faces turned ugly. Their hatred reached the heavens, but they could not refute. Many people clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, hating their own powerlessness, hating Gu Changa's coldness. Because all of this was forced by Gu Changa. If he sent someone else, would this have happened? You go first. Otherwise, if I did, you would already be dead. Yi Han was very cold. His eyes flickered with bloodlust and viciousness. He stood there like a long spear, with an undefeatable chi. I am going to kill you. Zhang Batian shouted angrily. At this moment, his eyes were red. Since things have escalated to this point, he could no longer retreat. Boom! He made his move. He directly summoned all of his source energy. The entire place exploded with dazzling light. Torrential flames bloomed and engulfed Yi Han. This was Zhang Batian's most powerful technique, one that he rarely uses in his life. Too weak. You disappoint me. Seeing this, Yi Han shook his head. His voice was still cold. He merely reached out with his claw and his entire body disappeared from where he stood. It was as if he had merged with the wind. Many young cultivators' expressions changed. At this moment, they couldn't even find a trace of him. In the next moment, there was a cry of agony. A torrential rain of blood splattered down, mixed with some broken white bones. Zhang Batian's entire body was torn apart. With a bang, his body and soul were destroyed. He was killed instantly. This scene was terrifying. It contained a great amount of shock and awe. Many people couldn't help but shudder. How could he fight like this? Who's next? Yi Han was still cold. His silhouette reappeared where he stood. There were still traces of blood on his palm. He died just like that. He couldn't even block one attack. Many young cultivators from all over the 8 barren 10 regions were trembling. Many people's strengths were about the same as Zhang Beishan's. Doesn't this mean that if they go up, they will be torn apart in an instant and destroyed in both body and soul? Many people's hearts were filled with deep fear and desperation. He couldn't even block one attack. Xian Gang and the other ancient existences' expressions darkened. They didn't think that Zhang Batian couldn't even block one attack from Yi Han. This was already out of their expectations. They originally thought that through Zhang Batian, they would be able to figure out Yi Han's strength. What? Nobody dares to go up. Seeing the expressions of the people from the 8 desolates and 10 regions, Yi Han grinned in disdain. Who wants to fight against him again? Xian Gang's expression was heavy as he asked again. After winning one battle, Yi Han could have left. However, he didn't. It was obvious that he wanted to kill to his heart's content. What he just used could tear apart a half-saint. This means that his capabilities are above the saint realm or even the absolute saint realm. Many young heavens favorites from all over the 8 barren 10 regions were analyzing Yi Han's capabilities and their chances of winning against him. However, still, nobody dared to go up. Zhang Tianba couldn't even block one attack. The master behind Zhang Tianba was a young man wearing a long golden robe. He had a horn on his forehead that emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. He was the descendant of the golden horn dragon kind. That horn was a special gift of his kind. It contained the power of space and could easily tear apart space. Currently, he was frowning slightly and looking a bit unhappy. He glanced at the many followers behind him. Who else wants to go up and try? He said softly. Before he knows Yi Han's capabilities, he won't make a move recklessly. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Nobody answered. From that attack, they had seen how powerful Yi Han was. His terrifying capabilities were undefeatable. Don't even think about it. Out of the younger generation, I am not even in the top 100. If you can't even win against me, then what right do you have to fight against the rest of the people after me? What right do you have to fight against my master? Yi Han glanced over everyone again and said coldly with disdain. Hearing this, all the young heavens favorites from all over the 8 barren 10 regions turned green and white. They gritted their teeth. They were young and full of energy. Even though they knew that going up now would put their lives in danger and that they would definitely die, they were still angry. However, they were still incomparably furious and sullen. They were firmly held down by the people around them, not allowing them to be impulsive. If no one from the younger generation dares to accept the challenge, then what about the older generation? If the older generation doesn't dare, then why don't we fight? Gu Chang'e softly smiled, not at all surprised. His silhouette seemed to be standing outside of the boundless space. It was extremely blurry and was covered by the fog. No one could see him clearly. In everyone's eyes, they could only see a terrifying silhouette that covered the sky and looked down on everything. It made their hearts tremble. Hearing this, countless people felt wronged. Even though there was no lack of hot-blooded people, the people around them didn't allow them to take risks. Because they were still very young, if they were to die here for no reason, that would be the greatest waste. I will fight against you. Just as the heavens favorites from all over the 8 barren 10 regions were silent, a voice suddenly sounded. It was decisive, cold, and furious. Everyone looked over and saw a man in gray walking over from the ancient worship. His face was ordinary, but he had an aura that no one dared to ignore. It's him, Chu Buyu. Didn't they say that he died in some historical remains? Why is he here? That's great, we finally have a powerful figure on our side. The moment they saw this person, the people from all over the 8 barren 10 regions were shocked. It was obvious that many people recognized this man in gray. Many of the older generation were overjoyed. They suddenly felt like there was hope in this battle. The man in gray was called Chu Buyu. He was a young supreme being. His strength was one of the best among his peers. However, some time ago, it was said that he had accidentally entered some historical remains and died there. Many people felt that it was a pity that such a talented young heaven's favorite had fallen just like that. However, they didn't expect that Chu Buyu would appear here today and give everyone a surprise. Everyone has seen Chu Buyu's strength. If he takes action, we should be able to test the strength of this generation of the upper realm. Many of the younger generation whispered in their hearts. They had great confidence in Chu Buyu. Chu Buyu was an extremely special heaven's favorite in the 8 barren 10 regions. It was said that before he was 7 years old, he couldn't even open a spiritual sea and was scolded by his master for being stupid. Later on, he was dissatisfied with this, so he changed his name to Buyu. Since then, he displayed extraordinary perseverance and diligence to catch up with his cultivation. It could be said that Chu Buyu's foundation was so solid that very few people in his generation could compare to him. Chu Buyu didn't speak much and gave people a sense of honesty. However, his gaze was very sharp now. When he came to the battlefield, he didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked. Finally, someone more interesting has come. Yi Han licked his blood-stained lips. Not only was he not angry, but he also laughed happily. His expression was like that of a wild beast staring at its prey. Soon, the two of them exchanged blows. Countless people from the 2 realms gathered their gazes and stared at them. A dazzling light erupted from Chu Buyu's body. Every pore on his body seemed to be shining, as if he was an ancient god forged by immortal divine gold. Yi Han extended his claws and attacked. Endless bloody intent swept out from behind him, drowning Chu Buyu in front of him. Boom! The sound of muffled thunder resounded between heaven and earth. The void seemed to be about to collapse and crack open. Terrifying rifts appeared one after another. All kinds of brilliance and runes fluttered in the air, displaying supreme divine abilities and techniques. Fragments of laws danced in the air, transforming into all kinds of divine weapons, heavenly sabers, and battle spears. They erupted with terrifying fluctuations. The place immediately became chaotic. All kinds of divine chains of order danced chaotically, piercing through the void and into the distance, dispersing the fog. It had to be said that Chu Buyu was very strong. He was more than a level stronger than Zhang Tianbao. After exchanging 50 blows with Yi Han, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Such a scene made the people from the 8 desolates 10 regions suddenly see hope and somewhat excited. Many young geniuses who were as famous as Chu Buyu also smiled and planned to go on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of blows. Chu Buyu's face gradually showed signs of strain. Bloody wounds began to appear on his body, and injuries appeared. Some of the injuries were so deep that his bones could be seen. His face was slightly pale, and his bones cracked. He kept retreating and dodging, no longer at his peak state. On the other hand, Yi Han looked like he had gone mad from the battle. His eyes were filled with bloodthirst and ferocity. It seemed that there was only battle in his eyes. This was the nature of the Yiksha clan. The more they fought, the braver they became, and the more they killed, the crazier they became. Finally, after 300 blows, Yi Han seized an opportunity. His divine power surged, and the top of his head was filled with blood. Then, he suddenly reached forward. His hands turned into immortal blades and tore Chu Buyu's body apart. Is that all you're capable of? This battle is nothing more than that. Yi Han sneered as he looked at Chu Buyu, who was struggling in his hands and whose eyes were gradually dimming. He burst out with power and tore Chu Buyu into pieces. Chu Buyu collapsed into a bloody mist, following in the footsteps of the previous person. For a moment, the place suddenly fell silent. Everyone from the 8 desolates 10 regions was shocked and shocked. Even Chu Buyu was no match for Yi Han. After 300 blows, he was killed. Although Yi Han was injured, he was still Chu Buyu, an extremely famous young supreme being from the 8 desolates 10 regions. He had never been defeated. Buyu, Chu Buyu's clansmen looked sorrowful. They regretted not stopping him just now. Who else? Yi Han was already in a killing frenzy. His eyes were scarlet with bloodthirsty ferocity as he glanced at the many young supreme beings in front of him. Many people looked at him coldly. At this moment, they had more or less figured out Yi Han's strength. They felt that they could go up and fight with him to take revenge and wash away the humiliation. Come back. However, when the geniuses of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions were incomparably furious and wanted to go up and fight with Yi Han, Gu Changa's voice suddenly sounded. It was very calm and emotionless. It's really boring to fight one by one. Hearing this, the ferocious and bloodthirsty look on Yi Han's face quickly disappeared and he became respectful again. Yes, Master. After saying that, he turned into a divine rainbow and returned to the ancient worship behind him. Many of the geniuses from the upper world were also eager to give it a try. They wanted to go up and slaughter the people from the 8 Desolates and 10 regions. From the battle just now, they had seen the strength of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions and had a deeper understanding of it. Seeing this, although the geniuses of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions were unwilling, they didn't dare to break the rules. After all, Yi Han had won 2 battles in a row and could leave at any time. Of course, to many people, this was Gu Changa siding with him. They knew that the 8 Desolates' 10 regions had figured out Yi Han's strength. In the next round, they would send someone to deal with Yi Han. You all need to be careful. It seems like the young supreme beings from the upper world can't hold back anymore. Xian Gang's expression was heavy as he spoke to the geniuses behind him. Let's follow the old rules and use this place as the hunting ground. Gu Changa faintly smiled and waved his hand. The fog below the emptiness chasm dispersed, revealing the dried-up riverbed and large mountain ranges. Although they had collapsed long ago and turned into ruins, they were still vast and boundless. However, it was still vast and boundless. There were many collapsed valleys, and many powerful ferocious beasts lived in them. They fed on the corpses of the experts who died in these valleys. Chapter 484. Thin mists surrounded this place, making it look like a dark cloud. A bone-piercing bloody smell pervaded the air. Behind Gu Changa, footsteps sounded. Young figures appeared one after another, turning into divine rainbows as they descended. Multicolored light shone resplendently, their auras terrifying. Among these young figures, they were all the higher realms' young supreme beings, ancient freaks. Including Gu Xian, Wang Zijin, and Yan, Six-Crowned King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, Heaven Fiend Monarch, or Immortal Manor's Inheritor, Sage King Palace's Inheritor. It could be said that every single one of them was far stronger than Yi Han. When they saw this scene, the expressions of many people from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions side changed greatly, feeling an unprecedented terrifying pressure. Even though the higher realms didn't send many young existences, every single one of them gave them an incomparably powerful feeling, oppressing the present world. These people are all so powerful, much more powerful than that Yiksha from before. The Vermilion Bird Battle God clan's inheritor was a woman with a pretty face, dressed in battle armor. Right now, her expression was incredibly serious. Her eyes swept over those young existences, stopping on a few women. Some people looked at her, within their eyes divine light brilliant, making her eyes hurt, almost shedding tears. It was as if they weren't facing a group of youngsters, but rather a group of young deities, every single one of them dazzling. They are too confident, thinking that with just these few people, they can defeat us. The White Tiger Battle God clan's inheritor was an extremely tall and sturdy male, his pupils different. When he clenched his fists, the sounds of wind and thunder sounded, deafening. The other clan's inheritors also walked out at this moment, Lin Wu and Xiao Yang among them, the two of them having different emotions. At this point, everyone became serious, their battle intent surging, wishing to fight against the higher realm's heavenly talents. Hong! In that instant, figures flew out one after another, descending towards the hunting ground. They had long felt anger inside, wishing to vent it all here. They were all heaven-warping talents, proud and arrogant, unable to find an opponent in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Regardless of what era it was, they could all be considered supreme among their peers. Previously, he was held back by the elders and was unable to fight with Yi Han, resulting in the death of 2 geniuses. Right now, he only wanted to regain face for the 8 Desolates and 10 regions, wash away the humiliation just now, and avenge the 2 of them. These geniuses from the 8 Desolates 10 regions are too weak. It's not worth our full strength. On the hunting ground, 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Gu Xian, Wang Zijin, and the others all walked out. Behind them were the representatives of ancient orthodoxies. 6 Crown King swept his eyes over the many figures in front of him, slightly shaking his head. He didn't seem to care too much about this battle. Especially after witnessing the battle between Yi Han and his opponent, he was even more disappointed. In his heart, he wanted to fight with the Sky Demon Monarch and the others. I'll fight you. Right at this moment, in the distance, a heavens chosen from the 8 Desolates 10 regions rushed over, stirring up mountains and rocks, causing the ground to tremble. He was very tall and had a pair of horns. He had the bloodline of the great strength Ox Demon clan. He stared at 6 Crown King, his eyes like copper bells, releasing killing intent and anger. I didn't think that someone would actually come to seek death. It's already good enough that I didn't take the initiative to look for you. 570-inch 6 Crown King shook his head, his expression a bit cold. At the same time, he felt like he was being looked down on. It was just like the other young existences, all of them taking the initiative to hunt down their targets. Meanwhile, he was actually hunted down by his prey. This more or less made him feel a bit uncomfortable, really wanting to kill someone. You are courting death. 6 Crown King stared at this ox-horned male. Even though he was a bit delicate and pretty, the blood energy his entire body released was too exuberant, as if he was surrounded by a sea of blood-colored stars, bathed in unmatched divine splendor. He held the black long spear in hand, walking over step by step, his aura extremely shocking. Niu Ming, this person is not simple. Don't underestimate him. A voice sounded from high up in the sky. Xian Gang sensed how terrifying 6 Crown King was. Kill. The creature named Niu Ming shouted angrily, directly taking action. His strength was great, immediately using his greatest power. Blood energy surged like rainbows, rushing out from the crown of his head, piercing through the sky dome, divine force surging around him. The 2 great experts fought together, shaking heaven and earth. When one's cultivation reached their level, they could already be considered at the great saint realm. The destructive force they released was unimaginable, incomparably terrifying. From time to time, spear radiance would rush out, hacking down great stars. However, after just 10 moves, a muffled groan sounded, and then large amounts of blood surged out. With a ping noise, the creature named Niu Ming was penetrated by a spear, his primordial spirit and body exploding in the air. This scene shocked the experts who were closely watching this battle in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, their minds shaken. Niu Ming was an extremely well-known young supreme being in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, his flesh extremely powerful. However, in 6 Crown King's hands, he couldn't even last 5 moves before dying. This made many people's expressions become serious. Even though it looked like the 8 Desolates 10 regions had more people, the heavenly talents of the higher realms were all incomparably terrifying. In the other directions, Gu Xian, Wang Zijin, and the others also found their targets, starting to take action. A terrifying great battle erupted here. Heaven and earth shook intensely, sand and rocks flying everywhere, crazy winds sweeping about, shaking up the heavens. Everyone had opponents in front of them. Moreover, the 8 Desolates 10 regions young experts were numerous, often several of them working together to attack one person. Even though it looked a bit shameful, since the higher realms only sent out this few people, then they couldn't blame them for winning with numbers. A group of people working together still isn't a match for our higher realms' young experts. Truly laughable, this is nothing more than struggling before death. The experts of the higher realms' many powers and orthodoxies were high up in the sky this entire time, watching this battle, their expressions extremely cold, carrying contempt. Not good, the difference is too great. Even if we have the advantage in numbers, our higher realms still aren't their match. The expression of an old monster from the 8 Desolates 10 regions changed greatly, extremely ugly, almost coughing out a mouthful of blood. He watched as the disciple he was most proud of was smashed apart by a single palm from the other side, collapsing in the void, exploding into a blast of bloody mist. The difference in strength between the heavenly talents on their side and the other side was just too great. Even Xian Tian, this kind of black tortoise war god clan's inheritor, was at a disadvantage. His opponent was the heaven fiend monarch, continuously suppressed, his entire body shaking intensely, coughing out blood. His powerful and terrifying body, at this time, cracked like porcelain, almost collapsing. On the other side, Gu Xian's dress fluttered in the wind, her attacks were filled with immortal qi. With a wave of her hand, rays of light condensed in the void, clanging as they flew towards one of the heavenly talents in front of her. Whoosh, whoosh, she was very powerful, every inch of her skin as white as snow, glowing with a misty radiance. The heavenly sword slashed down, its sharpness peerless, as if it could cut down the stars in the sky. Buzz! At this time, there was a strange movement in the void behind her. A heavenly talent with a powerful physique, his entire body glowing, suddenly approached her, sensing that this shockingly beautiful girl in front of him was weaker than the others, and wanted to launch a sneak attack on her. However, in the face of the 2 attacks, Gu Xian's expression didn't change, as if she had already sensed it. She merely threw a punch behind her. Her small white fist seemed to be carved from jade. With a rumble, it pierced through the void and blasted away the person who had ambushed her. White bone fragments splattered out, accompanied by a bloody mist, making one's heart tremble. Such a scene made her opponent's expression change. He didn't expect this girl's physique to be so terrifying. She couldn't help but retreat, fear growing in her heart. However, Gu Xian was faster. A pair of black and white wings seemed to appear on her back, and she suddenly streaked across the sky, catching up with her and killing her quickly. After dealing with the 2 of them, Gu Xian glanced at the sky and saw that Gu Chang'e had been paying attention to her. She snorted. Although she knew that Gu Chang'e was worried about her, she still felt that she was underestimated by Gu Chang'e. Seeing this, the other heavenly talents from the 8 barren 10 regions were very afraid of her. They didn't dare to approach her, and quickly retreated. What's your relationship with this girl? Xian Gang, who had been watching the battle closely, noticed that Gu Chang'e seemed to be paying special attention to this girl, and couldn't help but squint his eyes and ask. What? Gu Chang'e retracted his gaze and looked at him with interest. If you dare to have any ideas about her, I will kill you right now. Feeling Gu Chang'e's undisguised murderous intent, even though Xian Gang was a cultivator, he couldn't help but turn pale at this moment. A chill ran down his spine and he shuddered. This old man is just asking. He snorted coldly, not wanting to appear weak in front of everyone from the 8 barren 10 regions. However, the dirty thoughts that just arose also disappeared. Although it seemed like they could use this girl to threaten Gu Chang'e. Obviously, before they could capture this girl, Gu Chang'e would kill them. That better be the case. Do you think that with the empty space abyss protecting you all, you will be safe? Gu Chang'e faintly smiled. His gaze turned strange as he looked at the ancient battleships from the 8 barren 10 regions. Though they were inside the empty space abyss, they weren't too far away from here. If he wanted to, he could actually make these people stay here. However, doing so would expose many of his tricks. Therefore, Gu Chang'e was still waiting for the right time. The empty space abyss won't be able to protect the 8 barren 10 regions for long. To the people from the 8 barren 10 regions, Gu Changa's declaration of war was very likely to stall for time and wait for the upper world's army to arrive. Therefore, they didn't know that Gu Changa had a backup plan. He was merely waiting for the right time. The 8 barren 10 regions didn't know that the Tian Lu Xian Nu would surrender to Gu Changa. What are you trying to say? Xian Gang obviously didn't expect Gu Changa to say this. He frowned. The ancient existences behind him didn't understand as well. Why would Gu Changa say this at a time like this? Of course I am trying to make you all stay here. Gu Changa faintly smiled. His expression didn't change at all. However, Xian Gang and the others' expressions changed. They were a little uncertain. What do you mean? You want to make us stay here forever? Just by yourself? Xian Gang frowned and said in a low voice. He didn't know why Gu Changa said this at all. They had the empty space abyss behind them. They could retreat in at any time. Without the correct route, the upper world wouldn't dare to chase in at all. Of course by myself. Gu Changa still had a casual expression. His gaze slowly swept across the hunting ground below. Then, he shook his sleeve. It seemed that the vast all-heaven starfield appeared. Rumble. The great Tao rumbled. Billions of divine chains of laws turned into a waterfall and rushed in from all directions as if they were going to refine this world. This is. Such a shocking change instantly shocked countless people from the 8 barren 10 regions who rushed here. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation. The universe trembled. Every inch of the void was filled with a vast and terrifying aura of a supreme expert. It made people's souls tremble as if they were about to be torn apart. Gu Changa's avatar sat cross-legged in the sky, as if he was the master of the heavens. Endless silver divine flames surrounded him, as if they could burn everything into ashes. In the depths of the empty space abyss, rumbling sounds could be heard. It was as if a magnificent army was galloping, wanting to kill all the heavens. The terrifying murderous aura came from behind the people from the 8 barren 10 regions. All of a sudden, everyone was a little dumbstruck and overwhelmed with shock. Why would a great army from the higher realms appear there, and want to encircle and annihilate them? How did they enter the depths of the empty space abyss? What's going on? At this moment, not to mention the people from the 8 barren 10 regions, even the people from the upper world were stunned. They looked at everything in shock. Many of the geniuses who were fighting in the hunting ground were also shocked. Some of them didn't expect it at all. The avatars of the other supreme experts also didn't expect such a shocking change at all. Before this, Gu Changa didn't tell them at all. How did you do it? Xian Gang's expression became ugly to the extreme, inwardly shocked and furious. He never expected the great army of the upper world to slaughter their way over, moreover with such shocking momentum. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Kill him. Apart from him, the others aren't a threat. As long as the boundary monument sea hasn't dried up, the Tao-achieving experts of their world won't be able to cross over. We only need to kill him. Another supreme expert said, coming from the Green Life clan. His expression was extremely gloomy, not wishing to waste words, directly taking action. He released a streak of resplendent green multicolored light, endless immortal light spreading outwards, as if it was a stellar river. This was his powerful ancestral method, containing terrifying corrosive force, yellow springs water within, able to derive the profound mysteries of life and death. When it reached great success, it could even corrode the cosmos. The other supreme experts of the 8 barren 10 regions also took action, all of them displaying powerful methods. Light shone brilliantly, illuminating this expanse of the heavens, making the void collapse. The long river of time was faintly discernible, the world shaking, sun and moon exploding. This was the most powerful attack of the Tao-achieving realm. It was to the extent where there was an incomparably ancient expert who took action, a great hand moving across the sky, pushing down the great Tao, wishing to smash down, blast Gu Changa to death. This scene was too horrifying, simply about to destroy heaven and earth, everything returning to primal chaos, all natural laws blasted to pieces. What is going on? Why did a great battle suddenly break out? The ancient warships were all trembling one after another, battered by this wave of fluctuations. They could only raise protective barriers to defend themselves. Many people from the two realms still didn't react to what was going on. They originally thought that this was just a battle between the younger generation of the two realms. They never expected the Tao achieving experts to take action. Not good. The expressions of many Tao achieving experts from the higher realms changed greatly. They were just magical bodies, completely no match for this group of people. At most, they could only resist for a moment. However, at this time, they still rushed out, trying to share a bit of the pressure for Gu Changa. Hong. Meanwhile, at this time, the Nine Mountains' immortal imprint above Gu Changa's head shone, as if there was a tsunami of power that converged towards him. Today, all of you can just stay behind. He spoke calmly, his expression completely unperturbed. He took action, displaying an ancient method. It was as if mountains, rivers, sun, and moon appeared behind him, surrounding the entire world, covering the heavens. Hong Long Long. Millions and millions of streaks of multicolored light surged, divine light interweaving, resplendent and dazzling, as if it was the great Tao light of the cosmos. Around his palm and fingers, countless celestial bodies appeared, all of them brought down by the great hand from outer space. They were extremely massive, rumbling as they moved, carrying chaotic energy. It was extremely shocking, crushing down. Even if the Nine Mountains' immortal imprint is in your hands, you are still just one person. How are you going to face us? The expression of that life green race's Tao achieving expert was extremely cold, directly turning into his original body, an incomparably mysterious and ancient heaven-reaching giant tree. Endless radiance scattered down, towering in the cosmos, as if it could support and split apart everything. Vines that were like stellar streams hacked towards Gu Changa one after another like divine swords. The other Tao achieving experts seized this opportunity, similarly not holding back. Since Gu Changa made a move against them first, they naturally wouldn't let go of this great opportunity to kill him. There was someone who also displayed his original body, an enormous nine-headed golden bird, every single one of them as if they were forged from unmatched immortal gold. They flowed with brilliant colors, falling down in order. He released an exceptionally vicious sound, wishing to refine this cosmos, attacking Gu Changa. Millions and millions of creatures trembled under this type of terrifying fluctuation, their souls seemingly about to collapse. Many younger generation experts who were currently fighting also stopped, watching everything with shaken hearts. They all had magical artifacts on them to protect themselves, preventing them from being blasted to death by these shockwaves. Gu Changa faced three Tao achieving experts by himself, fighting there. Even though in their opinion, this was because he had the support of the Nine Mountains' immortal imprint, this supreme treasure, as well as the other supreme experts of the higher realms descending here, all of them resisting together, it was still enough to be horrified. Apart from proving that the Nine Mountains' immortal imprint was extraordinary, this was already enough to prove how terrifying Gu Changa's own strength was. Just what kind of level has his own strength reached? Six Crown King and the others trembled slightly inside, long unable to produce any thoughts of competing against Gu Changa. This type of difference already couldn't be described as a heavenly moat. Chi. In the depths of the cosmos, a great battle overflowed into the heavens, shocking everyone. Gu Changa's expression didn't change. When he saw the profound handle rush over, he directly sent a finger over. Dark red, pitch black, primal chaos, all types of terrifying sword energy suddenly pierced through this cosmos, descending on the profound handle. This was his method, containing unmatched offensive power. Puff. Immediately afterwards, the profound handle's arm was pierced through, carrying blood. Even the powerful black tortoise body also collapsed. Even now, you all still don't understand. At the next moment, Gu Changa's expression was cold, his voice still calm and indifferent. A palm reached over. It was a large golden hand, boundless and boundless, palm patterns clear, as if it was the palm of heaven. Chaotic energy swirled about, a stellar domain appearing within. Puff! The expression of the Green Clan who turned into a true body changed greatly, not a match. The heaven-reaching giant tree was crushed by a palm, his body exploding, breaking apart into pieces. His primordial spirit burned, wishing to use an unmatched secret method to escape. However, Gu Changa already anticipated this. The space between his brows shone, a primordial spirit little figure walking out. It opened its mouth, releasing a roar, spitting out a resplendent stream of stars, turning into a bronze immortal sword, instantly seriously injuring him. In that short period of time, those who achieved the Tao were all injured, making everyone on the 8 Desolates 10 regions ancient worship shiver in fear. They couldn't help but tremble, some even feeling despair. Kill! When the other experts of the higher realms saw this, they also shouted loudly. On the ancient warship behind them, a great army overflowed into the heavens, slaughtering their way over. In the depths of realm space abyss, a gate of light shone brilliantly. Within an altar that had long been forged, a great army was also slaughtering its way over, surrounding everyone from the 8 Desolates 10 regions ancient worship, sealing off their path of retreat. Chapter 485. This battle shocked everyone. Whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, they all felt a wave of fear and tremble. Gu Changa was too strong. Before this, his combat strength was already in a mess. Now, with the support of a supreme treasure like the 9 Mountains deity seal, he even displayed the terrifying strength of a Tao attainment expert. The 3 Tao attainments experts from the 8 Desolates 10 regions fought with him and were severely injured in a short time. Some of them even exploded, and their primordial spirits almost collapsed. Such a scene really made all the living beings in the 8 Desolates 10 regions feel despair. It was not that the Tao attainments experts in their world were not strong, but Gu Changa's strength was really unbelievable. The battle broke out in an instant. In the depths of the starry sky, the sky was filled with light talismans, shaking the 9 heavens. The void trembled like a sieve as it was pierced through by strands of light and aura. The terrifying army swept over like a tidal wave, shaking the heavens and the earth. There were sounds of killing in the sky and on the ground. Boom! The ancient warships of the 2 worlds were shining. Many runes inscribed on them evolved and appeared between heaven and earth. In the end, they turned into beams of light as thick as mountains, bombarding the front. Countless living beings died tragically under such fluctuations. A crack was forcibly opened in the torrent-like army. In the sky, a supreme pinnacle sky-swallowing sparrow appeared. It opened its mouth and spat out a silver moon-long blade. Runes flashed explosively. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it was going to fill the sky. In front of the 8 Desolates 10 regions, several great saints were blocking the attacking army, but in an instant, they were shattered by the aura of the silver moon-long blade. Damn it! Let's attack together. Don't let it succeed. The other supreme beings shouted, their eyes burning with anger. They worked together to kill this vicious bird. Today, you will all die here sooner or later. There won't be any accidents. The sky-swallowing sparrow sneered. It came from the ancient royal family of the upper world. Its aura was terrifying, and its green eyes were the size of small mountains. It spread its wings and tore through the sky, arriving in an instant. Under this attack, countless living beings turned into a bloody mist and exploded. So strong. Supreme pinnacle, just half a step away from the quasi-emperor realm. The three supreme beings' faces suddenly paled. Under this aura, they trembled. The divine symbols on the surface of their bodies broke apart and began to split apart. Blood gushed out, making them look incomparably terrifying. Boom! In another direction, within the ancient warships, flying ships, and demonic mountains, black mists overflowed. Five-colored divine light flickered about. There were experts who appeared, following the great army to fight outside realm space abyss. Murderous cries could be heard from these ancient warships. Creatures and cultivators began to appear, charging down like a tide. Their auras were monstrous. There were half-saints, saints, paragon saints, and even paragons. This was an extremely powerful battle force that came from different powers. Kill! They shouted loudly, incomparably excited and stirred up, carrying bloodthirst. The 3 Tao attainments have been held back by young Master Chang'e. How can the 8 desolates and 10 regions block it? The moment the 2 armies clashed, the 8 desolates and 10 regions were no match for them. Everyone felt a great sense of panic, especially when they heard the sounds of killing coming from behind them. They couldn't help but tremble. They were surrounded. There were pursuers in front of them, no path of retreat behind them. Damn it, turns out the higher realms already planned this a long time ago. Right at this moment, they also understood. They were shocked and furious. When they accepted this challenge, the higher realms already set up a trap, drawing them all here in an attempt to catch them all in one fell swoop. Before this, they never would have thought that a great army would slaughter their way over from behind them. Moreover, why would a great army from the higher realms appear in the depths of realm space abyss? How did they enter, and how did they set up an ambush? Doubts appeared one after another in their minds. Unfortunately, there was already no one who could provide them with answers. Kill! The higher realms' great sex experts commanded the great army behind them, slaughtering their way over like sharp blades. All creatures that tried to resist along the way were torn to pieces, turning into bloody mist, collapsing between heaven and earth. Bloody mist drifted between heaven and earth. The vast and mighty great army was like chives, continuously falling, torn apart by the higher realms' experts that slaughtered their way over. The 2 armies clashed. In terms of numbers, the 8 desolates and 10 regions didn't have the advantage at all. Meanwhile, this was still because the higher realms' great army hadn't all arrived yet. The many heavenly talents who fought against the 8 desolates and 10 regions' younger generation in the hunting ground all had different expressions. It seems like there is already no need for us to take action. The heaven demon sovereign said softly. He sent Xian Tian flying with a single palm strike. He was extremely powerful, no one his opponent. Even the Black Tortoise Battle God clan's inheritor was defeated. Vermilion Bird Battle God clan, I wonder what your relationship is with the Vermilion Bird clan of the higher realms? Wang Zijin wore a light blue long dress. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, a faint smile on her face. With a wave of her jade hands, streak after streak of silver vines interweaved in the void. In the end, they turned into divine weapons and shot forward, making the Vermilion Bird Battle God clan's inheritor cough out blood. His body trembled intensely, many terrifying cracks appearing on his body. There was no need to doubt her beauty. Few women in this world could compare to her. Her skin was sparkling, flickering with a moving radiance. However, her strength was extremely terrifying. In the eyes of many heavenly talents, she was even more mysterious than the heaven demon sovereign, 6-crown king, and the others. From start to finish, she seemed extremely relaxed. Retreat. Don't continue fighting. At the hunting ground, the expressions of all the heavenly talents from the 8 desolates 10 regions changed greatly. They wanted to flee this place. Xiao Yang, Lin Wu, and the others were no exception. They never thought that Gu Chang'e would be so vicious, setting up a trap and luring them here. Now that things had developed to this point, if they stayed here, they would inevitably lose their lives. Even the 8 Desolates 10 regions experts were injured. They would definitely become the targets of many people. They would want to get rid of them as soon as possible. Open the spatial altar. Let's leave as many as we can, send the younger generation away. They can't die here. The higher-ups of the various clans should take this opportunity to leave as well. As for the remaining people, we can only stay here and stall for time. On the ancient warship, many of the older generation were very decisive at this moment. Their expressions were gloomy, understanding that this battle was likely to result in certain death. All of them might very well die here. They immediately decided to activate the spatial altar and send the younger generation away, preserving their flame and hope. Of course, the spatial altar couldn't hold that many people, so they had to be willing to part with them. Some of the younger generation who weren't that talented could only give up on this place. Those with high cultivation and the higher-ups of the various clans had to be sent away at this moment. They were all valuable people to the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Once they died, it would have a great impact on the clans behind them. Hearing this, many of the older generation's eyes flashed. Although the spatial altar was rare, each of them had a lot of them. However, if they left now, they would be in great danger. The spatial barrier here had probably been shattered due to the battle between the enlightened ones. It wouldn't be able to support many cultivators escaping. It might even cause a spatial storm, causing greater danger. Moreover, the upper realm would probably not let them leave in peace. Thinking of this, they frowned even more. Even if they wanted to escape now, they had to wait for the right time. Those who escaped first would definitely become the target of the upper realm. Let's arrange for some people to die first to lower the upper realm's vigilance. We'll look for a chance to escape. This is a good idea. Now that things have come to this, this is the only way. Then, they ordered their clansmen behind them to gather their people, planning to let them escape through the spatial altar first. Buzz! There was a spatial fluctuation here, followed by an ancient and mysterious altar that appeared in the void. It looked like a door of light, but this door was not stable. It was affected by the space here and showed signs of breaking. They're trying to escape. A powerhouse from the upper realm noticed this and quickly took action. A palm flew across the sky and slammed down, trying to stop them. However, this spatial door did not last long and soon collapsed. A series of screams came from within, accompanied by a bloody mist. The cultivators who had just entered were all crushed by the spatial turbulence. They were instantly destroyed in body and soul. This scene stunned many people from the upper realm. Then, they couldn't help but laugh and say, "These people are panicking. Even if we don't do anything, they will die tragically in the void." The shockwaves from the battle between the enlightened ones have already shattered the space here. No one can escape. Then, they did not care about those who tried to escape through the spatial altar. Instead, they focused on the cultivators who were protected by many people and killed them. We've lowered their vigilance. The eyes of some of the older generation from the 8 Desolation 10 regions flashed as they breathed a sigh of relief. This method was tantamount to a gecko cutting off its tail, but it could still secretly send some people away. While the two armies were fighting, in the sky, the battle between the 3 enlightened ones from the 8 Desolation 10 regions and Wuxia had already reached the deepest part of the universe, far away from here. Xiangang and the others were almost in a frenzy. The mighty emperor's aura swept across the entire universe, shattering the sky and shaking the stars. In their opinion, Wuxia was just borrowing the power of an external object. Although the 9 Mountains deity seal was strong, there was a limit. As long as they continued to fight with Wuxia. Wuxia had not achieved the Tao, so he could not win against the 3 of them. In the end, he would be defeated. Boom! The brilliance here was too dazzling. Huge palms crossed the universe, and even the stars were as small as dust. This was the power of the enlightened ones. Some people's bodies collapsed, but they quickly reformed. Their primordial spirits were immortal and almost impossible to destroy. Gu Chang'e, you are not an enlightened one after all. Your power will be exhausted sooner or later, Xiangang shouted angrily. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The bones in his hand were broken, and white bone fragments splattered everywhere. Gu Chang'e's palm landed on his body, and a rumbling sound like the universe was collapsing rang out. The black tortoise's body was incomparably strong, even comparable to the immortal gold, but at this moment, it could not withstand and was penetrated. The other two enlightened ones did not have it easy either, especially the green race's patriarch, whose true body was penetrated by Gu Chang'e. His body was covered in blood, and his injuries were severe. He had already rebuilt his body several times. If it were not for his strong vitality and the fact that he mainly cultivated his primordial spirit, it would not be as simple as just a serious injury. Do you know why I lured you here? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly when he heard this, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. In the sky above his head, the 9 mountains deity seal floated up and down, and a boundless golden divine light fell from it. It had a divine intent of invulnerability. He still had a casual expression on his face. He was not surprised by the thoughts of Xiangang and the others. This place was already infinitely far away from the Empyrean abyss, reaching the depths of this universe. Even the two armies on the battlefield could only feel some fluctuations of the battle, and could not see what was happening here clearly. What do you mean by that? Xiangang frowned, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Because from the beginning to the end, Gu Chang'e's expression was too relaxed, and no one could guess his limit at all. They did not even know what state Gu Chang'e was in now. And now, his words revealed some unknown plans. He was really afraid of Gu Chang'e to the extreme. Because Gu Chang'e did not show his emotions, they could not guess his thoughts at all. If Gu Chang'e showed some surprise or uneasiness, they would be able to breathe a sigh of relief. She begged for fresh flowers. But Gu Chang'e did not. This feeling of everything being under control made them tremble slightly, and they felt deeply uneasy. This guy is just putting on a strong show. He has exhausted all his tricks, and is just saying this to scare us. As cultivators who have attained the Tao, we are already in such a state. How can a mere junior like him overturn the heavens? The face of the old ancestor of the Green Life clan sank. At this moment, he did not care about anything, and the cultivation of his whole body burned, turning into a monstrous green divine fire. That was a massive amount of life essence. Like a tsunami, it surged towards Gu Chang'e and drowned her. Brother, don't underestimate the enemy. Seeing this scene, the uneasiness in Xuangang's heart grew stronger, and he wanted to stop the old ancestor of the Green Life clan, but it was already too late. In his horrified expression, the universe in front of him suddenly darkened, as if the eternal night had descended, and the heavens and realms fell into eternal dusk. A terrifying bottle of the great Tao appeared in the sky, and only a vague outline could be seen. It was floating there, and endless black light drooped down. Those black lights were formed from endless rules and order, and the laws of the great Tao contained unimaginable power of heaven and earth. The heavens and realms, and the eternal space and time, seemed to collapse because of this shake. This was an unfathomable and indescribable supreme power. Buzz! At this moment, the life source formed by the old ancestor of the Green Life clan was like a clay ox entering the sea, and was swallowed by the terrifying bottle of the great Tao. What is this? A look of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. He never thought that his full-powered attack would be so easily neutralized by Gu Chang'e. This is the first time I've seen someone in a hurry to die. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Chang'e's expression was calm, his eyes were still calm, and his words were without the slightest ripple. As his words fell, the universe in front of him was suddenly drowned by a terrifying black light. Gu Chang'e shook his hand lightly, and the 8 Desolation Demon halberd appeared, letting out a trembling sound. The universe was destroyed, and everything was in chaos. Boom! It was a halberd light that swept over, crossing the heavens and earth. It was incomparable, and all things in the heavens seemed to be affected. With a poochie sound, it pierced through the old ancestor of the Green Life clan. Then, with a bang, he shattered into pieces. White bone fragments splattered everywhere, including his primordial spirit. He was split open and turned into ashes. Until the moment of his death, his face was still filled with fear, disbelief, deep shock, and regret. How is this possible? Xiangang and the other Tao attainment expert were stunned. Their words were trembling, and their faces were pale. They didn't expect that the old ancestor of the Green Life clan would be split open by Gu Chang'e in just a single exchange, and his body and soul were destroyed. All the life aura disappeared as if it had never appeared. The shock of this scene was so great that it almost made them wonder if this was an illusion. Now it's your turn. After killing a Tao attainment expert with one strike, Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if he had done something not worth mentioning. He looked at Xiangang and the other Tao attainment expert and said indifferently. Above his head, the 9 mountains immortal seal was trembling slightly. This was the fear of something with spirituality toward some great and terrifying things. At this moment, it felt the terror of the 8 desolation demonic halberd. It was the ultimate power of destruction. Who exactly are you? The other Tao attainment expert who was a 9-headed golden bird said with a trembling voice, and her scalp went numb. This was the first time she had seen a Tao attainment expert being killed, and so easily. This was something that she didn't dare to imagine before. The shock and horror that this scene gave her was too great. Even her soul was trembling, and she was terrified to the extreme. They were Tao attainments experts who were invincible in the world. Now that the immortal realm didn't appear, it meant that they were invincible. Run! Xiangang reacted quickly. His face was pale and filled with fear. He never thought that Gu Chang'e had hidden so deeply. It seemed that the mountain lords of the 9 mountains had already met with misfortune. In the first instant, he transformed into his original form, which was even larger than the galaxy, and fled into the distance. But in the next moment, a red light was faster than him. It looked like a sword chi, but the whistling sound made the long river of time become chaotic, and the entire universe seemed to be cut in half. The immortal slaying gourd shone and appeared in Gu Chang'e's hand. At the mouth of the gourd, a red light spurted out and turned into a terrifying sword chi. It caught up with Xiangang in an instant and circled around his neck. Poof! A monstrous rain of blood appeared, drowning this part of the universe. A huge head of the black tortoise rolled down, and there was still fear in its eyes. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender. Seeing this, the Tao attainment expert who was a 9-headed golden bird was scared out of her wits. She didn't dare to run at all. Although she had extreme speed, she didn't dare to say that she could escape from this sword chi. Even Xiangang, who had a terrifying body, was beheaded by this sword chi, let alone her. Looks like you're smart. You didn't run away. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Hearing this, the 9-headed golden bird couldn't help but feel happy. She suddenly saw hope. But it's a pity that all of you have to die today. Otherwise, my identity will be exposed. But in the next moment, Gu Chang'e's regretful words sounded, which made her face turn pale. Her whole body trembled, and she instantly fell into despair. Poof! Once again, a monstrous blood-red light filled the sky. In the end, everything became dead silent. The entire universe was in ruins. The chaotic energy rushed out in all directions, as if it was going to drown the heaven and earth. There were no waves or traces left behind. Ordinary. Chapter 486. Rumble. Blood rained down, and an earth-shattering sound could be heard. Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged in the depths of the universe. He opened his mouth and roared, and the galaxy-like life source kept converging toward him. Beside him seemed to have turned into a blood-colored cocoon. Then, a slender figure walked over from afar. She was not surprised at all when she saw this. Their strength is much weaker than the 9 mountain lords. Gu Chang'e opened his eyes and seemed to sigh regretfully. They have only attained the Tao for a short time. Naturally, they can't compare to the 9 mountain lords. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy's eyes flashed slightly. She felt that Gu Chang'e's strength had become much stronger. With this speed of improvement, it would not be long before he stepped into the threshold of the nirvana path. It was no wonder that the younger generation was left behind by Gu Chang'e without a trace of her back. How's the passage in the Empyrean abyss? Gu Chang'e nodded. There was a strange look on his face. Then, he gently raised his hand and slapped himself. Suddenly, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Then, his entire aura quickly withered as if he had suffered a serious injury. Seeing this, the Empyrean deer mystic fairy was stunned. She felt that Gu Chang'e seemed to be quite familiar with this. It was obvious that he had done this many times. The passage in the Empyrean abyss has been stabilized. The upper realm can attack at any time. Soon, she recovered and said with a complicated expression. Naturally, this passage was stabilized by her personally. That's good. It's a pity that the 3 of them escaped in the end. It's really a pity, Gu Chang'e nodded and then sighed regretfully. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy's eyes were sparkling. She stared at him and suddenly understood Gu Chang'e's plan. The matter of him facing off against 3 accomplished Tao was already horrifying enough to shock the present age. If he didn't suffer any injuries, people would suspect him even more. That was because his current strength was so strong that it made people feel unimaginable. If Gu Chang'e's hidden identity was exposed, he would probably face a situation where the entire world was his enemy in the blink of an eye. At that time, the entire upper realm would probably not tolerate him. Obviously, Gu Chang'e had done this not just once or twice. What? You want to use this to threaten me? Gu Chang'e noticed her expression and smiled playfully. Young Master Gu, are you afraid that I will be threatened? The Empyrean deer mystic maiden shook her head slightly with a faint smile on her lips. Of course not. Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to stroke her face. Finally, his hand landed on her snow-white and delicate neck. Because it's actually not difficult for me to pinch you to death. Then, a great golden path appeared beneath their feet, tearing apart the cosmos here, leaving this place. Boom! And at this moment, at the place where the 2 armies were fighting, in the midst of the endless slaughter, there was the sound of the great path rumbling. The void was trembling. Light shone resplendently, and the aura was heavy. It was as if a passage had been blasted through. It was as if some kind of majestic and terrifying existence was about to burst out. This powerful wave, who is breaking through the void, hurrying over here? A few powerful existences from the higher realms immediately sensed this. They were incomparably shocked, but at the same time, they were extremely confused. It seems that the reinforcements from the 8 desolates and 10 regions have sensed the fluctuations and rushed over, someone guessed, his gaze somewhat gloomy. Boom! Streams of terrifying divine senses swept out and collided with the void. They were like incomparably sharp heavenly blades. This was the pure power of the primordial spirit. It was the supreme realm, and it could easily crush everything. With a loud bang, it was as if a star had exploded, and the front collapsed with a bang. It was as if heaven and earth were collapsing, and the universe was trembling violently. Chaos surged, and the aura of the creation of heaven and earth was swallowed, drowning everything. Ah! Suddenly, a loud cry was heard. The expression of an immemorial royal family paragon changed drastically, and he felt as if his body was about to explode. For a moment, all the light in this place disappeared, and even the sound of battle disappeared. An incomparably resplendent golden divine sword that was like a brilliant sun slashed down with oppressive killing intent. Pfft! The screams disappeared as the primordial imperial family's supreme being was brutally killed. The void split open, and a spatial passage was opened. A blurry figure walked out. He looked quite young, but it was difficult to hide the vicissitudes of life. White fog floated around him, and his eyes were like cold stars as he stood in the void. Behind this figure was the mighty army of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Obviously, they had heard the news of this place being surrounded and quickly came to support according to the spatial coordinates of the Jikanjayuan. The moment they saw him, everyone from the 8 Desolates 10 regions was stunned at first, then burst into loud cries of surprise. Everyone was excited and happy as they recognized who the person was. It's the young master of the Great Cloud Lake region. He has come to support us. Great, we've been waiting for reinforcements. A cultivator said excitedly, suddenly seeing hope in despair. The 8 Desolates 10 regions was the general name of the 8 Desolates and the 10 regions. The Great Cloud Lake region was one of the 10 regions. Even if there were many ancient races in one of the regions, they had to abide by the rules of that region. And the leader of each region had a supreme status. The man who suddenly appeared was the young master of the Great Cloud Lake region. His name was Zhao Yunze, and his talent was terrifying. He was the number one person of his generation 60 million years ago. His cultivation had reached the quasi-emperor realm many years ago, and now it was even more unfathomable. Everyone, escape along the passage. I'll cover the rear. Zhao Yunze looked very young and valiant. Even his hair was shining brightly. After appearing here, the first thing he did was to raise his hand and shoot out a terrifying sword chi that was like a star, blocking the upper world army that was trying to chase in front of him. This sword slashed out, containing a brilliant might that could not be looked at directly. It was surging and vast, as if it could split heaven and earth. He directly forced back countless upper world army. One person could stop millions of soldiers. He stood under the sky, his entire body shrouded in fog. His eyes were deep and calm, and he had a kind of invincible appearance. Behind him, many experts rushed over to support, responsible for covering everyone. Under this sword, even the quasi-emperor level super experts of the upper world had a slight change in expression, and their hearts palpitated. This person was very strong, and his strength was not something they could compare to. As expected of young Master Yunze. He single-handedly blocked so many upper world army. Too strong. This scene made everyone in the 8 Desolation 10 regions excited. Even the younger generation, such as Xian Tian, looked at him with some respect. After all, this was the strongest person of his generation 60 million years ago. His cultivation was so strong that no one could defeat him. Now, his strength was even more unfathomable. As soon as he appeared, he showed his invincible appearance. This person seems to be quite famous in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. So many people recognize him. But it seems that he wants to buy time. But can he stop our army of millions by himself? Many ancient existences of the upper world's orthodoxy's eyes flashed as they guessed Zhao Yunze's identity. Then, they sneered. Rumble. They were the first to attack. A terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth. Previously, they were no match for the 3 enlightened masters of the 8 Desolation 10 regions, but facing Zhao Yunze, they were not afraid. Unrighteousness leads to self-destruction. The upper world has done all kinds of evil. Sooner or later, retribution will come. Zhao Yunze's expression was very cold. Especially after seeing the heavy casualties of the 8 Desolation 10 regions, his expression became even colder. Moreover, in the depths of realm space abyss, there was actually a higher world army that appeared. They wanted to capture everyone here in one fell swoop. This could only mean that there was a traitor in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Moreover, it was someone with a high status who had a deep understanding of the changes in realm space abyss. Otherwise, there was no way the higher world army could enter realm space abyss in such a short amount of time. As for who exactly this traitor was, that had to be investigated after this matter was over. Right now, the most important thing was to bring everyone back to the 8 Desolation 10 regions and leave this place. When he thought of this, Zhao Yunze swept his eyes over everyone. He ordered the people behind him to bring the younger generation away first. Soon after, a terrifying great battle erupted here. The starry sky trembled like a sieve that was pierced through. Terrifying cracks appeared one after another. Many ancient existences of the higher world all displayed their most powerful methods, fighting against Zhao Yunze. Light shone brilliantly. This place immediately became blurry. All of the techniques were evolving, laws colliding, great Tao rumbling. It was as if they crossed through time and space, slaughtering their way into the muddle-headed era. Kill. Meanwhile, from the spatial passage behind Zhao Yunze, a large army slaughtered their way out, fighting against the people of the higher world army in front of them. At the same time, they covered the many heavenly talents and higher-level figures, retreating from this place. It had to be said that Zhao Yunze's strength was extremely terrifying. When fighting against many ancient existences at the half-emperor realm, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Sword energy swept out from his body. The stars that had long collapsed even more so exploded under the aftershocks, turning into ashes. This person's strength is extremely strong. If they were at the same cultivation realm, I feel like he would be a powerful opponent. The Sky Fiend Monarch, 6-Crown King, wore immortal manners inheritor, and the others already returned to the ancient warship, watching this terrifying great battle from the distance. If Zhao Yunze didn't suddenly rush over, this battle might have already ended. However, just like how Gu Chang'e arranged a backup plan that caught the 8 Desolation 10 regions off guard, Zhao Yunze's support also came. The people of the higher world army also didn't expect Zhao Yunze's support, catching them off guard. If young Master Chang'e didn't arrange that backup plan, we might have suffered greatly today. A heavenly talent said softly. He felt that Zhao Yunze's sudden attack wasn't an accident, but rather something that the 8 Desolation 10 regions had long planned. Their goal was to catch them off guard. However, because of Gu Chang'e's plan, Zhao Yunze appeared to provide support. I wonder where young Master Chang'e is now. Fighting against 3 Dao achievers, even with his strength, I'm afraid he will be at a disadvantage. Although from the previous situation, young Master Chang'e has a lot of advantages, as time goes on, it will still be dangerous. Young Master Chang'e is still too young. If he is given a bit more time, he should be able to fight against a true Dao achiever, a few people couldn't help but say, gazing into the distant depths of the universe. The fluctuations there seemed to have calmed down. It seemed that the curtains of that terrifying battle should have come to an end. This made many people worried. If the 3 Dao achievers from the 8 Desolation 10 regions came back, they would still be in danger. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's brows slightly furrowed. It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Gu Chang'e, but 3 Dao achievers were already close to invincible existences in the higher world. She didn't know how Gu Chang'e had destroyed the 9 mountains. But thinking about it, without the help of the Gu clan's ancestor, Gu Chang'e couldn't have done it alone. This battle wouldn't be easy for him. The 8 Desolation 10 regions only want to retreat. They have a lot of people, but compared to our army, they are still far behind. At this moment, someone saw the 8 Desolation 10 regions' intention. Almost everyone was rushing to where Zhao Yunze was, wanting to retreat through the space passage that they had opened. However, after this battle, even if the people from the 8 Desolation 10 regions could escape, they would suffer heavy losses. Now, less than 1/10 of their original army was left. Even a number of quasi-emperors had been killed because of the encirclement. Their blood mist was still floating in the universe. Retreat. Seeing that most of the people from the various tribes had already evacuated, Zhao Yunze's face darkened. Zhao Yunze's face darkened. He suddenly shouted in a low voice. His whole body was like a small sun. His hair suddenly glowed, and every strand of hair danced, turning into unparalleled sword chi. Their sharpness was overwhelming, and they slashed in all directions. At this moment it was as if there were thousands of sword chi slashing down, boundless and brilliant. Every one of them was incomparably terrifying. Those below the Boundary Emperor realm couldn't block it at all. This was one of his secret techniques, and it required a lot of origin energy, but he couldn't care less at this moment. Seeing this, many ancient existences who were fighting with him looked a little gloomy. They had to resist and couldn't continue to attack. Moreover, these thousands of sword chi didn't just slash at them, but more of them appeared on the ancient warships behind them. Zhao Yunza's intention was very simple. He didn't simply want to retreat, but wanted to use this attack to kill the higher world army. Rumble. Suddenly, the sword chi slashed down, covering the sky and earth. Heaven and earth were upside down, and many rules and order collapsed, surging like a vast ocean. The flying ships and ancient warships lit up with brilliance, turning into divine runes, constantly intertwining to resist. This place erupted with endless momentum and brilliance. The ancient existences' faces were gloomy, and they had no choice but to resist. Zhao Yunza's strength was no longer as simple as a boundary emperor, but close to the level of an enlightened one. They were all Dharma bodies, and when they fought with Xian Gang and the other two, they had already exhausted a lot of energy and were not at their peak state. His target is actually us. Seeing this scene, Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Sky Demon Sovereign, and the others' faces turned a little cold, realizing Zhao Yunza's goal. With their status, they naturally had life-saving items on them to come here. 9 Although facing this attack wouldn't put his life in much danger, the more life-saving treasures were used, the less he had. Who wouldn't feel pained? Gu Xian also realized this point, and a pained expression appeared on her small face. She unwillingly took out a jade talisman. However, before she could activate this jade talisman, a burly black figure, like a god of war, suddenly crossed the void and appeared in front of her. The black spear swept across, bringing with it the sound of wind and thunder, destroying the sword chi that slashed over. His entire body stood there, emitting a terrifying aura. Gu Xian was a little stunned, completely not expecting that someone would appear to protect her at this time. From his appearance, he didn't look like a boundary emperor expert of the Gu clan. She was a little puzzled, as she had never seen this figure before, but she still breathed a sigh of relief and put away the life-saving jade talisman. After all, it could block the attack of a boundary emperor, so it was very precious. However, the other young existences were not as lucky as Gu Xian, and they all activated the protective items on their bodies, which shone brightly and blocked this attack. However, they were also in a very sorry state, and were sent flying, coughing up blood. A boundary emperor expert is protecting her. The reclusive princess and Yen of the Yin clan was also in a very sorry state, but when she noticed the terrifying figure in front of Gu Xian, she couldn't help but be stunned, and then a wave of envy appeared in her heart. Were you sent by Gu Chang'e to protect me? Gu Xian's eyes were sparkling and moving. After she came to her senses, she stared at the tall figure in front of her and couldn't help but ask. A boundary emperor existence was actually hiding in the dark, and she didn't even know before this. After thinking about it, other than Gu Chang'e, no one else would make such an arrangement. This made the corners of her mouth curl up slightly, and she really wanted to grab Gu Chang'e's collar and ask him, didn't he say that he didn't care about her? Chapter 487. Ada stood in front of the ancient warship, wearing a nether metal armor. He looked like an unparalleled god of war. A powerful and terrifying aura spread out from his body. He swept his spear, causing the void to crack and spread out for tens of thousands of miles. All the sword chi that fell in front of Gu Xian was cut down by him. They couldn't get close to Gu Xian. His quasi-emperor aura spread out and suppressed the entire starry sky. Many ancient beings' expressions changed as they sensed Ada's power. The rest of the young people also looked at Gu Xian with envy. They didn't have a quasi-emperor like her to protect them in secret. Zhao Yunza's attack just now put them in a difficult situation. They even used a life-saving item. "I'm here to protect Miss Xian." Da's reply was simple and cold, as if he didn't have any emotions. "I don't want his protection." Gu Xian's lips curled up. She had an expression that said, "I knew this would happen." In her opinion, Gu Chang'e was a person who didn't mean what she said. Although her words were merciless and she would scold her. Although he scolded her, Gu Chang'e would protect her in various ways every time she was in danger. Of course, it would be better if he didn't bully her. Ada stood in front of her and didn't say much. He was like a majestic ancient demonic mountain. At this moment, Zhao Yunza's body glowed at the space passage in the distance. His aura surged like a vast ocean. Every strand of his hair shone with sword radiance. Seeing that his attack didn't work, his expression darkened. He didn't want to stay any longer and was about to leave through the open space passage. Above the dome of heaven, a terrifying aura rose and fell, a great fog billowed, and spatial turbulence swept over. Damn it! Are we going to let him escape at this time? Many ancient beings' expressions darkened when they saw this. Even if they attacked, they couldn't stop Zhao Yunza at this moment. This made them angry and sullen. If a true Dao master from the upper realm descended, Zhao Yunza wouldn't be able to be so arrogant. Boom! However, at this moment, a vast and surging aura suddenly appeared in the depths of the distant universe. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, the universe changing. Stars began to tremble one after another. Under this type of aura, they were about to collapse and turn into ashes. The expressions of the people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions, who were escaping through the spatial tunnel, changed. "It's his aura. The leader of the upper realm, he's back," someone's voice trembled as fear appeared on his face. They still remembered the scene of their strongest being heavily injured. That scene was too shocking. Even now, it still made their scalps go numb. Even more people's faces turned pale, and they appeared to be very frightened. At this moment, no one dared to stay any longer. They all transformed into divine rainbows and fled into the spatial tunnel. That leader from the upper realm has returned. Just in time. Sensing the aura that was about to descend, Zhao Yunzai's expression also changed. But soon, a thick killing intent and battle intent appeared on his body. "Come and fight. I want to see just how strong this person is." He did not leave. Instead, he shouted angrily and stopped escaping into the tunnel. Then, with a flash, he appeared in the sky of the universe. Everyone watched this scene in shock. Their hearts were incomparably shaken. They never thought that at this time, not only did Zhao Yunzai not run away, but he also planned to fight against Gu Chang'e. His courage was truly too great. It was admirable. Chi, 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 in the next moment, streaks of sword light appeared, illuminating the deep and tattered universe. Sword chi filled the 9 heavens. Every single one of them was as thick as a mountain range. It was as if a multicolored light was rising into the sky. The multicolored light was brilliant and dazzling. As Zhao Yunzai slashed out, these sword chi clanged. Tens of thousands of streaks rumbled, and the stars in the universe seemed to have been separated. This was an incomparably vast attack. It was as if all the power of heaven and earth had merged into one with his sword intent. It could destroy everything. Everyone's souls trembled. They couldn't help but tremble. Under this sword, there was the danger of life and death, as if they were ants. However, in the universe, there was also sword light appearing. It was as brilliant as an eternal sun rising there. It was extremely fierce, extremely powerful, and inconceivable. It illuminated the heavens for all eternity. One sword radiance chilled 3,000 worlds. It was powerful beyond compare, but it was even more tyrannical. All creatures in the world seemed to feel sorrow, joy, and anger because of this sword, Hong. The two streaks of sword light collided in the depths of the universe, releasing the sound of mountains collapsing and universes collapsing. It was as if the eternal divine light pierced through heaven and earth, wiping out everything. The natural laws were in chaos, and the great Tao collapsed. Endless chaotic energy rushed into the universe, submerging all of the tattered desolate borders. The ancient warships were all trembling. Countless symbols rushed out, appearing in the void. Then, they collapsed to resist this fluctuation. Everyone felt as if their souls were going to be obliterated by this level of light. They couldn't look straight at it. Even supreme beings couldn't see clearly what was happening. Divine light shone brilliantly in their eyes, but in the end, they couldn't help but groan. Blood flowed out from their eyes. Then, the impact of this place dissipated. All of the brilliance dissipated. The starry sky seemed to have been pierced through again. Terrifying great rifts appeared one after another, to the extent where one could even see an expanse of nothingness. What a terrifying shockwave, and this is only the first exchange of blows. This person from the 8 Desolates 10 regions is quite strong. Many people's voices were trembling. They felt a wave of fear. Young Master Changa's condition doesn't seem right. Is he injured? Some of the ancient beings from the upper realm frowned. They felt that something was wrong. According to Gu Changa's previous terrifying strength, this attack would definitely have severely injured Zhao Yunze. This could only mean that Gu Changa's current condition wasn't good. This made them sigh in their hearts. However, they soon understood. They couldn't say that they were surprised. Instead, they were greatly relieved. If Gu Changde was still unscathed after exchanging blows with the 3 Tao masters, they couldn't help but be suspicious. Now that Gu Changde was injured, they were more or less relieved. This was normal. He's really injured. Gu Xian's brows knitted together. Her white hands pinched the corner of her skirt. She was inexplicably irritated. Gu Changde had pretended to be injured in the past to deceive her. However, this time, she felt that Gu Changde wasn't pretending. He was really injured. After all, those were 3 true Daos who had attained the Tao. At this moment, she hated herself for being weak. She couldn't help Gu Changde at all. She even asked him to send a quasi-emperor subordinate to protect her. As expected of young Master Yunze. The strongest person of his generation 60 million years ago. He actually didn't lose to Gu Changde in the fight just now. In the space passage that was surging with golden light, some of the young talents from the 8 Desolates 10 regions couldn't help but feel excited when they saw this scene. Lin Wu, Xiao Yang, and the others also developed some respect for Zhao Yunze. At such a critical moment, he fought against Gu Changde and turned the tide. Don't be too proud. Gu Changde is about the same age as us. This isn't something to be proud of. If the two of them were the same age, I'm afraid young Master Yunze would have been killed by him. However, very quickly, someone poured cold water on them. His words were cold and his expression was solemn. The strongest person of his generation 60 million years ago had just barely blocked Gu Changde's attack. This made their hearts sink. If Gu Changde was given more time. At that time, even the enchantment outside Sky Deer City wouldn't be able to stop him. Such a demonic freak was so powerful that it made people despair. They couldn't even think of fighting against him. And didn't you notice? Gu Changde's current strength is obviously much weaker than before. It seems that he didn't have a good time in the fight with the 3 Tao masters. Otherwise, young Master Yunze wouldn't be his match. I don't know if this is something to be happy about or sad about. Some of the elders' eyes were like torches, shining brightly. They stared at the white-robed man walking over from the depths of the universe. Their voices were unimaginably heavy. These words made many of the experts from the 8 Desolates 10 regions fall silent. They felt inexplicably restless. In the battle with the upper realm, the 8 Desolates 10 regions were already at a disadvantage. Now, there was a freak like Guchanga. Just by relying on one person, he was able to suppress all of them to the point of suffocation. Dong! Dong! In the depths of the universe, Guchanga walked over. He looked very young and was incomparably aloof. He was handsome and elegant. There was an otherworldly immortal aura around him. His every move could trigger the power of heaven and earth. He didn't look like a mortal. However, the sound of his footsteps seemed to resound in the universe. Everyone's hearts tightened as if they were tightly gripped by a pair of invisible hands. Zhao Yunza's body was shining brightly. He stood in the sky with a dignified gaze. He stared at Guchanga. His body was also shining brightly, like a peerless sword immortal. However, in the next moment, his body trembled. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura quickly weakened. This sudden change made the expressions of the people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions change drastically. Some were shocked and some were in disbelief. Why did Zhao Yunza, who looked fine just now, suddenly spit out blood? Could it be that he was just enduring and wasn't really fine? After all, if the two armies were fighting, why would Zhao Yunza suddenly spit out blood? It seems that we have underestimated Guchanga's strength. Even if he is injured, he is still not a match for young Region Master Yunza. The people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions had never looked so serious before. You are very strong. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhao Yunza's face turned pale. However, he quickly recovered and stared at Guchanga, who was walking over. His voice was filled with fear. I don't think you need to say that. Guchanga still had a calm smile on his face. He even gave people a feeling that he was like a spring breeze. If they didn't feel that Guchanga's strength was not as terrifying as before, they wouldn't have believed that he was injured. But now you are injured too. Zhao Yunza stared at him coldly. Streams of blood and bones began to surge out of his body and began to heal his injuries. Yes, what a pity. That's why the three of them escaped. Guchanga didn't deny it. He was very calm, but his tone was filled with regret. The people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions felt a chill. They didn't think that the three enlightened ones would escape after fighting with Guchanga. However, from the vibrations just now, if the three of them were fine, they wouldn't have ignored the people here. You can't stop me now. Zhao Yunza's expression was cold. He was trying to estimate how much strength Guchanga had left. However, he was very sure that if he wanted to escape, with Guchanga's current state, he couldn't stop him. If you want to escape, then go ahead. I really don't have the ability to kill you now. So you better pray that I don't run into you next time. Guchanga was still smiling faintly, as if she had seen through Zhao Yunza's thoughts. It wasn't hard for him to kill Zhao Yunza, but not now. After all, he was injured, he didn't even have 10% of his strength left. Guchanga wasn't worried that the people from the 8 Desolates 10 regions would find out that the three enlightened ones had died. Even if they found out, they wouldn't suspect him. Instead, they would think that it was someone else from the upper world who did it and planned to kill the three enlightened ones. In the end, they would blame the upper world for what happened. Hearing this, Zhao Yunza's expression turned cold. He felt Guchanga's casual and undisguised killer's intent. He then coldly hissed, "Then you can try." The people behind him were pale and fearful. At the same time, they were very worried. If Guchanga targeted him, then Zhao Yunza would be in danger. Against such a terrifying and unbelievable enemy, anyone else would not be able to eat or sleep well. Even the young leader of the Yunzhe region was no match for Guchanga at his peak. Then I hope the next time you see me, you won't beg for mercy. Guchanga still had a faint smile on his face. Zhao Yunza's expression was gloomy. He didn't say anything else. He turned around and waved his sleeves. He stepped into the golden space tunnel behind him. The mighty army was gathered inside, preparing to leave. This space tunnel was opened by a powerful cultivator from afar. It was very stable and difficult to destroy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident. Soon, the space tunnel began to close. The mighty army from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions left. Gu Chang'e stood there alone. His expression was calm as he watched them all disappear. He didn't do anything. The people from the upper world behind him didn't dare to speak. They all maintained their silence. If it wasn't for Gu Chang'e, Zhao Yunza alone would have been enough to deal with them. As the saying goes, don't chase a cornered enemy. The upper world could be said to have won the battle today. The 8 Desolates' 10 regions suffered heavy losses. The army that escaped was less than 1/10 of what came. Only when everyone from the 8 Desolates' 10 regions had completely disappeared did the ancient existences of some forces and orthodoxies come forward. They asked respectfully to Gu Chang'e, "Young Lord Chang'e, what's the matter with the army in the depths of the Empyrean abyss?" This was something that many people were puzzled about. Before this, they didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would arrange for the upper world army to enter the depths of the Empyrean abyss. It was this army that came out and caught the 8 Desolates' 10 regions off guard. So they wanted to know if Gu Chang'e had the correct route to the Empyrean abyss. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e glanced at these ancient existences, then nodded slightly. "As you can see, I do have the correct route to the Empyrean abyss." As for how he got it, he didn't say much. "So that's how it is. As expected of young Lord Chang'e. You easily did what we couldn't do. I'm really impressed." Many of the ancient existences were shocked to get this accurate answer, but they couldn't ask. In front of the interests of the entire upper world, Gu Chang'e wouldn't hide this matter. Of course, to many people, this might be related to the destruction of the 9 mountains. Many of the young existences had a complicated expression. They were still fighting against the younger generation of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, but Gu Chang'e had already shocked the entire upper world. Then, the upper world army began to return triumphantly. The majestic ancient warships, flying boats, and demonic mountains sailed through the depths of the universe, heading back to their encampment. 573 Now that they knew the correct route to the Empyrean abyss, the next step was to discuss how to break through Sky Deer City. After dealing with the 9 mountains and the Empyrean abyss, the last barrier, Sky Deer City, was not worth mentioning. The upper world's morale was greatly boosted. Almost all the cultivators and living beings were excited and happy. The upper world and the 8 Desolates' 10 regions had been fighting for countless years. It could be said that this war was the easiest and the fastest. Gu Chang'e's reputation in the upper world once again rose to an unprecedented peak. Almost every moment, the younger generation could be seen talking about him. Their faces were full of undisguised respect and fanaticism. In Hui Hong's palace, immortal qi was dense and colorful fog drifted. Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged on the bed, strands of chaotic qi fell and intertwined around him. It was extremely blurry, making him look like a young immortal emperor. "Are your injuries serious?" Gu Xian'er's voice suddenly sounded. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her figure was slender and slender. Every glance of hers was filled with a cold fairy aura. She was one of the rare people who could directly enter Gu Chang'e's palace without a report. At this moment, looking at Gu Chang'e who seemed to be recuperating, she couldn't help but ask. Gu Chang'e's nose was filled with traces of elegant fragrance. He opened his eyes and glanced at her, saying, "What are you doing here?" He seemed to be very unhappy to see her. Gu Xian'er wanted to roll her eyes at him. She was here to show concern for him. However, she had long been used to Gu Chang'e's attitude and wasn't surprised. She immediately retorted, "Of course I'm here to see you. It seems that your injuries aren't serious, you won't die for a while." So, little girl, you came here just to mock me? Gu Changa smiled with interest. Suddenly, she pinched her pretty face as she leaned forward. Let go of me, I'm here to show concern for you. Gu Xian was very dissatisfied. This bastard liked to bully her whenever he had the chance. He was really too much. I can't tell that you're here to show concern for me. Gu Changa stared at her face and smiled. He had to say, seeing Gu Xian like a punching bag made him feel exceptionally happy. This girl was usually cold and aloof in front of outsiders, a fairy who didn't eat the food of mortals. She even insulted him whenever she wanted and didn't give him any face. Then how do you want me to show concern for you? The healing items I have on me are useless to you. Gu Xian had a lot of resentment towards this. Gu Changa's strength had now reached the level where he could battle those who had achieved Dao. Ordinary healing items were of no use at all. Where would she find these things for him? So this is the reason why you came here empty-handed? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. Gu Xian choked. She didn't want to come empty-handed, but he couldn't blame her. If they were in Peach Village, she could ask a few of her masters. But in this place, healing items were even harder to find. Even if the rest of the people had them, they would carefully hide them. After all, when the two realms were at war, one more healing item was equivalent to one more life. How could I come here empty-handed? However, she was still stubborn and couldn't help but mutter. Oh, so you sent yourself here? Gu Changa stared at her empty hands with interest. Gu Xian glared at him and said, shouldn't you be happy that I came to see you? If you're happy, won't your injuries heal faster? This is much more useful than any healing item. Good girl, why didn't I know that you're such a logical girl? Gu Changa was amused by this girl. Chapter 488. In the palace, Gu Xian was dressed in a celestial robe. Her figure was slender, accentuating her snow-white skin. After being ridiculed by Gu Changa, she was displeased. She wanted to slap Gu Changa's hand away. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Gu Changa dodged her small hand and couldn't help but laugh. Why are you laughing so detestable? Gu Xian glared at him. Seeing Gu Changa laugh like that, she wanted to go up and tear his face apart. Did she say something wrong just now? Which part of her was not pretty and cute? Did I say something wrong? Gu Changa looked at her with interest. This girl was still as confident in herself as always. With that bamboo-like figure of hers, he really didn't know where she got the confidence to say that. What's with that look in your eyes? Gu Xian saw Gu Changa looking at her and immediately puffed up her chest in dissatisfaction. However, she quickly realized that she really didn't have much confidence. She was a little dejected and thought of An Yan, who she had a good relationship with. The two of them were about the same age, but their figures were worlds apart. However, with her personality, she naturally wouldn't be at a disadvantage at this time. She immediately snorted and said, do you know that as long as I wave my hand, those suitors of mine will definitely trample over the mountain gate of the Gu family? Oh. Then do you believe that as long as I say the word, no one in the entire upper realm will dare to even think about it? Gu Changa pinched her nose and smiled faintly. You can't be so overbearing. Gu Xian was very displeased and slapped his hand away. The more you say that, the more I want to do it. Gu Changa smiled faintly. Gu Xian rolled her eyes at him and said, it's up to you. She knew that with Gu Changa's character, he would definitely do such a thing. Moreover, it was fine if that was the case. Otherwise, those suitors were like a swarm of buzzing flies, which really annoyed her. Just like me, right? Gu Changa smiled. Gu Xian looked at him suspiciously. He felt that Gu Changa seemed to be implying something. But in the next moment, her delicate body suddenly stiffened, and a blush appeared on her face. She wanted to break free, but she couldn't resist Gu Changa's strength. Her entire body fell into his arms in an instant. Buzz! Gu Xian felt his mind go blank. His terrifying physical body could not exert any strength at this moment. Even his limbs felt weak. Let go of me. She quickly reacted and glared at Gu Chang'e. Thinking of what he had just said, she couldn't help but snort. Weren't you mocking me just now? You don't mean what you say. Gu Chang'e didn't mind and smiled. Looking at her beautiful face that was inches away, he suddenly said, Xian, Gu Xian, was flustered by his gaze. Her voice suddenly stuttered, not as confident as it usually was. Gu Chang'e, you're not allowed to bully me. Otherwise, I'll ignore you in the future. Do you think that I only know how to bully you? Gu Chang'e had a faint smile on his face. Then, he leaned against her head and gently closed his eyes. He said, You little girl, you're so evil. You're the evil one. I feel that you just wanted to bully me. Gu Xian was stunned, then snorted. She felt that Gu Chang'e didn't intend to do anything. She sighed in relief, but she was still a bit worried. Gu Chang'e didn't seem like the kind of person who wouldn't be disturbed. Was it because she wasn't attractive? And just as Gu Xian's thoughts were running wild, she heard the sound of light breathing by her ear. Her shoulders sank. Turning her head, she saw that Gu Chang'e seemed to be asleep. This made her a bit stunned. When a cultivator reaches a certain level, they don't need to rest or sleep. Most of the time, when they're tired, they just cultivate. They need to be vigilant at all times. For example, she could only sleep well when she returned to Peach Village, when her mind was relaxed and incomparably peaceful. She didn't need to think or worry about anything. At this time, cultivators are actually at their weakest. She was more or less surprised that Gu Chang'e would fall asleep at this time. This meant that Gu Chang'e didn't have his guard up against her at all. That's right. After all, he was willing to give his life to me. Her expression softened. He usually lives a dazzling life and is in the limelight. In fact, it's very tiring, there are too many things that he needs to consider and calculate. Gu Xian looked at Gu Chang'e, who was still frowning even when he was asleep. Suddenly, she sighed softly and reached out to smooth his brows. She felt a little stifled. If her cultivation was a little stronger, she could help Gu Chang'e. Whether it was the matter of the demon heart or facing a powerful enemy, she could help a little. Unlike now, when she needed Gu Chang'e to send his subordinates to protect her. Then, she saw that Gu Chang'e seemed to be in deep sleep. Gu Xian's crystal-clear eyes suddenly stared at him. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. A blush appeared on her face. She turned her head and leaned over, quickly and lightly pecking him, like a little fox who had stolen a chicken. These days, the news of the battle between the Upper Realm and the 8 Desolates 10 regions in the Empyrean Abyss spread quickly, causing many worlds adjacent to the Boundary Monument Sea to be shocked. Many existences of the orthodoxies far away in the Upper Realm were shocked, and then they were pleasantly surprised. This battle had given them too many surprises. However, in the end, the 8 Desolates 10 regions were damaged, and a stable passage was opened in the Empyrean Abyss. This was something that was beyond doubt. Now, the defying power in the Boundary Monument Sea could only be maintained for 3 more months at most. In the Upper Realm, in various heavens, thick fog filled the sky, and the aura was overwhelming. Many terrifying figures, whose Dharma bodies were boundless, began to step out from their clans, crossing thousands of miles in one step. They tore through the universe and descended here. If the timing was right, in 3 months, the Upper Realm would raise an army and attack Sky Deer City. In the 8 Desolates 10 regions, the various clans were also discussing this matter. At the same time, they eliminated everyone, intending to find the informants that the Upper Realm had planted here. This time, the Upper Realm had opened a passage in the Empyrean Abyss because someone had betrayed the 8 Desolates 10 regions. As the young lord of the Cloud Swamp region, Zhao Yunze immediately sensed that something was wrong and issued an order. Although Xiao Yang knew that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had betrayed the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, his words carried little weight. He was worried that he would alert the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's informants, so he was very cautious and did not dare to say much. He knew that the Empyrean Deer City's formation core was not in the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's hands. If the upper realm wanted to break the formation, it would not be that easy. Therefore, Sky Deer City was still safe for the time being. The 8 Desolates' 10 regions were divided into the 8 Desolates and the 10 regions. The 10 regions were incomparably vast, and there were many factions and clans, as well as many inheritances. However, the 8 Desolates, as their name suggested, were very desolate and shrouded in miasma. Very few cultivators lived there. On the contrary, there were many ferocious beast clans. In addition, there were extremely special clans in the 8 Desolates. When the upper realm invaded in the past, they did not participate in this war. Now that the situation was urgent, the 10 regions lords all set off to the 8 Desolates to find the 8 Desolates lords to discuss this matter. Those who could become lords or Desolates lords had to be at least Dao attainments. Moreover, they were not ordinary Dao attainments. They had walked very far on this path. What happened in the Empyrean Abyss could be said to have hurt the various clans and caused them to suffer heavy losses. Even Zhao Yunze, who was invincible 60 million years ago, was injured in the battle with the upper realm's leading figures. The entire 8 Desolates' 10 regions was in a state of panic because of this, as if a great disaster was imminent. All the cultivators and living beings felt the terrifying determination of the upper realm's attempt to invade. Then, the news of the Black Tortoise War God clan, the Green Life clan, and the 9-headed Golden Bird clan's 3 Dao attainments level ancestors who went to the Empyrean Abyss spread, causing even more shocking waves. Chapter 489. The fall of 3 Dao achievers shook the entire 8 Desolation 10 regions, triggering a huge commotion. Especially the Black Tortoise War God clan, the Life clan, and the 9-headed Golden Bird clan. Countless clansmen were grieving. A strange phenomenon appeared above the Life Ancient Star. A rain of blood overflowed, and heaven and earth wailed, covering thousands of miles. This was the strange phenomenon of the Dao achievers falling, which was closely related to the fate of their clans. Countless clansmen felt great pain in their hearts. With tears on their faces, they knelt there, full of anger and killing intent. They were the foundation of their 3 clans. The fall of one of them was an unimaginable loss. It was extremely painful, and it could be said to be a great loss. But now, he had perished just like that for no apparent reason. This was something that no one had expected at all. After all, those 3 who had attained the Tao were existences with extremely profound Tao. At that time, they fought with the upper realm in the Empyrean Abyss. In the end, they came to the depths of the universe with Gu Chang'e. Then, Gu Chang'e returned with serious injuries, and the 3 Tao achievers escaped. Many people thought that the 3 returned to the 8 Desolation 10 regions ahead of time because of their serious injuries. Now that they suddenly heard the news of their fall, it was really shocking and inconceivable. With the 3's strength, Gu Chang'e definitely couldn't kill them, so there was only one possibility left. On the way back to the 8 Desolation 10 regions, the 3 were ambushed by the upper realm's experts and fell. There were many supreme treasures in the upper realm, and even the Tao achievers couldn't descend with their true bodies. However, only a few Dharmakayas and 1 or 2 peerless forbidden weapons could kill the Tao achievers, especially when they were seriously injured. Apart from this, there was no other possibility. This theory was accepted by most people in the 8 Desolation 10 regions, and their hatred toward the upper realm was even more extreme. Moreover, this time, the passage to the Empyrean Abyss was opened by the upper realm, which meant that the upper realm had already arranged a backup plan in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. All kinds of things made many cultivators and creatures feel uneasy. Boom! In the following days, divine clouds pierced through the sky, breaking through the thick clouds, as if the entire universe was torn apart. Many races began to gather on the life stars of the 8 great regions. They began to chant ancient scriptures. An ancient voice seemed to come from a distant time and space, requesting for the hidden experts of their races to come into this world. Some of the ancient existences in the 8 desolates and 10 regions that had been sealed away since the beginning of time also came into being. At first, his chi and blood were very dry and withered. Then, it began to recover. Surging chi and blood formed clouds that enveloped countless stars. The strange phenomenon shook the entire universe. Within the various war god clans, they were also chanting the ancestral text, awakening the true blood within their bodies, trying to request for their ancestors' true spirits to descend into this world and protect them. The entire 8 desolates and 10 regions were in the midst of a storm. Every day, ancient warships could be seen flying across the sky, gathering at various planets and heading towards Heavenly Deer City. I don't know how to tell you, but that's the truth. At this moment, the misty rain was drizzling within a grand and simple pavilion. Lin Wu and a woman in a white dress were sitting opposite each other. Their faces were filled with helplessness and bitterness as they spoke. Behind the woman in a white dress, there were many young men and women who seemed like followers. All of them wore treasured clothes that shone brilliantly. However, at this moment, the woman in the white dress waved her hand and dismissed them. Only she and Lin Wu were left. If you're right, I'm afraid that something bad has really happened to Master. The woman in the white dress had a beautiful face and an otherworldly aura. However, she could not hide the grief and confusion on her face. Her name was Song Chan, and she was this generation's Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. Previously, when Lin Wu and the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy met in Heavenly Deer City, they had seen Song Chan. At that time, Song Chan stood quietly behind the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy like a servant. However, now that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had disappeared, Song Chan naturally became the new Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. Apart from her, no one in the 8 desolates and 10 regions knew that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had actually disappeared. Song Chan did not dare to say it out loud, fearing that it would cause a huge commotion and cause unnecessary panic. Actually, I should have told you about this earlier, Lin Wu also sighed, his heart filled with mixed feelings. If it were not for saving Lulua, he would not want to bear the infamy, betray the 8 desolates and use Song Chan. However, now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. Gu Chang'e did not have much time left for him. Previously, in the hunting grounds of the Empyrean Abyss, he had fought with a young existence from the upper realm. That young prodigy had suddenly said something inexplicable, causing him to freeze in place. Only then did he react. It turned out that Gu Chang'e had instructed that person to pass a message to him. At that time, Lin Wu felt a chill run down his spine. He felt like he was being toyed with in the palm of Gu Chang'e's hand. His words and actions seemed to be unable to escape his eyes. This caused him to feel even more despair, and he even felt like dying to end this. However, for the sake of Lulua and the others who were still in Gu Chang'e's hands, Lin Wu took the initiative to approach Song Chan during this battle with the upper realm. After the two of them had become slightly familiar with each other, he told her what had happened on the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. This included how the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had been defeated, how she had been schemed against by Gu Chang'e, and how she had been captured by Gu Chang'e in order to save them. There were many details that he did not say. However, this was enough. Song Chan was extremely respectful to the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. After knowing that her master was in danger, she was even more worried and uneasy. I understand. So, has Master fallen into the hands of the upper realm now? Song Chan quickly calmed down. She thought of her master's instructions before she left, telling her not to avenge her. However, now that things had come to this, could she really remain indifferent? If not for her master, she would not have become who she was today. To be exact, she fell into the hands of Gu Changa. Lin Wu sighed. In his opinion, the sudden appearance of the Upper Realm army in the depths of the Empyrean abyss was actually related to the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. When he saw the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, he felt that her condition was not right. Gu Changa, Song Chan's face was a little pale. She naturally could not forget the terrifying power when she saw Gu Changa in the Empyrean abyss. Master had fallen into his hands, how could she save him? Then, do you think the passage in the Empyrean abyss this time has something to do with Master? Song Chan suddenly thought of another possibility, and could not help but shudder. She dared not believe it. Master was the guardian of Heavenly Deer City. Even if she died, she would not betray Heavenly Deer City. Song Chan knew the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy very well. She knew that she would not do such a thing. But now, apart from this possibility, there was no other possibility. In other words, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had unknowingly stood on the side of the upper realm and became the enemy of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. This made her a little confused. For a moment, she even thought that she was crazy. How could she have such a terrifying guess? As the disciple of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, you should know her better than I do. Lin Wu shook his head and did not say much. He had only come here to tell Song Chan about this matter. He would not say anything else. If Song Chan was really worried about the safety of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, she would definitely know what to do. He could only come into contact with the formation core of Heavenly Deer City through Song Chan. Other than that, there was no other way. I understand. Song Chan's voice was trembling slightly. She suddenly realized that her master had betrayed the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. This made her unable to believe it. Her head was still buzzing. After that, Lin Wu left, planning to return to the clan to settle some matters. After witnessing Gu Changa's terrifying strength, the clan behind him should know what the chances of winning this battle were. If the Upper Realm army started to attack Heavenly Deer City, it would not be as simple as facing Gu Changa. He not only had to think for himself, but also for his clan. On the other side, Gu Wudi and Xiao Yang had gathered with many ancient existences to discuss important matters. Both of them were disciples of the 9 mountains. Especially Gu Wudi, who was the Taoist of the 9 mountains and had a noble status. However, now that the 9 mountains had been destroyed, with their strength, it would be difficult for them to be of much use in the war. Thus, after some discussion, they decided to look for the mysterious mountain master. According to the other mountain masters of the 9 mountains, the great mountain master was terrifyingly powerful. His existence could be traced back to the founding of the 9 mountains. Even if the other 8 people worked together, they would not be able to defeat him. If they could find the mountain master, they would be able to play an unexpected role in the final battle with the upper realm. Moreover, Xiao Yang had another idea in mind. Previously, the second elder had told him about his past. During this period of time, he had used various methods to investigate the Guardian clan. However, he only knew that more than 20 years ago, they were attacked by a group of mysterious people. After that, they fell apart and turned into ruins. Today, in the mountains where the Guardian clan lived, there was still a raging fire that could not be extinguished. Many people suspected that the Guardian lineage had become extinct. This made Xiao Yang's heart ache. He did not have many memories. Moreover, more than 20 years ago, he was still an infant and ignorant. After that, he was sent to the foot of the 9 mountains by his servants and was isolated from the world. However, Xiao Yang did not believe that other than him, there were no other relatives in this world. According to the second mountain master's words, his bloodline still needed to go through a special method before it could be awakened. Only then would it possess a powerful and unpredictable power. If he could not find his clansmen, then his Guardian clan bloodline would be useless. Thus, Xiao Yang planned to look around during this period of time to see if he could find any clues about his clansmen. While the 8 Desolate's 10 regions were in turmoil because of the news of Jikanjayuan's defeat. In the White Bone region, there was an extremely dry and grey land. This was a piece of black scorched land with an extremely ancient aura. It turned into a chaotic fog that shrouded all directions. It was filled with a terrifying aura. Even a saint would have to be careful when they stepped into this place. The White Bone region was an extremely special region in the 8 Desolate's 10 regions. This was because there were very few living beings in this region. Although it was extremely vast, the power of the clans was far less than that of the other regions. There was even a saying that the White Bone region was formed after a mysterious place called the 9 Serenities burial ground split apart. Boom! At this moment, in the depths, a pair of eyes opened, and a terrifying scene appeared. The sun rose and the moon fell, the sea turned into mulberry fields, the lightning withered into ashes, the universe collapsed, and all living beings cried. This pair of eyes was very large, as if they were the only ones in the black fog. They were very cold, as if there were no other emotions. Jikanjayuan was defeated, and the leader of the upper world was surnamed Gu. I see. Is the final battle finally about to begin? Our clan's mission for so many years is finally about to be completed. This incomparably terrifying figure was muttering softly. In the end, there was some relief, but there was also some excitement that could not be hidden. Ancestor, why did you send me a message? Outside the fog, a slender figure suddenly appeared. Her voice was also very cold. Even when facing the ancestor, there was no fluctuation in her voice, as if she had never had any emotions. I feel the aura of the Guardian clan. They are not dead yet. Our clan's mission has not been completed. The eyes in the fog looked down and said coldly. The Guardian clan is not dead yet. More than 20 years ago, I was the one who personally destroyed their patriarch's true spirit. The slender figure frowned, and there was a hint of doubt in her voice. This clan cannot be underestimated. Moreover, I feel that the Guardian clan's fate seems to be flourishing. The voice in the fog sounded again. Then, in that pair of terrifying eyes, scenes began to appear, as if it was going to deduce the Guardian clan. However, in the next moment, with a poof, a very bright sword light that seemed to have passed through time and space, containing an unimaginable aura, suddenly slashed down. Blood splashed out, causing him to let out a muffled groan. This place fell silent, and then a murderous aura rushed into the sky, splitting the sky. It seems that there is a great fate on him, or the people from back then have reappeared. He sneered, as if he was not surprised at all. I know. It seems that the fish that escaped the net has appeared again. I will go and deal with them. Seeing this scene, the slender figure did not seem surprised. She nodded, and her voice was still cold, without any ripples. Then, a crack appeared in the space in front of her, and she turned around and stepped into it, disappearing. My clan has been hibernating here for countless years under orders, and it is finally coming to an end. The figure in the black fog also returned to silence. In the vast White Bone region, the fog was monstrous, difficult to disperse, and insects and birds were silent. Unlike the 8 Desolates and 10 regions, the upper realm was quite lively. After this great victory, almost every orthodoxy was holding a celebratory banquet. Many ancient warships covered thousands of miles, and many divine rainbows flashed past, transporting meat and wine. In the most central area, the various clans had built several thrones. As if they were made of black gold immortal stones, they were lustrous and contained extraordinary Taoist rhymes. Layers of fog spread out, and various mysterious patterns were branded on them, looking very noble. At the same time, it also represented supreme power. Even those who had achieved the Tao were not qualified to sit at this time. Only those who had contributed greatly to the upper realm in this battle could sit on the thrones. Of course, Gu Chang'e was undoubtedly the only one who was qualified to sit on the thrones. His expression was very casual, and he casually found a throne to sit on. He felt a strange aura, and even he could feel some warmth. One could imagine how extraordinary the materials were. A throne like this was undoubtedly a rare treasure, and each clan had spent a lot of effort to build it. It had already formed its own rune formation, and could build up the power of heaven and earth. Below Gu Changa were the experts of various clans. Even the Dharma bodies of supreme experts were below him, and were not qualified to sit with him. None of the orthodoxies felt that this was inappropriate, nor did they have any objections. During the banquet, singing and dancing were wonderful. Many beautiful maids came from various clans, and there were also many talented girls who came forward, singing and dancing, displaying their charm to their heart's content. Six-Crown King, Sky Demon Monarch, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others of the younger generation were in another direction, separated from the older generation. They were all drinking by themselves, and occasionally chatted with people they were familiar with. They did not enjoy this battle to their heart's content, and it was not because of Gu Changa's sudden interference. Rather, it was because the younger generation of the 8 barren 10 regions couldn't find many who were worthy of their full strength. Then, after drinking and snoring, many of the younger generation came forward, competing here. Light shone brilliantly, divine light overflowed, and surged. Divine talismans flew out one after another, containing great power. Many of the older generation watched all of this with smiles on their faces, hoping that their own geniuses could use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. After all, those who gathered here today were all the most powerful orthodoxies of the higher realms. This type of opportunity was rare. After that, many people also came up to Gu Changa to propose a toast. Among them, there were many beautiful goddesses who had cultivated for a long time, and were once the most talented girls of the present age, with many pursuers. They secretly sent flirtatious glances at Gu Changa, their eyes shining brightly. Gu Changa smiled, nodding to them one by one. During this time, many cultivators and creatures came forward, asking him for guidance on the path of cultivation. Even the older generation listened seriously, not missing a single word. Xian Er, why don't you toast to young Master Changa? No matter what, you and he are from the same clan, and you're so close. At the banquet, An Yen, with her silver hair and delicate features, spoke with a bright smile on her face. Gu Xian Er's eyes were wandering, as if she was thinking about something. Hearing this, she suddenly came back to her senses and looked towards the throne. She secretly gritted her teeth, then maintained her cool expression and said, "There's no need to toast. Those guys are all trying to please him, I don't need to." Her mind was still replaying the scene from yesterday. In the end, she didn't know when, but she fell asleep. Then she opened her eyes and found that Gu Changa was lying on her side on the bed, half supporting her head and looking at her with some narrowness. She was still hugging his neck tightly, curling up in his arms. When Gu Xian thought of that scene, she couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in, and her face flushed red with embarrassment. "You're the little princess of the Gu clan, and young Master Changa sent a quasi-emperor to protect you, of course you don't need to please him." Hearing this, An Yen smiled enviously, then said with a bright face, "It's a pity that I don't have such a good cousin. Xian Er, if I toast to young Master Changa later, do you think he'll refuse?" Hearing this, Gu Xian came back to her senses and stared at her suspiciously. She seemed to have smelled something unusual. In front of everyone, he has to maintain his image, of course he won't refuse. However, she still gave a direct answer. Chapter 490. That's good. I was just worried that young Master Changa would reject me because of this. Hearing this, An Yen seemed to sigh in relief. She patted her chest and smiled happily, revealing a pair of small canine teeth. Seeing this, Gu Xian suddenly stared at her. An Yen felt that the expression on her face was a little strange. It seemed to be indignation and unwillingness, but more than that, it seemed to be envy. Then, she looked at Gu Xian from head to toe and understood why she was like this. She couldn't help but feel a little amused, but also a little proud. So, Gu Xian, who had always been otherworldly, also had this kind of moment. And Yen believed that her figure didn't lose to any girl of the same age. Naturally, she could easily hang up and beat Gu Xian, Gu Xian, felt that and Yen seemed to be a little proud. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. Xian, why do I feel like there's something wrong with the way you look at me? That's right, then, and Yen moved back a little. She felt that she seemed to have suddenly attracted Gu Xian's hatred. Gu Xian quickly recovered her expression. She snorted softly in her heart. That's all there is to it. What kind of spiritual medicine or supplements do you usually eat? However, she couldn't help but ask. And Yen acted as if she didn't understand what she was talking about. She shook her head blankly and said, usually, it's just some spirit medicine or meat needed for body refinement. Xian, are you talking about those? Gu Xian, listened very seriously. However, towards the end, she felt that something was wrong. She thought that she had eaten a lot of these things. Now that she had such a terrifying physical body, it could be said that these spiritual medicine and physical body played a significant role. But why was the difference between the two so big? So big that her eyes were a little sore from envy. However, she couldn't bring herself to ask in detail. She could only curse Gu Chang'e in her heart. If it wasn't for him, why would she pay attention to these things? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Gu Xian's expression returned to its usual cold. Xian, why don't you accompany me for the toast? You can introduce me to him. It won't be so sudden. And Yen blinked her big eyes and revealed a smile that she thought was harmless, appearing very innocent and brilliant. You can go by yourself. Gu Xian shook her head and refused. She didn't want to meet Gu Chang'e at all right now. She needed to at least rest for a few days. And Yen looked a little disappointed and shook her head. I see, wait. I'll go with you. Gu Xian frowned slightly. She felt that something was wrong. She suddenly interrupted Yen and stood up. She was a little worried. She felt that Yen had an ulterior motive from the moment she came into contact with her, so she had to be on guard. That's great. Hearing this, Yen seemed even happier. She hurriedly got up, as if she was afraid that Gu Xian would go back on his word. This made Gu Xian even more suspicious, but she couldn't ask Yen anything. After that, the two left the banquet and headed towards the throne. Many cultivators and creatures noticed this scene, and their expressions changed slightly. Gu Xian knew many people. Many talented girls even took the initiative to befriend her, trying to get closer to Gu Chang'e through her. In many people's eyes, Gu Xian was the little princess of the Chongqing family. Even Gu Chang'e doted on her. Sometimes, she didn't even give face to Gu Chang'e and argued in front of him. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed by Gu Chang'e. She was the only one who was fearless. Because of this, many young people were very afraid of her. Sometimes, Gu Xian took the initiative to fight someone, but in the end, the other party surrendered before the fight even started. They didn't dare to fight her at all. Gu Chang'e's protective nature was not a secret in the upper realm. No one dared to provoke his followers, let alone the people who were so close to him. That's the princess of the reclusive clan. I didn't expect her to be so close to the little princess of the Gu family. I wonder what that person from the clan will think when she finds out. Many powerhouses had strange looks in their eyes, especially those who had dealt with the reclusive clan before. They actually had some understanding of Yan's identity. Yan was the daughter of the master of the reclusive clan, and she was born of the master's wife. If there were no accidents, her status in the reclusive clan was similar to that of Gu Xian. However, before her, she had an elder sister named Shi, who was born of the concubine. And she was not a simple person. Whether it was her cultivation talent or her methods, there was a hint of iron and blood. And Yan's mother, for some unknown reason, had passed away many years ago, but she had left behind a very rich inheritance. It was a pity that Yan's father only focused on cultivation and did not care about clan matters. There was serious internal strife among the elders, but now, they were all pulled over by Shi. They also heard that Shi sent people to cause trouble for Yan from time to time, wanting to snatch the inheritance left by her mother. Moreover, the clan behind Yan's mother was weaker and did not care about Yan. As a result, she was in an extremely awkward position in the reclusive clan. Although she was the eldest daughter of the first wife, her power was far from Shi's, and even many of the collateral family members were inferior. Today's scene caused the minds of many experts to become active. Although Yan's position in the reclusive clan was awkward, she was harmless, and her face was always full of innocent and bright smiles. It was also because of this that she was able to live peacefully until now. It doesn't matter if it's for real or if it's just a pretense, this is how she conducts herself. Now that she has come into contact with Gu Xianpe, maybe she can come into contact with Gu Changge. It seems that the person from the clan needs to be more careful. Many of the older generation's eyelashes were empty. After experiencing so many things, they could see it at a glance. However, at this moment, they were all very interested, as if they were watching a show. Yan from the reclusive clan toasts to young Master Changge. This time, it was all thanks to young Master Changge that we were able to defeat the army of the 8 Desolation 10 regions so easily. On the throne, Gu Changge sat upright. Wearing a black robe, he was unparalleled in grace. Threads of light surrounded him, making him appear noble and mysterious. He looked at Yan and Gu Xian, who were walking over, and raised his eyebrows with interest. Yan was holding a wine cup in her hand. She had a smile on her face, and there was just the right amount of innocence. It was hard to find the slightest bit of malice on her. Behind her, Gu Xian had an extremely unwilling expression. Seeing Gu Changge look over, he immediately glared back. "Oh, the reclusive clan." Gu Changge smiled. He casually glanced at Yan and raised his cup. He didn't really care. "So, you're also here to toast me?" He looked at Gu Xianpe. "I'm just here to accompany Yan. Do you think I want to see you that much?" Gu Xianpe snorted and explained. "I thought it was a bit abrupt to come to visit young Master Changge, so I wanted Xianpe to accompany me." Hearing this, Yan also explained with a smile, "Although I've met young Master Changge before, I don't think you remember me." She begged for fresh flowers. "How can I not remember? After all, you were also by Xianpe's side at that time." Yan from the reclusive clan. Gu Changge smiled faintly. He was very clear about Yan's purpose. This kind of woman was not rare. She wanted to get closer to the people around him and get closer to him. With Yan's current status, it wasn't difficult for him to get to know her. So, if it weren't for the fact that she was with Gu Xianpe, he wouldn't have the slightest interest in her. Hearing this, Yan's expression slightly stiffened. She could feel the coldness in Gu Changge's attitude. She was a little confused. According to her idea, as long as she got closer to Gu Xianpe, Gu Changge wouldn't dislike her. "Can't you be nicer to my friend?" Gu Xianpe glared at Gu Changge with some dissatisfaction. Although he knew that Yan might have other intentions to get close to him, the two of them were really close. Yan also often talked to him about some of the things that happened in her family, which made Gu Xianpe feel a little pity for her. He vaguely saw a shadow of himself in Yan. "So she's your friend? But it's not good to be alone. It's not bad to make friends." Gu Changge was a little surprised, then smiled. Looking at her expression, he wanted to reach out and pinch her hard. Unfortunately, Gu Xianpe avoided him in disdain. Seeing this, Yan couldn't help but feel a strong sense of envy. Can't I have friends? Gu Xian felt that Gu Changa's words had a hidden meaning. Was he saying that her personality wasn't good and that she couldn't make friends? Of course you can. My Xian is so beautiful, how could she not have friends? Gu Changa smiled. Shut the hell up, Lin Feng said. Gu Xian's jade face turned red. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to stuff Gu Changa's mouth. His words almost gave her goosebumps. What did he mean by his Xian? She knew that Gu Changa did it on purpose. In front of outsiders, he made it seem like he was very good to her. However, An Yen didn't know about Gu Xian's thoughts. In her opinion, Gu Changa really doted on Gu Xian, which was why he said such things. In the current upper realm, even those who had achieved the Tao had to be careful when speaking to Gu Changa. Who was like Gu Xian, who dared to shout at Gu Changa? This made her even more determined to have a good relationship with Gu Xian. After that, the banquet that lasted for a few days finally ended. All the ancient beings and powerhouses returned to their respective ancient warships to rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. Gu Changa, however, left An Yen alone. Although Gu Xian had some doubts, she didn't ask. Gu Changa would tell her what she needed to know. However, she still warned Gu Changa with her eyes. She was worried that Gu Changa would bully An Yen. The magnificent and simple palace was very empty. However, An Yen was restless and cold sweat broke out on her back. She didn't expect that after the banquet ended, Gu Changa would ask her to stay alone. If Xian has more friends, I'm happy for her. But she's a little naive. If I find out that she's been bullied or wronged, Gu Changa's back was facing An Yen. He spoke with a faint smile on his face. However, towards the end of his words, his tone became cold. An Yen's heart shook. Although her face still had that innocent and flawless expression, it was faintly pale. She understood that this was Gu Changa's warning. If she dared to use Gu Xian, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fan. Chapter 491. Young Master Changa, don't worry. I have no ill intentions towards Xian from the beginning. In the vast and empty hall, An Yan's face was slightly pale, but she still maintained her calmness. She knew why Gu Changa asked her to stay alone. This made her somewhat nervous. She believed that in this world, there were not many people who would not be nervous when they were alone with Gu Changa. Not to mention, she had her own thoughts. She was a little uneasy. Then what is your purpose in getting in touch with Xian? Hearing this, Gu Changa only smiled faintly and did not turn his head. An Yan's expression was a little sluggish. She knew that this kind of thing could not be hidden from Gu Changa's eyes. In front of others, she could seamlessly pretend to be innocent, brilliant, and harmless. But in the eyes of someone like Gu Changa, this kind of disguise was obviously useless. You don't want to say? Gu Changa's tone was still casual and did not change much. But it made An Yan's forehead break out in cold sweat. She clenched her fists and suddenly gathered her courage. She raised her head and stared at Gu Changa's back, saying, because I want to get close to young Master Changa through Xian. I have no ill intentions towards Xian. I am very willing to make friends with her. Oh, is that so? Gu Changa's expression was still indifferent, as if he was not surprised. But he was a little surprised that An Yen was so calm. He thought that An Yen would take the opportunity to quibble. Of course, this was also good. He could see that she was a smart person and was not as innocent as the rumor said. It seemed that her harmless appearance in front of others was a disguise. Thinking of this, Gu Changa suddenly narrowed his eyes and became interested. In other words, for the past 20 years, An Yen had been hiding and pretending, being cautious. Living in the reclusive clan and being the eldest daughter of the first wife. Her mother passed away for unknown reasons, her father did not care, and she was bullied by an evil sister. This kind of background template seemed a little familiar. That's right. The main reason I approached Xian was because I wanted to get close to young Master Chang'e. I have other intentions towards young Master Chang'e. Like other women, I want to climb up the social ladder and obtain more power. And Yen raised her head and stared at Gu Chang'e's back as she spoke. She was very smart, which was why she had been cautious all these years and kept a low profile. She even disguised herself with an innocent and harmless appearance, which greatly reduced her threat in the eyes of others. Therefore, An Yen could see that if she lied in front of Gu Chang'e, it would definitely make Gu Chang'e unhappy. In front of him, the best way was to honestly confess everything and not have any thoughts of hiding anything. Unfortunately, your method is wrong. Gu Chang'e said indifferently, even if you approach me, I have no interest in you. He saw Ji Qingshuan's shadow in An Yen. However, compared to Ji Qingxian, An Yan's situation was obviously worse. An Yen was not surprised by Gu Chang'e's words, but she did not give up at all. I know, whether it is my current power, status, cultivation, or appearance, they can't enter young Master Chang'e's eyes. She clenched her teeth and continued. It was not easy to encounter such an opportunity, she did not want to miss it and did not want to give up. Oh, then you're still trying to get close to me? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows and looked back, carefully sizing her up. In terms of appearance, her facial features were exquisite, and her figure was proud. She was indeed a rare national beauty. However, this obviously had no effect on him. He then probed An Yan's fate points. It looked ordinary and could not even be called a person with great fate, let alone a daughter of fate. Could it be that his guess was wrong? If not, then I will never have the chance to make a comeback. An Yan's expression was slightly gloomy, then she clenched her teeth and said firmly. There was a determination in the depths of her eyes that made the hearts of cultivators tremble. Before this, she had thought of many possibilities to curry favor with Gu Chang'e. However, she never expected that today's situation with Gu Chang'e would be so calm. All her previous preparations could be said to be in vain. What a good Dao heart, Gu Chang'e's face was somewhat interested. Just now, he saw An Yan's fate points increase a lot because of some unknown reason. So, she was actually the kind of daughter of fate that had not truly formed. And now, she was only in the process of accumulating fate. Thinking of this, his interest was piqued. He wanted to see how far An Yen could go. If my Dao heart was not strong, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on. The corners of An Yan's mouth curled up into a wry smile. Then, her expression became slightly cautious as she said, actually, I have something to tell young Master Yu Chang'e. What is it? Gu Chang'e's gaze fell on her face, and he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. At his level, the world was boundless, difficult to fathom. Sometimes, with just a thought, he could feel some hidden karmic threads. It seemed that what An Yen wanted to say was related to him. It's about my sister and she. A while ago, she was living in seclusion and saved a strange man. I once overheard a conversation between her and a strange man, and Yan's expression had returned to normal, and she told him everything she knew without hiding anything. This actually happened not long ago. At that time, the upper realm had not started to invade the 8 Desolation 10 regions, and the boundary monument sea had not dried up yet. Her sister and she, because of her cultivation method, usually cultivated in seclusion, not in the clan, but in a small country's peach blossom village. That peach blossom village was isolated from the rest of the world, and had not contacted the outside world for almost 10,000 years. For practitioners, 10,000 years was just a blink of an eye, but for mortals, it was 100 generations. As a result, the peach blossom village was very peaceful, and it was almost undisturbed by the outside world. There was only a slow stream that flowed from far away. One day, her sister and she's maid found an unconscious man swimming down the river in that slow stream. The man seemed to have been seriously injured. He had been drifting in the river alone for a long time, and he had been in a coma the whole time. However, it was strange that there were no wounds on his body. It was more like the wounds he had suffered before had healed by themselves. Besides, there were many fierce beasts in that kind of river. Even practitioners did not have the nerve to wander alone, because it was a risk to their lives. That man had no cultivation, but no fierce beasts had the nerve to approach him. This discovery made she assume this strange man had some kind of treasure or special body, and she saved him. Hearing this, Gu Changa had already guessed who and she had saved. Outside the ancient country of Vermilion Bird, he had sent his subordinates to chase after Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others, who had come from the lower realm. In the end, only Jiang Chen and Niu Tian had managed to escape. Although he had done it on purpose. He had not expected Niu Tian to give him such a surprise. Jiang Chen, the son of luck reincarnated by the spirit of the ferry boat of good fortune, was needless to say. It looked like this friend of his also had some kind of special body or bloodline. That strange man had been in a coma. Then my sister took him back to the clan. She found a spiritual doctor to wake him up. After an examination, they found he had the bloodline of the hidden immortal. My sister learned from that strange man that there was a grudge between him and young Lord Changa, and Yen continued. And Yen continued and glanced at Gu Changa. Seeing that his expression didn't change much, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. In fact, none of this was important. What really made her think her sister and she was courting death was that after she had learned about the grudge between that strange man and Gu Changa, she had not taken him. Not only did she not capture him, she even helped him cultivate so that he would be of use to her in the future. The bloodline of the hidden immortal was not a simple bloodline. It was a mysterious body, but no one knew what kind of body it was. However, in the upper realm, there were many rumors about the bloodline of the hidden immortal. It was said that this kind of body could have the power of an immortal after it was fully developed. Although it was not a real immortal, it was strong enough to challenge immortals. That was why it was called the bloodline of the hidden immortal. Of course, there were only a few practitioners with this kind of bloodline. The price of nurturing them was simply too terrifying, and it could easily be counted in an ocean. In the history of the upper realm, there had only been a few people with this kind of bloodline. As to why their race knew so much about it, it was because one of the ancestors of the reclusive race was one of them with the bloodline of the hidden immortal. He has the bloodline of the hidden immortal. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him go. After hearing this, Gu Changa smiled faintly. She didn't really care. At most, he was a little surprised that he did not notice Niu Tian's bloodline at that time. However, for this matter, he actually had a backup plan at that time. The sensory fruit that Niu Tian and the others ate was not that simple. If Gu Changa wanted to use this to find their location, it would not be difficult. These are all the things I know about my sister and that strange man. I didn't hide anything. And Yen saw that Gu Changa did not look surprised and was a little puzzled. I see. So you want me to help you deal with your sister, right? Gu Changa nodded. His gaze fell on Yan's face again, and he said with some interest. He could guess Yan's thoughts very well. The struggle for the throne within a large clan like the reclusive race was actually very serious. And Yan's current position was very awkward. If she wanted to win the battle for the throne, then she needed the support of another force. In her opinion, and she was courting death. She knew that she would offend her, but she still took in Niu Tian. She would definitely not let she go. Therefore, no matter whether it was in terms of power or the reason for making a move, he was the most suitable candidate. Young Master Changa, don't you care about Nshi's actions? And Yen was a little anxious. This was naturally her purpose. But judging from Gu Changa's expression, she was not very sure. If Gu Chang'e could stand on her side, then her situation in the clan would definitely be greatly reversed. Many clan elders would not dare to underestimate her because of this. They would not take her seriously like before. She could also gradually have some right to speak in the reclusive race and take back what belonged to her. You seem to have overestimated your sister's ability. Do you think the reclusive race dares to offend me because of a man of unknown origin? Especially when he is just a hidden immortal bloodline that has not yet grown up. How many resources does your clan have to invest in him to let him grow up? Is this a good deal? Gu Chang'e just smiled faintly. He did not think that the reclusive race would offend him because of Niu Tian. And Yen was stunned when she heard this. Before this, she had actually thought about this. But now, the reclusive race was already under the control of her sister and she. Many times, her decision was the decision of the entire reclusive race. If the entire reclusive race offended Gu Chang'e because of a man of unknown origin, even her sister would not be able to do it. I know, I was thinking too much. The brilliance in Yan's eyes dimmed. If Gu Chang'e was willing, perhaps he could make the reclusive race hand over Niu Tian with just one sentence. Gu Chang'e did not need to intervene in the grudge between her and her sister and she. Actually, it's very simple if you want me to help you. You need to prove to me that you are worth my help. And just as Yen was feeling bitter in her heart, Gu Chang'e's words rang out again. Suddenly, she was stunned and looked up. Her silver eyes were filled with deep surprise. Worth? And Yan's voice trembled slightly. She took a deep breath and calmed down. I know that I may be no different from a cripple to young Master Chang'e now, but if I can control the reclusive race, the entire reclusive race is willing to follow young Master Chang'e's lead in the future. And Yen is willing to be a slave and serve you. However, hearing this, Gu Chang'e frowned and shook his head. You seem to have misunderstood. What do I mean by worth? He wanted Yen to prove her worth now, not in the future. And Yen also reacted quickly. She knew that her words were tantamount to empty promises and were useless. What Gu Chang'e wanted to see was what she could do now. Therefore, she thought for a moment and gritted her teeth. Actually, what I said to young Master Chang'e before was not what I heard, but what the informant I planted around my sister told me. I also know that she will go to the ancestral planet later to collect blood to help that strange man cultivate. The blood Yen spoke of was not simply the blood of the race. It was one of the 3 drops of true blood of the ancient ancestor who possessed the bloodline of a reclusive immortal. It was incomparably precious and contained a fragment of the true immortal Tao. Even a supreme being would not dare to absorb it carelessly, as there was a risk of shattering their spirit seas and spirit palaces. Her sister was planning to create another reclusive immortal and had paid a great price. Speaking of this, Yen calmed down and stared at Gu Chang'e. I will think of a way to get that drop of true blood for young Master Chang'e. Blood of a reclusive immortal. That's possible. I didn't expect your clan to still have 3 drops of true blood. Hearing these words, Gu Chang'e looked at her meaningfully, then smiled and said, but 1 drop is not enough. I want all 3 drops of your clan's ancestral true blood. Gu Chang'e was currently fretting over his lack of cultivation resources. If all 3 drops of true ancestor blood contained fragments of the immortal Tao, they could help him break through the threshold of the Nirvana realm. And Yen naturally agreed to this request without question. 3 drops of true ancestor blood were extremely precious to their clan. Even with her sister's current power, it took a great deal of effort to convince the clan elders to go to the ancestral planet. However, it wasn't as if she hadn't made arrangements over the years. Since Gu Chang'e wanted her to show her value, Yen had to seize this drop of true ancestor blood even at the risk of exposing her disguise all these years. She then left the palace. Compared to before, there was now an inexplicable confidence about her. This confidence came from the fact that she'd seized the opportunity in front of her. As long as she could get Gu Chang'e's help, her current unfavorable situation would be reversed in an instant. So many years of cautiousness, disguise, and hibernation would all vanish like smoke in thin air. The great reclusive and clan would also fall into her hands. I hope you can give me a surprise. The daughter of luck hasn't taken shape yet. In the palace, Gu Chang'e had a faint smile on her face. After seeing An Yen leave, she withdrew her gaze. As for Niu Tian, even if An Yen hadn't mentioned it, he would have dealt with it. Besides, he'd let Jiang Chen, the son of luck, raise for a long time. After the matter of the 10 Desolates fields was settled, it was time to see how this leak was doing. However, Xiao Ruoyin, the reincarnation of the high priest of fate who'd come from the lower world with Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others, was still recovering. She still hadn't recovered her memory. Gu Chang'e told Yan Ji to keep an eye on Xiao Ruoyin's changes. And Yan Ji would report Xiao Ruoyin's changes after a while. This made Gu Chang'e wonder whether Xiao Ruoyin had been so badly injured that her holy soul had some problems. Otherwise, as the high priest of fate, who controlled the ferry boat of creation, could go against the flow of time, and wasn't affected by karma, why hadn't her memory recovered yet? Or was it just merging or hiding, so Yan Ji hadn't found out? This made Gu Chang'e think about it. He planned to investigate it after going back to the upper world. In a few months, the army of the upper world will attack Tianlu City. Aren't you going to do something? Then Gu Chang'e looked at a void behind him and said with a faint smile. The Empyrean deer goddess's figure appeared. She was wearing a flawless white dress. Her body was slim and graceful. Her black hair was soft. Her face was cold and holy. What else can I do now? I only hope that when Tianlu City falls, Sir Gu will be merciful and not kill too many people. The Empyrean deer goddess's expression was emotionless. Her eyes were very calm. She had chosen to be used by Gu Chang'e, which was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. She had already thought it through before this. So, if Gu Chang'e didn't care about Tianlu City and her request, she couldn't do anything. This was a huge gamble in and of itself. During this time, she had done everything she could to make Gu Chang'e understand her sincerity. She had participated in destroying the 9 mountains and defeating the army of the 8 Desolates and 10 regions. She had played a big role. However, she was not very clear about what Gu Chang'e was thinking in her heart. So, she could only bet that Gu Chang'e would be moved by her in the end. Actually, the method is very simple. You just need to show yourself and ask Tianlu City to surrender. I'm sure with your status, you'll be able to play a big role. Don't you want to kill less people in Tianlu City? This is more effective than any other method. Gu Chang'e gently stroked her cheek with a faint smile on her face. The Empyrean deer goddess pressed his hand and looked at him. She said softly, Sir Gu, you know that Tianlu City isn't the only one in the 8 Desolates. If I show myself, I'm afraid they'll be angrier and hate me even more. I'm afraid this war will only end when one of us dies. Now, Gu Chang'e no longer restricted her freedom. If she wanted to, she could use this opportunity to return to Tianlu City. But the Empyrean deer goddess didn't do that. Because if she did, all her efforts would go to waste and she wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. The upper realm was too strong. In this war, the 8 Desolates and 10 regions had no chance. The Empyrean deer goddess knew that Gu Chang'e also knew this, which was why he wasn't worried that she would escape. That's a pity. I can tell the people behind me to keep her alive. But I don't think the people from the other orthodoxies will listen to me. There's nothing I can do. Gu Chang'e sighed regretfully. His tone sounded regretful. But the Empyrean deer goddess understood what Gu Chang'e meant. Her expression became complicated. With Gu Chang'e's current power, he could command all the armies in the upper realm with one order. How could the other orthodoxies not listen to him? He obviously wanted to force her a little more by saying this. Sir Gu, is your heart made of stone? The Empyrean deer goddess lowered her eyes. Her voice was unusually calm at this moment. For, 9 she had thought that during this period of time, she and Gu Changa would become closer, and the two of them were just short of having sex. But he was still as cold and emotionless as before. He hadn't changed at all. How can you say that? Gu Changa smiled. His expression didn't change at all. He gently pulled her into his arms and said, I'm just thinking about your future. Unless you really want to live in the dark forever. Or you'll be exposed to the world sooner or later. When that time comes, who will you be? After all, the Empyrean deer goddess was the protector of Sky Deer City. She was respected by millions of people. If she appeared before they attacked Sky Deer City, it would be a huge blow to the 8 Wild's 10 regions. Moreover, the core of Sky Deer City's barrier was closely related to her. Gu Changa had indeed given Lin Wu half a year's time. However, it was impossible for him to break through the enchantment of Sky Deer City on the first try. This was equivalent to sending a signal to the people in Sky Deer City. Even the Empyrean deer goddess had surrendered to the upper realm, let alone the other ancient beings. There was no lack of people in this world who were afraid of death, and there was no lack of suspicious people. I got it. The Empyrean deer goddess lowered her eyes. Her eyes were like a still lake. She leaned into Gu Changa's arms and didn't agree with his words. She knew that Gu Changa had other plans. But at this time, she had no choice but to compromise. In the next few days, a huge event happened that shocked many orthodoxies in the upper realm. The minds of the ancient existences went blank. They were stunned on the spot, unable to react in time. The protector of Sky Deer City, the Empyrean deer goddess, had appeared beside Gu Changa. This news swept across like a hurricane, shocking everyone. The commotion it caused was no different from a meteorite crashing into the deep sea. Before this, only the members of the Longevity Gu family knew about this matter. However, that was only limited to the higher-ups. But today, the Empyrean deer goddess had appeared and accompanied Gu Changa. This shocked all the cultivators, both the younger generation and the ancient beings, and they couldn't believe it. The Empyrean deer goddess had a high status in the 8 Wild's 10 regions. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was extremely revered and noble. Moreover, she was the protector of Sky Deer City. In the past, in front of Sky Deer City, she had fought against the upper realm and killed an immemorial royal family cultivator. Her strength was terrifying. Why would she appear beside Gu Changa? What did this mean? Chapter 492. The commotion caused by this news was simply too great, causing many cultivators to be unable to react. Many people were guessing the relationship between the Empyrean deer mystic fairy and Gu Changa, as well as why she would appear in the upper realm. It was an important period in the war between the two realms, and everyone was anxious, not to mention that an important figure like the Empyrean deer mystic fairy had appeared in the upper realm. In the eyes of many, this was more like an incredible signal. Many ancient existences began to guess that the Empyrean deer mystic fairy was being suppressed by Gu Changa and could not escape. However, soon after, an even more shocking piece of news spread, causing the already enormous wave to rise even higher. In an instant it swept across all the orthodoxies, and even the higher-ups of the Longevity Gu clan were stunned. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy was not staying by Gu Changa's side as a hostage or anything else, but as a concubine. When the news spread, it wreaked havoc like a hurricane, causing all the cultivators and living beings to widen their eyes in disbelief. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy was once an invincible figure with unparalleled talent and status. How could she be willing to be a concubine by a young man's side? Although the man was Gu Changa. However, in the eyes of many people, this was something they didn't dare to imagine. It was too inconceivable. Many young cultivators were even more shocked and could not recover from their shock for a long time. The status of a concubine was not comparable to that of a first wife, and it was more common in many large clans. For someone like the Empyrean deer mystic fairy, being a concubine was definitely a humiliating thing, and it was better to kill her. Why would she agree? Or did she want to do this on her own accord? Was she trying to make a deal with Wuxia? For a time, all kinds of guesses were made, especially by some large clans and ancient orthodoxies. In the end, they felt that the Empyrean deer mystic fairy might be the reason why they won the war in the Empyrean Abyss and the 8 Desolates 10 regions. This made them have mixed feelings. They never thought that the guardian of Empyrean Deer City, who had resisted the upper realm for so long, would appear in the upper realm in such a manner. It could be said that fate was making fun of people. Suddenly, there were different opinions and guesses. Empyrean deer mystic fairy? A concubine? Where did this guy come from? I've never heard Wuxia mention this before. Gu Xian's eyebrows knitted together. She suddenly felt a little worried. She felt inexplicably irritated. Young Master Chang'e is so outstanding. Maybe the heavenly deer mystic maiden was subdued by him and surrendered to the upper realm. And Yan's face was brimming with an innocent and brilliant smile. She had a look of admiration for Wuxia. Gu Xian glanced at her and frowned even more. He felt that ever since the last time Yan met Wuxia alone, he had been like this. His entire attitude towards Wuxia had undergone a huge change. The feeling she gave her was the same as those girls who couldn't hide their admiration for Wuxia when they heard his name. This was not the Yan she knew before. However, when she asked Yan why Wuxia was looking for her that day, Yan kept her mouth shut and did not mention a word. Gu Xian could only give up. Using the heavenly deer mystic maiden as a concubine, as expected of Brother Gu. But it seems that the heavenly deer mystic maiden finally gave in. In the palace, Wang Zijin sat cross-legged. His entire body was filled with an immortal aura. There seemed to be some kind of dazzling brilliance hidden between his eyebrows. There was a flash of a terrifying aura that made all living beings tremble. When she heard this news, she could not help but smile. The dim palace became much brighter. Is this the call of the immortal realm? She shook her head slightly. The brilliance between her eyebrows gradually disappeared. But now is not the time. I haven't pushed him down yet. Very quickly, a few months passed in the blink of an eye. On the other side of the boundary monument sea, the terrifying sound of waves crashing against the sky and the world spinning had disappeared. Just as the upper realm had predicted, the boundary monument sea had finally arrived after countless years of fighting for the 8 wilderness 10 regions. Boom! The heavens trembled, and the universe rumbled. The universe could not bear it. The great stars trembled as if they were about to crumble into dust and ashes under this unimaginable aura. This was an unimaginably terrifying scene. The world had dried up, and time and space were in chaos. Ancient worlds were suppressed and intimidated by the unparalleled aura. Terrifying figures from various races and orthodoxies crossed space and tore through the universe, descending here. Their bodies were shrouded in thick fog, and they were boundlessly powerful. There was a terrifying sky-swallowing sparrow with eyes like blood moons, a terrifying war beast with a body as large as a continent, and the ancient god clan that carried the stars as they walked. Such a scene made all living beings tremble and despair. The army of the upper realm finally arrived. They crossed the boundary monument sea and arrived. Many Tao attainments appeared and descended together. Apart from that, there were also ancient ancestors who were close to immortality. They had not awakened for many eras. Just their gazes alone were enough to make ordinary Tao attainments tremble. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, a huge rift valley that spanned tens of thousands of miles appeared. Chaotic chi rushed out from within, flooding the surrounding seas and wastelands. Countless armies rushed out from within, majestic and mighty. The universe tunnel's momentum was too terrifying. It suppressed the entire space and time, and it was about to collapse into nothingness. Even the distant heavens and earth trembled. Almost all the experts in 8 Desolation 10 regions felt this terrifying fluctuation. Their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. They felt that the final battle was about to arrive. The invincible figure from the upper realm who would decide the outcome of this battle was about to descend outside Celestial Deer City. The entire 8 Desolation 10 regions began to gather all their forces and rush toward Celestial Deer City. During this time, the news of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's appearance in the upper realm naturally spread to 8 Desolation 10 regions, causing a terrifying earthquake that was even greater than the one in the upper realm. Many cultivators and living beings did not believe it at first, but in the end, they realized that it was an undeniable fact. Suddenly, they felt a strong sense of despair. Even the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had surrendered to the upper realm. What about them? Would they continue to fight against the upper realm? More people felt a kind of anger and regret after being betrayed. They did not expect the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy to do this. She had betrayed Celestial Deer City and everyone else. They could not wait to condemn her. Boom! On the other side of the Empyrean Abyss, in the distant horizon, a majestic ancient city stood tall, as if it was on the same level as the heavens and the earth. Countless 593 stars circled around it, but each star looked as small as a speck of dust. They could not be compared to this city at all. Celestial Deer City was surrounded by a layer of terrifying power of the heavens and the earth. The stars rotated in the 8 Desolation abyss, and streaks of powerful rules and order intertwined and condensed within. At the same time, the runes of all the strongest cultivators in 8 Desolation 10 regions were engraved on it. It was the last barrier against the upper realm. As long as Celestial Deer City was not breached, 8 Desolation 10 regions still had hope. It was not the most crucial moment yet. In 8 Desolation 10 regions, there was a terrifying power of the world that repelled the strongest cultivators from the upper realm, making it difficult for them to use their full strength here. Once they descended, they would cause irreparable damage to their Tao, which would give the strongest cultivators from 8 Desolation 10 regions an opportunity to take advantage of. There was even a risk of death. That was why the strongest cultivators from the upper realm were very cautious and did not want to take the risk. They also did not know how much strength 8 Desolation 10 regions had left. Buzz! 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 At that moment, in Celestial Deer City, dazzling gates of light started to open up between the altars. Fog billowed, and the power of teleportation filled the air. Ancient soldiers rushed out from the teleportation gates, as if they had come from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These were the powerful soldiers of the 8 Desolates 10 regions' various clans, all of them experienced countless battles and slaughters. Today, they received orders to descend from the 10 great regions. Rumble. In the sky, a large number of ancient warships and flying boats gathered. Strange beasts galloped and ferocious birds flew into the sky, blocking out the sun. Divine light shot into the clouds, and it was extremely majestic. They were densely packed and gathered from all over the place. The final battle between the two worlds was gradually beginning. Chapter 493. Kill. Endless sounds of battle rang out. At the end of the distant horizon, black shadows swept over like an unstoppable torrent. The sun, moon, and universe seemed to be about to be overturned. Under the chaotic aura and darkness, it was like a pair of giant hands that covered the universe pushing over from a distant latitude, bringing the deepest despair to all beings in the world. After countless years, I smell the decaying aura of the 8 barren 10 regions again. What a despairing day this is. We'll be the ones to start the end of the world. A blurry figure stood on a golden path that seemed to extend from the depths of the universe, but his eyes were like blood moons. He seemed to be sighing softly. However, there was more contempt and coldness. Many terrifying anomalies appeared behind him. Without a doubt, this was a person who had achieved the Tao. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he came from an imperishable sect in the upper world. Beside him, there were also many beings with terrifying auras. They were all here in their true bodies, not the Dharma bodies from before. Behind this group of figures stood several ancient beings with even more terrifying auras. They were indifferent, and their eyes were cold, showing that they had experienced the vicissitudes of life. I wonder what the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy thinks about this battle. This was an extremely ancient existence, and his entire body was hidden within countless rays of crimson divine light. At this moment, he suddenly spoke and looked at the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, who stood silently at the back. She looked like she was carved out of white jade. There was a strange look in his eyes. He came from the ancient royal family and had even dealt with the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy before. One of the most powerful beings from his family was killed by her. It could be said that there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two. However, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy was obviously very close to Wuxia now, so he didn't dare to insult her. However, he couldn't hide the playfulness and mockery in his words. He wanted to know what the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, who used to be the guardian of Heavenly Deer City, felt after witnessing the destruction of Heavenly Deer City. At this moment, the eyes of the other utmost powerful beings flickered as they looked over as well. The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy's surrender to the upper realm was beyond everyone's expectations, especially when she was Wuxia's concubine. This was unbelievable to them. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that there was some kind of agreement between the Sky Deer Mystic Maiden and Wuxia. The upper realms are powerful. The 8 desolates and 10 regions are no match for them. They will fall sooner or later. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden calmly glanced at the far ancient royal family master. Her voice did not waver at all. Oh, it seems that the Heavenly Deer Mystic Maiden already knew this, so she surrendered to our world early. She is quite smart. Hearing this, the powerhouse smiled. He seemed to have realized something, but he couldn't hide the mockery in his eyes. He was obviously mocking the Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy for being a coward who chose to surrender to the upper bound only because she knew that the 8 barren 10 regions would fall. Everyone present was an ancestor-level figure of the various clans, and their seniority was very frightening, so they naturally understood the meaning of his words. However, none of them spoke. After all, no matter what, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden came from the 8 barren 10 regions. They were not from the same world, so it was inevitable that there would be some estrangement. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden frowned. She didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. However, the powerhouse before her clearly held a grudge over what happened in the past. His words were full of undisguised malice and mockery. However, just as the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden was about to speak, Wuxia, who was beside her, suddenly waved his hand, telling her not to. Senior, you seem to be mistaken about something. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden did not surrender to the upper bound. She is following me. Wuxia glanced at the enlightened being and smiled slightly, so, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden is one of my people. Senior, if you can't figure it out, I can help you remember it. His words were understated and did not carry the slightest trace of anger. However, it made the expressions of many enlightened beings change. Their hearts skipped a beat as they felt an indescribable power. Wuxia was still as protective of his own people as always. The powerhouse who spoke just now had an uncertain expression. He was somewhat unwilling, but in the end, he remained silent and didn't say anything. He didn't want to offend Wuxia on the eve of the great battle. Moreover, Wuxia's words were very clear. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden was one of his people. If anyone dared to have any ideas about the Empyrean Deer Mystic Maiden, they would obviously offend him. It was said that the ancestor of the Gu clan who had destroyed the Purple Mansion had also come for this great battle between the two worlds. However, he had never shown his true form. This made him very fearful in his heart. The great elder of the Purple Mansion was one of the best among the enlightened beings back then. Some people even felt that if the heavens allowed it, the great elder of the Purple Mansion would have become an immortal long ago. However, the powerful and terrifying great elder of the Purple Mansion was killed by the ancestor of the Gu clan. As an enlightened being, he naturally took this matter very seriously and didn't dare to joke around with his life. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden looked at Gu Changa in a daze. She didn't expect that Gu Changa would stand up for her at this moment. This made her feel strange. It seems that he's not really cold and heartless. Or could it be that this matter had caused his displeasure? This enlightened being of the far ancient imperial family was indirectly provoking Gu Changa. Remember your current status. You're a member of the Gu clan. If you can be bullied by just any cat or dog, then wouldn't you be looking down on the Gu clan too much? Gu Changa gently held her hand. His voice was very calm. The Empyrean deer mystic maiden's eyes moved slightly, and she nodded. She knew that Gu Changa's words were more for the enlightened beings present. However, she couldn't help but feel ripples in her heart. To the outside world, her identity was Gu Changa's concubine, so she was indeed a member of the Gu clan. Although Gu Changa didn't care about her identity, this was a matter of the Gu clan's reputation. Rumble. In front of them, the rolling fog was torn apart, and a vast and mighty pressure appeared in the sky. The army of the upper world broke through the abyss and descended from the sky. It was vast and boundless, and it was even more terrifying than the endless fog. It was intimidating. If one looked from the sky, they would see ancient warships and armies everywhere within a radius of millions of miles. There were ancient gods carrying stars, giant war beasts as large as continents, and even the behemoth divine race. These were all races born for war. They were naturally warlike, and their might was unimaginable. Just a single stomp of his foot was enough to make the heavens tremble. Terrifying great rifts appeared, and thick chaotic energy surged out, drowning out the world. The endless fog descended outside Celestial Deer City. This army was very solemn and cold. Everyone was on the ancient warships, looking into the distance. They could attack Celestial Deer City from millions of miles away. The city walls there were as tall as the backbone of heaven and earth. They stood at the end of the horizon, blocking everything behind them. Stars rotated one after another, producing boundless fluctuations. Countless runes flickered on the greenish-gray walls. In the end, they glowed and rushed out together, turning into an ocean-like energy that surged and boiled at the end of the world. Just like the upper world, after knowing that the boundary monument sea had dried up, all the races and forces in the 8 wilderness's 10 regions gathered all their people and rushed to Celestial Deer City. Boom! Unimaginable divine light appeared in the depths of Celestial Deer City, piercing through the sky and making the entire universe tremble. Powerful figures with terrifying auras appeared one after another. Their true bodies appeared in the sky, shrouded in chaotic aura and colorful clouds. It was difficult to see their faces clearly, but they were very old. Among them were the ancestors of various races, as well as the masters of some large regions, including the masters of the 8 wildernesses. Usually, many people thought that they had fallen, but today, they suddenly appeared in the world, causing a huge commotion. Many cultivators and living beings stood on the city walls. They wore precious armor and held precious treasures in their hands. The weakest among them was at the Great Saint realm. In this battle, the younger generation didn't even have a chance to attack, because once the war broke out, it would definitely be a battle between the strongest of both sides. If anyone else got involved, they would be crushed into ashes, not even leaving behind a corpse. The Empyrean deer mystic fairy is in the upper world. Maybe the destruction of the 9 mountains this time has a lot to do with her. That traitor. We thought of her as the protector of Celestial Deer City, but at this crucial time, she betrayed us and surrendered to the upper world. Many old people's faces were gloomy as they cursed. Their cheekbones shone, and powerful waves spread out. It was a sign of powerful spiritual power. The strongest of the 4 war god clans of the 8 wildernesses' 10 regions had all appeared. Each of them had walked very far in this realm. Behind them, many followers followed solemnly and silently. They were all the strongest of their clans. Ancient blood-stained banners swayed between the heavens and the earth. Boundless radiance appeared, illuminating the distant land. These were the ancestral banners of the 4 war god clans. They had once been stained with the blood of immortals. Right now, all the clansmen were kneeling on the banners, sincerely praying. A sea of runes appeared on the ancestral banners. In the end, they turned into Xuanwu, True Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and other terrifying figures. They seemed to want to cross space and reappear in the world. Countless cultivators and creatures waited solemnly, waiting for the army of the upper world to come. Master must have her reasons. Why would she give up on Celestial Deer City and us? The current Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, Song Chan, was among the countless people. Her face was filled with grief and disbelief. Even now, she still couldn't believe that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had betrayed Celestial Deer City. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy isn't that kind of person. She must have other plans. Perhaps she wants to sacrifice herself to reduce the casualties of Celestial Deer City or the 8 wildernesses' 10 regions. We simply do not have the slightest chance of winning this battle. Beside her, Lin Wu consoled her. At first, he was shocked that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had surrendered to the upper world. But after thinking about it, perhaps the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy's thoughts were the same as his. In the face of a hopeless battle, the only thing they could do was to reduce the casualties as much as possible. You're saying that Master has her reasons? Song Chan murmured, staring at the distant horizon. The sky was quickly darkening. It seemed that the army of the upper world had come, but they hadn't truly arrived yet. Yes. I think the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy did this because she didn't want to. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise. After all, Celestial Deer City can't hold off the upper world for long. When the city is breached, we'll all be killed by the upper world. Do you think the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy can bear to see that happen? Lin Wu sighed. He had already mentioned this to his clan. Unfortunately, as the Dragon Blood War God clan, many elders were disdainful of this. They were proud and disdained to surrender to the upper world. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 worlds were at war, he might have been locked up. I knew that Master had her own difficulties. She's doing this for us. Song Chan pursed her lips, as if she had thought of something. She looked into the distance. She didn't know if this was the right thing to do, but as long as she could help her master, she didn't care. The army of the upper world is here. We don't stand a chance. The other young geniuses behind Lin Wu spoke out as well, feeling a sense of despair and trembling in their hearts. However, they were very far away from the city walls. But at the same time, they also felt a vast wave of energy coming from the other side of the world. The world shook, and all the runes seemed to be on the verge of shattering. All the young geniuses had the same expression as Lin Wu, solemn. The upper world was finally here. At this moment, many people from 8 desolation and 10 regions rushed out and stood on the city walls, looking into the distance. On Celestial Deer City, countless runes lit up, containing the will of the great Tao. In the end, they gathered in the sky, turning into protective runes. Immortal light shone brightly, and vast energy surged. Under this energy, even the stars were as fragile as dust, about to shatter at any time. This was the strongest protective formation in 8 desolation and 10 regions for countless years. Once it was activated, it could defend against attacks from those who had achieved the Tao and above. Now that the immortal realm was not visible, even a broken immortal would find it difficult to break through. Let's burn the ancestral runes and ignite the ancient decrees to repel the upper world. A powerful cultivator roared, looking into the distance. A black mass of an army was coming from the universe like a flood. Soon, loud chanting sounds came from the depths of Celestial Deer City. Ancient and mysterious runes were ignited one after another, turning into a vast and immeasurable power to repel the army in the distance. Are these the ancestral runes of 8 desolation and 10 regions? It's a pity that they're incomplete. They betrayed their race, but now they're proud of it. What a joke. In the black fog, a figure stood like a demonic mountain. The one who spoke was a Tao-enlightened cultivator. He clearly had a deep understanding of the history of 8 desolation and 10 regions. The others were indifferent. They didn't speak, only looking at the burning ancestral runes. The history of 8 desolation and 10 regions. Celestial Deer Mystic Fairy couldn't hide her confusion. From what she knew, 8 desolation and 10 regions had once been part of the upper world, but at some point, they had split off. In the records of 8 desolation and 10 regions, the upper world had always played the role of invaders, and 8 desolation and 10 regions had always resisted. As for the reason, it was because the upper world wanted to take over 8 desolation and wanted its cultivation resources and territory. But now, in her opinion, the upper world was much bigger than 8 desolation and 10 regions. Just the billions of lower worlds alone had countless resources. This reason obviously didn't hold water. Gu Changa's gaze was strange. He shook his head casually. Looks like you don't know. In fact, before an epoch buried in ancient history, 8 desolation and 10 regions had always been called the deserted world. It was surrounded by the void of stars and was very desolate. There was also a saying that the deserted world exiled people who had committed serious crimes but didn't deserve to die. Over time, some of the sinners lived there and gradually spread their branches and leaves. Later on, when the upper world fell apart, a certain supreme being was born in the deserted world. He took the opportunity to steal part of our world's fate and used it to feed the deserted world. Because of this, no immortal realm cultivator was born in the upper world for countless years. Of course, these are only rumors recorded in our world. I don't know if they're true or not. Toward the end, he couldn't help but laugh. Whether it was the upper world or 8 desolation and 10 regions, they all had their own reasons and standpoints. However, history was ultimately written by the victors, and it would always be beautified in some way. Just like 8 desolation and 10 regions. Until now, many cultivators and living beings still didn't know why the upper world kept invading. So, this is the reason. Only when the two worlds become one can the immortal gate be born in the upper world and the immortal path appear. Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy's heart was heavy. She suddenly realized that this wasn't a matter of right or wrong. It was a matter of different standpoints. If 8 desolation and 10 regions caused all cultivators to be unable to break through to higher realms because of a certain world, perhaps 8 desolation and 10 regions' behavior would be no different from the upper world. Roar! 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 At this time, in front of Heavenly Deer City, several enlightened beings from the upper world had taken action. They were from the Archean tribes. After so many years, I wonder if Heavenly Deer City's formation can stop us again. They used extremely terrifying supernatural powers and spells, pressing forward. The world suddenly darkened, and then an endless blood-red hurricane swept over. It was terrifying and contained an unimaginable amount of energy. It was like an ocean bobbing up and down. In this blood-red hurricane, all kinds of living beings appeared. Their bodies were so huge that one couldn't see the end of them. Their bodies were blood-red, and they let out earth-shattering roars. There were Taotais, Cheongqi, Baifeng, Shenhou, and even true dragons, immortal phoenixes, vermilion birds, and Qilins. This scene was enough to make supremes tremble in fear and enlightened beings' expressions change. All the Archean ferocious beasts seemed to have come back to life. In the blood-red hurricane, they raised their heads and roared, creating a boundless and terrifying aura. The border of the universe seemed to have exploded. Heaven and earth were turned upside down, and all the suns, moons, and stars were turned into fine powder. Star remained scattered, and the galaxy dried up. All the living beings and cultivators in Heavenly Deer City paled in fear. They were worried that the formation outside Heavenly Deer City wouldn't be able to stop this kind of power. Don't worry. Our formation can stop the power of a perfected immortal. A few enlightened beings won't be able to break it. The enlightened beings from the various tribes had solemn expressions. They stabilized the morale of their troops. Their voices reverberated, containing a comforting power. Boom! In the next moment, the blood-red hurricane descended. Countless ferocious beasts roared and rushed over, wanting to drown this place. This was a scene caused by the wrath of heaven and earth. They all rushed toward the formation above Heavenly Deer City. However, above the boundary of the formation, there was a vast light emerging. It was an ancient and mysterious rune, forming a supreme power there. Suddenly, countless runes exploded like a flood, gathering into beams of light that shot forward, wanting to destroy the phantoms of the Archean ferocious beasts. Chapter 494. Boom! Heaven and earth became blurry, affected by such a vast power. Even space and time seemed to be in chaos. All the energy was shattering, turning the stars into ashes. Finally, they all rushed toward the desolate edge of the universe. Everyone in the 8 desolates' 10 regions was silent. Their faces were pale as they looked at this attack. They could not help but tremble, feeling an unstoppable force. Especially the cultivators and living beings standing on the city walls, they were even more terrified. They saw that in the distance, an army that was 1,000,000 times more terrifying than a flood was charging toward them, covering the sky and earth in darkness. Among them were thousands of races, their numbers uncountable. They held black heavenly swords, halberds, and other weapons. There were also war beasts wrapped in chains, their bodies larger than the stars. They were controlled by supremes. When they opened their mouths and roared, endless black clouds covered the sky and flooded down. Rumble! The sky above Heavenly Deer City turned dark in an instant. The stars were enveloped, making cracking sounds. This city wall was originally on the same level as the universe, but now, it was being suppressed by the black clouds. Countless stars were the source of its power. The surrounding universe was affected, transmitting an extremely strong power. But now, the wall was trembling. Runes lit up one after another, but they were eventually extinguished. A Tao enlightened being from the upper realm wanted to break through the formation of Heavenly Deer City. Such a wave of energy was enough to strike fear into the hearts of supremes. Not to mention the ordinary living beings and cultivators. They could not hold on any longer. Their souls trembled, and they were about to be enveloped. In the rolling fog, they could only see a blurry figure covered by endless runes. This is not something that humans can fight against. All the young geniuses could not help but want to kneel down. They were terrified as they kowtowed to the figure. This feeling was like ants facing a true dragon. It was a level that they could not even touch. Finally, the light subsided, and the waves stopped. Heaven and earth seemed to have exploded, almost shattering into pieces. The few supreme experts who took action towered above the 597 heavens. Their magical bodies were too terrifying, the radiance dazzling. They also stopped, not continuing to attack. They had only been testing the waters to see how long the array of Heavenly Deer City could last. Seems like this great formation is still the same as before, just like a tortoise shell. But this time, when the great army of our world comes, all resistance will turn into smoke. They laughed coldly. Their faces looked old, but there were also some that looked young. However, it was difficult to hide the vicissitudes of time. Blood and chi overflowed, as if they were the great melting pot of the universe. It seems that the great formation of this world won't be able to resist for long. After all, the energy needed to maintain it will eventually be exhausted. When this barrier is broken, the 8 Desolation 10 regions will be defeated. Quite a few young heavenly talents from the higher realms were standing at the front, personally witnessing the cruelty of this battle. 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Sky Demon Monarch, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, and the others all had solemn expressions. However, he still felt that such a grand formation was ultimately just an external object. If the 8 Desolation 10 regions really thought that they could rely on such a grand formation to defend against the higher realms, then they were too naive. In the end, their gazes fell in the direction of Gu Chang'e and the others. The ones who would decide the outcome of the battle now were the ones who had attained the Tao. The rest of the army would only wait for Heavenly Deer City to fall before attacking. The 8 Desolation 10 regions would not send their army out at this time. That was not a wise choice. I wonder what the 8 Desolation 10 regions will do now. Someone noticed that in the depths of the sky, there were many supreme experts from the higher realms who had yet to attack. They were still looking coldly at Heavenly Deer City. However, their might was unimaginable. Terrifying energy surrounded each of them, like a black ocean boiling behind them. There were billions of rays of divine light interweaving. I wonder how long the great formation of Heavenly Deer City can last. Beside Gu Chang'e, a supreme expert shrouded in black fog spoke. His gaze was cold as he scanned all the living beings in front of him. Finally, his gaze swept past the ancestral flag that stood between the heavens and the earth, and he let out a disdainful laugh. They won't let this formation continue. They'll definitely send out their experts like before, said an ancient supreme expert. An extremely ancient supreme expert spoke. This was the ancient ancestor of a certain clan, making the other Tao experts here feel a bit of restraining fear. It's just a waste of time. Another ancestor sneered, then shook his head. He was very disdainful and did not want to attack now. He wanted to wait for the truly invincible beings of the 8 Desolation 10 regions to appear. We can test it out. The formation of Heavenly Deer City seems to be related to the collapse of the upper realms rules. Gu Chang'e's gaze was strange. He stood with the group of Tao enlightened beings, but he did not attack. Now that the various orthodoxies of the higher realms had sent their supreme experts here, there was no need for him to fight against several Tao enlightened beings head-on like before. At this time, Gu Chang'e would rather investigate the situation of the 8 Desolation 10 regions experts and choose who to attack. The collision of the two realms and the fusion of fate might give birth to a child of destiny who could turn the tide. When the realms were about to be destroyed, their fate would be in chaos. This was a law that could not be changed no matter which world it was in. But for Lin Wu and Xiao Yang, these children of destiny, to Gu Chang'e, it was already very difficult for them to be of much use. At most, they could be used as bait to lure out the big fish behind them, or to gain more value. The 8 Desolation 10 regions have 8 desolations and 10 regions. Logically speaking, there should be some outstanding people in these regions. Gu Chang'e's gaze swept across the many figures on the walls of Heavenly Deer City, and he was suddenly interested. There, he saw Zhao Yunze, the young master of the Cloud Pool region, whom he had purposely let go of. Zhao Yunze was staring at him with a cold and hateful gaze, as if there was a blood feud between the two of them. After all, he was the first of the younger generation tens of millions of years ago. Now, he was extremely brilliant, but he still did not become an enlightened being. He was still one step away. It managed to block this attack. It seems that our world's formation will be able to hold on for a while longer. But I don't know how much longer it can hold on. We can't go on like this. If the experts from the upper world all attack together, the consumption will increase greatly. Many patriarchs of different races stood on the walls of Heavenly Deer City. They stared at the light in the distance with solemn expressions. They felt that if this continued, the formation of Heavenly Deer City would be broken. Then, they looked at each other and started to discuss. No matter what, they had to find a way to stall for time. Looks like we still have to take action in the end. Those below the enlightened being are all ants. Even supremes will be useless. Then, a few people with high cultivation walked out. Their bodies were wrapped in chaotic chi as they stepped out from the altars in the city. With a flash, they appeared in the sky outside of Heavenly Deer City. This scene shook the entire city. All the living beings and cultivators in Heavenly Deer City were shocked. Their hearts trembled in fear, but more than that, they were worried and uneasy. That's the Vermilion Bird Battle God clan's ancestor Heavenly Fire. He became an enlightened being 80 million years ago. His strength is unfathomable. That's the Green Vine clan's ancestor. He was best friends with the fallen Green Life clan's ancestor. I didn't expect him to take action. They're trying to buy time for Heavenly Deer City to be broken through. Some people recognized the ancient existences that walked out, and their minds trembled. Many of them had never shown their faces before. They were all extremely ancient beings. Even their ancestors could only be considered as juniors in front of them. For a moment, everyone felt waves of pressure. Who would have thought that an enlightened being would appear at the first moment? In the past battles with the upper world, the saints were usually the first to take action, followed by the supremes. Now that the enlightened being had made the first move, it was obvious that the situation was extremely urgent. On the walls of Heavenly Deer City, everyone could not help but clench their fists. They felt powerless and worried for the enlightened being. Oh, looks like the enlightened being made the first move. That's good. It saves us some trouble. Let's get rid of them first. Seeing this, many of the upper world's most powerful beings in the fog sneered and looked down on them. Then, the sound of footsteps could be heard, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Several terrifying beings appeared outside Heavenly Deer City. They shone brightly and transformed into their true forms. There's no hope in this battle. Why can't they understand? The Heavenly Deer Mystic Fairy stood silently behind Guchanga. Her skin was as white as porcelain, and there was a faint luster on her body. She was very quiet here, just watching everything. She suddenly did not dare to face the familiar Heavenly Deer City in the distance. At the same time, after the Supremes appeared, ancient banners were thrown out. There were at least tens of thousands of them. They were uprooted from the ground and landed in all directions, fluttering in the wind. A terrifying power of the rules descended, protecting the army of the upper world. When the enlightened beings fought, even the aftermath was an unimaginable catastrophe for the surrounding living beings and cultivators. Boom! Soon after, this place erupted with endless brilliance again. Large hands moved between heaven and earth, terrifying power engulfing the wastelands of the cosmos. Someone roared angrily, his entire body burning. He struck out with the laws of order, as if he wanted to pierce through the entire cosmos. That was an incomparably powerful method that could cut through heaven and earth. Even the magical bodies were millions and millions of zhang tall. They all attacked with all their strength, displaying the most powerful methods they had in their lives. This battle lasted for an extremely long time. Endless chaotic nothingness rushed out, igniting this part of the heavens. Endless divine flames overflowed, as if they wanted to burn a hole in the heavens. However, in the end, they were powerless to reverse the situation. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Terrifying irregular scenes appeared. Those were great stars falling, the cosmos drying up. A supreme being who achieved the Tao fell. The other ones who achieved the Tao turned into divine light, withdrawing from the altar. However, they were similarly heavily injured. Heavenly Flame Ancestor has fallen. How could this be? He was an unmatched existence back then. When he was young, no one could match him. How could he not be a match for the other party? This scene made countless cultivators and creatures of the 8 Desolates' 10 regions weep, their faces full of hatred and grief. They never thought that they would personally witness the fall of a supreme being who achieved the Tao. Even though his opponent was also in an incomparably miserable state, seriously injured, almost dying. However, for the 8 Desolate's 10 regions, this was already an unimaginable loss. I was careless, I was almost killed by him. The supreme being who returned to the higher realms had a bit of lingering fear on his face. If he made the slightest mistake in the end, the one who fell right now might be him. The other supreme beings who took action also had injuries on their bodies, not completely unscathed. This Zhao Yunze is actually not bad prey. Gu Chang'e withdrew his gaze. When he heard this, he gave this supreme being a look, feeling a bit of regret. This was precisely the one who mocked Heavenly Deer Empyrean Maiden before. He originally thought that he would fall, but in the end, he actually still had a move up his sleeve, surviving. Otherwise, when the time came, he could have ordered Ada to collect another supreme being's source. If this continues, it won't be a solution. After successive defeats, our morale has already dropped to the extreme. The 8 Desolate's 10 regions were in grief. Many supreme beings had heavy expressions as they looked outside Heavenly Deer City at the sky that was still raining blood. Their hearts were heavy. Just as their hearts were heavy and they were thinking of countermeasures, a golden path descended from the foggy sky in the distance, accompanied by the light of the great path, sparkling with celestial will. The sound of footsteps resounded between heaven and earth. A young man walked forward. Because of the celestial chi and chaotic light, he was like an exiled immortal walking in the world. Flowers of the great path bloomed above his head one after another. Celestial chi descended and entered his body. Then, it reappeared above his head and turned into flowers of the great path again, circulating and nourishing his body. Do you still remember what I said to you before? Pray that you won't let me meet you next time. Gu Chang'e smiled and said. His gaze landed on Zhao Yunze, who was on the city walls of Heavenly Deer City. He looked like he was divine and extraordinary. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.